Abdu looked at the sky and then at his army that lined up neatly. It was a fine day for a glorious battle. However, today they were not looking for a battle. It would be suicide if they tried to break into the fort with their numbers. Their scouts reported the enemy number stationed in the fort and hills looked to be more than half theirs. Even if most of the enemies were outworlders, it was still not a good odd for a siege battle. Additionally, they had left behind their siege weapons. It was too cumbersome for their rear assault plan. They needed speed. The siege weapons were currently being transported to where the First Army was by using the direct route. Seeing everyone was ready, he didn't delay anymore. The faster they got to where the First Army was, the earlier they could defeat the enemy, and the more time they would have to scour for supplies. Abdu lifted his weapon, which was a spear. The mounts rode by the orc army puffed and stomped their hooves on the ground, kicking up dirt. Most of the mounts were horses. Some were large wolves or boars. These mounts were as eager as their riders. Abdu pointed his weapon forward and then shouted, "Chargia Euro!" The army charged forward. On their way, they veered to the south. They knew about the enemies stationed on the northern hills. If they charged in between the fort and the hill, they would be attacked from both sides. Hence, they chose the side away from those hills. In this way, they only needed to endure bombardment from the fort. As for why Genie didn't place troops on the southern side, it was because that side was bordered by steep mountains. It was impossible to camp there. They would have to camp in the open field beside the mountain cliff, which would make them vulnerable to attacks. They didn't intend to fight, Genie said after seeing the enemy's movement. Are they going to rush deeper into our territory and conduct guerrilla warfare? This will prolong the war, but in the end, they will be at a clear disadvantage when every human army starts hunting them down. John had considered this scenario to be unlikely but not impossible. Hence, they had prepared the hidden obstacles around the fort. It seemed that this unlikely scenario was coming into play. Prepare to move, Genie commanded. They had been placing ranged attackers to the forefront for preparation of sending range attacks to support the fort. But the situation had changed. They now had to leave these hills to meet the opponents. Abdu placed all his defensive units facing the north side as they charged because that will be the side facing the fort. The fort started throwing their longest-ranged assaults once the orc army came into range. The attacks came in the form of stones shot by trebuchets. The stones were just normal ones. The fort here didn't have the special explosive ammo fort the misleading had. The defensive units braced themselves from impact. Some mages among these defensive units cast their spells. Round energy umbrellas materialized above the army. The stones crashed onto these umbrellas. Some of the stones bounced off while some others destroyed the umbrellas and continued. The destroyed umbrellas were cast by weaker mages, so they were not as sturdy. But even for the ones that successfully deflected the stones, cracks were produced. After being hit by 2 to 3 stones, those umbrellas still shattered. After going through the protective spells, the momentum of the stones was greatly reduced. Hence, the damage they produced was also weakened. But most importantly, the weakened stone didn't cause stun or knockback when they fell. Thus, the army continued to charge forward despite receiving damage. When the army moved in closer, arrows and spells started raining on them. The defensive units put their large tower shield facing the fort. For the attacks coming from only one direction, it was an easy thing to defend against. Everyone continued to charge forward without slowing down. When their charge brought them right beside the fort, the steeds at the frontmost line suddenly started to neigh or howl loudly. Their movement speed decelerated abruptly to a stop and their mounts vanished. Because of this, the ones that were rushing behind crashed into them. Many fell and were trampled by their comrades, suffering damage numbers continuously as the momentum of the army was too fast to stop. Abdu was among the front line. He even rode with the defensive units that were the closest to the fort. He used his long spear to swat any attacks that came near. Segura was nearby. He cast a spell that created a wind shield that deflected all incoming attacks within a large area. Abdu, who was startled by the sudden halt in their charge, received a stun effect all of a sudden. The large wolf he was riding was also forcefully unsummoned. He then received a notification that his movement speed was slowed. In his confusion, he looked down and noticed a tiny metallic thing on the ground, half covered by dirt. The metallic thing looked like 4 long spikes being welded together at one end. He picked the thing up and inspected it. Caltrops, rare war tool. Stun target for 3 seconds upon stepping and forcefully unsummon the mount. Slow down movements to 30% of the original speed for 1 minute. After the 1 minute duration, movement speed will only recover to 60% for the next 5 minutes. Cannot summon mounts throughout the slow duration. Will break after hitting an enemy 3 times. Grayuro. Abdu was trying his best to not bellow in fury. He crushed the caltrop in his hand. Segura. Call your wind to reveal these caltrops. Jomo. Call everyone to dismount and slow down. Abdu commanded. Segura cast a high-level spell and a wide tempest was summoned. Segura aimed the tempest to blow the ground in a wide area. Magicians then send their wide area spells to destroy the caltrop in front of them. However, by doing so, they ended up even slower because they were now stopping and clearing the caltrops in front of them. All the while, the attacks from the fort continued to rain down on them. Seeing this, Abdu changed the approach again. He ordered everyone to continue charging forward without mount and follow the momentum of the ones at the front so they didn't crash into their comrades. Many casualties had occurred due to the sudden stop just now, mainly caused by their own trampling aided by the ranged attacks from the fort. They continued onward with a controlled momentum. They were slowed by caltrops, but they proceeded forward. All they need to was just keep a stable defense against the attacks from the fort. What's that? One of the soldiers asked. His comrade looked to where he was pointing and saw a flame traveling along the ground. Upon closer inspection, the flame was traveling along a rope. The rope came to what looked like a half-buried barrel in the ground. This barrel was seemingly revealed after Segura's tempest blew away the dirt that covered it. Abdu, who heard the commotion, turned in the direction of where they were looking at. When he saw the barrel, his eyes turned wide. He looked further and saw what looked like the tops of similar barrels strewn out all around the field. "Stop that flame," he uttered. He wanted to go and do it himself, but his position was too far, and the nearest soldiers were too slow to react to his command. The flame touched the barrel and a large explosion happened. The arrangement of the war fires was as during the Civil War. They were put in the range of one another's blast, so one explosion would trigger a chain explosion on the other war fires. With the army slowed down due to the caltrops, everyone was soon engulfed in a sea of flame. All the while, the ranged attacks from the fort never stopped. "Continue for war to Euro," Abdu bellowed. It was too late to pull back now. If they did, this march would become a defeat and it would significantly lower their morale. Unlike the time during the forest burning, this time there were no trees to catch fire, so the flame would only last its intended 3 minutes duration. Additionally, without trees to block their vision, the soldiers here were not as lost as the ones trapped inside the forest fire. They still had a clear sense of direction. Hence, the impact was not as severe as during the Civil War. Still, with the slow effect from caltrops, the army would most likely suffer the full 3 minutes burning duration. Added with the harassment from the fort, the orcs were having the worst time simply trying to cross through. They hadn't even clashed with a single enemy yet. Many of the orcs were already both frustrated and demoralized. The only thing that kept them going was the voice of their Lord Chief, who kept on urging them to push forward. A simple passing by the side of the fort turned into a struggling journey through fire and bombardment. By the time the flame dispersed, the orcs at the front finally passed through the back line of the fortress. However, the caltrops effect was still there, hence most of their front troops still couldn't summon their mounts. Even though the caltrops broke after getting trampled 3 times, the ones affected were the ones at the front. Even if the back army could still move normally and use their mounts, they couldn't charge ahead. They had to adjust to the speed of the front army. Otherwise, they would crash into the front army and cause chaos like the first time they were hit by the caltrops on the field. Thus, the overall speed of the army slowed down as if the entire army was under the effect of the caltrops. Abdu looked at the state of his army. These troops were disciplined enough that they didn't lose their cool under these unexpected circumstances, thus limiting their loss. They also drank recovery potions to counteract the loss of health point from the flame. Still, they were not in a good shape. Many basic soldiers and outworlders perished. Elite soldiers suffered heavily, but they still survived. However, the fact that they had to use their recovery potions already meant that they would have a lower supply when it came to the important battle against the dragon army. They still had enough supplies due to not fighting much yet, but what they had was still limited. Abdu gritted his teeth. Those cunning humans, did they place such traps expecting them to charge through? When finally the 6 minutes duration of the caltrops expired, the front line could finally resummon their steeds. They did so, and their speed picked up again. As they did, they heard war cries from the side. They turned and saw a large army coming from the direction of the hills. The fortress door also opened and another army poured forth. There was a split second when Abdu considered charging for the fort, but he dismissed it soon. The enemy could easily close the door again. The army that came out should only be a portion of the ones guarding the fort. Ignore them. Charge forward, Abdu yelled. Their objective was not to fight this army here. Even so, their speed and momentum had greatly weakened due to the caltrops. Hence their backline still got caught by the charging human army. Abdu made an unwilling decision by sacrificing a portion of his backline to hold down the enemy while most of his army continued onward. The backline orc soldiers didn't even flinch when they received the order. They went ahead and clashed with the humans, trying to buy as much time for their comrades. The players on the backline, on the other hand, mostly ignored the order and continued forward following the main army. They didn't think the war contribution points from following this order to worth getting killed for certain. Abdu made a rough estimation while they marched. They might have lost around 30,000 natives and 70,000 outworlders from this charge. This already included the ones he had left behind to block the enemy army. Their current total of 400,000 troops should still be enough to make a difference when they work together with the first army to hit the enemy's army from two fronts. Still, losing all these soldiers without taking even one enemy down was a truly frustrating feeling. Abdu looked back at the human army that was still blocked by his loyal soldiers. He returned his attention to the front. Never mind, once they defeated the human army facing the first army, all would be worth it. Commander Armstrong, who led the troops from the fortress, came and met with Genie, who was fighting the orc soldiers left behind to hold them back. Genie was fighting a level 58 special elite orc. Armstrong came from the side and sliced the orc's legs with his greatsword. The orc fell from the sneak attack. Armstrong lifted his left hand, which was equipped with an unusually large gauntlet. The gauntlet shone bright red. The red light formed a giant fist which Armstrong slammed to the ground where the orc was laying. The ground sunk from the force of the impact, followed by cracks that spread out. The orc on the ground was close to death but was still alive. Genie's spear struck his head and ended his life. "Thanks for the assist," Genie said. "I don't see that you need it, but I figure you should hurry," Armstrong replied. He understood the Outworlder's need for EXP, hence he had controlled his attack to not kill the orc. "Go," Armstrong uttered. He then turned to Uvira, who was nearby. "Protect her." "Yes, Commander," Uvira replied. John's plan, if Verimer's army charged through Slaughterer Plains, was to keep on their tail and harass them. However, they couldn't leave the fort here unoccupied. The force that Abdu brought seemed to be half of their entire force. They were not sure where the other half was. Hence, they had to leave a force to defend the fort just in case. Genie looked at Abdu's army in the distance. Armstrong was right. If they delayed, Abdu's army would be out of sight soon. She summoned her steed and issued the order to pursue. The orcs that stayed behind were thinning. They couldn't block the entire army. Hence, Genie charged through them and chased after Abdu's force. Genie had taken everyone that was stationed on the hills, leaving only Armstrong's force to continue defending the fort. They rode at maximum speed. They couldn't let the orc army out of sight. John predicted that the most likely thing the orcs would do if they charged through without occupying the fort was spread out once they were deep enough into Themisphere's territory. They would be aiming for guerrilla warfare while raising for supplies. However, Genie saw them make a turn and follow along the side of the mountain range. "They are not heading deeper into the country?" Genie thought questioningly after seeing the enemy's movement. The orc continued to follow along the mountain range. There was no sign that they would be changing direction. In her bewilderment, she sent a message to John. "What is it? We are about to face a very desperate battle soon. Can't talk much." John gave her a reply. Jeannie sent her a summary of what had happened, asking him what she should do. "In which direction are they heading?" John asked. "North. They keep following the side of the mountain range," Jeannie replied. There was a brief pause before Jeannie heard from John again. "You have to catch up and stop them," John said. "How?" "They are running at full speed. The best we can do is keep on their tail." "Do you know what they are planning?" "They are going to hit the dragon army," John answered. "Desperate move. I guess our messing with their supply line is effective if they become that desperate. Still, this desperate move can turn the tide. If the dragon army is besieged from two opposite sides, they will be in great trouble. The reason those native armies can fight for weeks with controlled losses is due to their high health point. The ones who have lost health point can retreat to the back to recover while the reserves take over. If they are hit at the back as well, they won't have any place to retreat to. They will have to continue fighting. This will increase casualties significantly. We are chasing this sneak army. We can hit the back of this sneak army as well. They will be besieged from two sides by us and the dragon army as well. They will have the same predicament. The sneak army will, but so is the dragon army. If they sacrifice the sneak army to annihilate our dragon army, which one do you think is the heavier loss? Do you think your troops can take on VRMMO's first army once we lose the dragon army? With how desperate they are at this moment, they will fight with all their strength. In my estimation, the dragon army will be badly wounded even if they are not annihilated if you allow this sneak army to reach them. I will send a message to Armstrong to ask him to send a message to the dragon army so they can prepare. You can do that. But even if they know of the coming attack, they will still be in trouble. If they set up their formation to defend their back, their front will be weakened. Against an equally strong force, this can cause an opening that can be exploited by VRMMO's first army. "So, what do you suggest?" Jeannie asked. "Stop that sneak army from reaching the dragon army. I gotta go now. Our battle here is about to start." John cut the message. "Damn it. How do you suggest we do that?" Jeannie thought with exasperation. The enemy was running at the same speed as them. Additionally, their number was only about half the enemy. She wasn't sure they could do much even if they caught up. She did what she could first. She sent a message to Viral Cora, who stayed back at the fort with Commander Armstrong. She asked Cora to inform Armstrong about John's theory and to send a message transmission to the dragon army that an enemy force might be heading to their rear. "Something wrong?" Selena, who was riding beside her, asked. Jeannie told her about their predicament. "That is indeed a problem," Selena said. She couldn't offer any possible solution. Some of them who rode super-rare grade steeds might be able to speed up and catch up with the army they were chasing. But there were only a few of them with such steeds. They won't be able to do much. "My jackal crews can intercept them," Rejim, who was also riding nearby, said. Jeannie turned to Rejim. "How?" she asked. "During our idle time here, we have scouted most of this region, including the hill we are stationed at and also the mountain range behind it. If the destination is behind that mountain range, there is a shortcut path that my guild can take. Using this path can bring us behind the dragon army before that orc's army in front of us reach there." "Good. Let's take that path," Jeannie said. "Unfortunately, only my guild can take that path. It is not a normally traversable terrain. Inexperienced people will just slow us down. We might be able to only bring 1 or 2 people." Jeannie knew that Jackal Crews was a group of mercenaries who used to be real soldiers. So, she wasn't offended when Rejim called them inexperienced people. However, she was weary of him. Did he truly sincere about helping? Or was this a ploy to sabotage the war as Death Associates did? "Even if you can get ahead of them with only your guild, what can you do?" Jeannie asked. "We have guild headquarters. We can summon our guild troops to increase our number," Rejim replied. "If we bring this guy, we can increase our number even more." Rejim was pointing at Manager Steelhand. The two of them went together? Now, Genie was getting even wearier. How many guild troops can you summon? Those in front of us are 400,000 strong troops which mainly consisted of native soldiers. I don't think your two guilds can do much in slowing them down, Selena said. You are right. Regim didn't refute her words. Which is why we hope we can get those war tools that are used to slow them down when they charge through the plains. Genie frowned. Just when she thought she couldn't get warier. She did have some caltrops. John gave her some for contingency use. But did Regim truly believe that she would just give these caltrops to him? Regim could read her silence. He said, I understand if you don't trust us. We used to be enemies. What Death Associates did in this war didn't exactly promote confidence in us who used to be their allies. There is nothing I can say to dispel your distrust. I just offer to let you know of this possible solution. Whether you want to take it or not, it's entirely up to you. However, I must warn you that the window for doing this is not long. In a few more hours, if you ask us to take the shortcut path, then I am no longer confident that we can get ahead of the enemy army. Silence ensued after that. Genie didn't say anything. Regim also didn't add anything to try to convince her. He just left Genie alone to think it over. Selena wanted to say something but decided against it. Genie was no longer the junior in the same guild as her. She was now a leader of her own guild. She was even one of the leaders appointed to lead the army in this war. The responsibility of decision-making rested on her alone. Additionally, Selena herself was unsure what she would decide if this choice was presented to her. So, she kept her silence. After some while, Genie finally spoke. Regim, I will say this. If you betray us, my guild will hunt yours down. Fair enough, Regim replied. And I want you to take Trinity with you, Genie added. You said you can bring 2 people, right? All right. As long as she is not too lousy, we should be able to manage, Regim said. She is not, Genie said. I will leave the war tools with her. Fair enough, Regim said again. Trinity Dawn, who was riding with them, approached Genie. Genie transferred the caltrops to her inventory. Genie also advised her to wear the Amulet of Rebirth just in case. Trinity told her not to worry. She and Steelhand then followed Regim and rode away. All the Jackal Crew's members broke away from the army and went to the mountain range. Genie watched them leave. She hoped her faith in them was not misplaced. She then returned her focus to the front, keeping an eye on the enemy army marching in the distance. On a vast desert, a large army of humans was surrounding a small building. Not far from this army, on their east side, was an orc army twice the size of the human army. Behind this orc army was a row of large supply carts. The two were just staring at one another. From the western side, those 2 armies saw a huge dust cloud in the distance. Jack, who was with the human army, looked at the dust cloud with trepidation. That must be one of the 3 armies that came to deal with us, John said to Jack. Most likely from the 3rd army. The 1st and 2nd are too tied up to divide their troops. The good news is that I just talked with Genie. She mentioned that she is currently chasing a part of the 3rd army that intends to strike the rear of our dragon army. If Genie fails to stop them, the dragon army will be in trouble. Dude, how is that good news? Jack asked in annoyance. Good news for us. If a part of the 3rd army is there, this means the one heading here is at most only half. I was worried at first if they decide to just let go of these wall and come at us full force. If the dragon army loses, our effort here is also pointless, Jack said. That is not wrong. Well, we each have our tasks to do. Genie will deal with the problem there. Ours here is to weaken the enemy's armies that are fighting with Dragon and Phoenix army for as long as possible. John then turned to his side. Bowler, are you sure all those caltrops have been placed properly? Yeah, we placed them all around us, Bowler answered. The orcs didn't see you placing them? We finished the task before that large army shows up earlier this morning. Before, it was just small scouting forces. I sent a legion to chase them away while having another circling around seemingly in patrol. But it was to disguise us placing those caltrops. Luckily, this place is all sand. It didn't take long to put the caltrops and covered them with sand. Good. You should be proud that you are useful in this way. Once the battle starts, your usefulness will be gone. Bowler had the urge to fire mana bullet at the back of John's head. I didn't expect VRMMO to still keep such a large army, Jack said as he watched the army in the east staring at them. Those must be all the legions protecting the supply carts grouped together, and maybe added by one of the border armies who stayed behind in case of an emergency. That border army must be sent here once they received a report of the missing supplies, John replied. I bet they were already nearby before today. They simply stayed away and waited for this other army from the west to arrive so they have more numbers and can hit us from two sides. That's why we no longer see any supply carts approaching. Those carts must be held by that army. They will only continue the delivery after we are defeated. If this incoming army is half of the third army, combined with the one over there, their number will be 4 times ours, Jack said. That is a correct assessment, John replied. This is an open field. There is no defensive structure or beneficial landscape. The advantage we have is only those caltrops, which will only slow them down. They don't deal any damage nor weaken them. Most of VRMMO's natives' average level is also higher than our native soldiers. Do you think we can win? Our objective here is never about winning. It is about buying our main army as much time as possible. Then why don't we just destroy this supply depot here and play hide and seek? Hit and run to hit their remaining supplies? Bowler asked. Because, my friend, this is their last supply depot in between our country and theirs, John answered. If we destroy this depot, what keeps them from separating their supply carts and heading in different directions? We will then have a problem trying to locate and chase every single cart in this vast desert. The reason they still insist on passing through here is this supply depot. This world system makes it so the rations will deteriorate if they are not refreshed in this depot. If they still had a chance to decrease the loss of rations sent to the front line, they would try. That's why they will be trying their best to recapture this last supply depot. We might have ensured they lost military rations if we destroy this last supply depot, but we will fail to prevent them from delivering the other non-deteriorating supplies such as recovery potions, equipment, and materials. The army that caused the dust cloud was in sight already. They first appeared as black dots along the horizon. Little by little, they became bigger. Soon, everyone saw those black dots turned into a sea of Orcish soldiers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is what you all sign up for, John said. Everyone, battle stations. 2 days after they hit the first supply depot, Jack's human age reached 14 months. He didn't get any new skills from the age increase, but his willpower skill increased to rank 2. On rank 2, willpower reduced its cooldown by 1 minute. Could now be used every 4 minutes. During their hunts for the supplies and supply depots, they killed a decent number of orc soldiers guarding the supplies. They had also killed any monsters nearby. From the EXP points, Jack's Brave Swordsmaster and Beastmaster had both increased by 1 level, to level 59 and level 58 respectively. His remaining class, Time Sage, was close to reaching level 59. While the others were preparing for the incoming battle, John called Jack. Listen, in this battle, you will need to do one thing in order to make sure we buy our 2 main armies a few more days. I believe these coming few days will be the most deciding time. If VRMMO armies still don't receive any supply shipment in these few more days, they won't be able to endure any longer. What do you need me to do? Jack asked. John whispered to him. Jack then looked at the Eastern Orc army. That will be difficult, Jack said. That's why I leave it to you, John said and clapped Jack's back. Remember to leave your big skills for then. John then went into the supply depot with the other guild leaders who had guild headquarters. The supply depot was the only decent protective structure available. After they entered, the door was locked and soldiers barricaded the entrance. Since the enemy didn't plan to destroy the depot when they attacked, hiding inside should create an additional obstacle for the enemy if they wanted to target the guild's summoning platforms. The guild leaders summoned their guild platforms inside the supply depot. They had no problem seeing the outside situation from the projection map above those guild platforms. The guild armies from 7 guilds appeared. Each guild except for Everlasting Heavenly Legends had around 12,000 troops, bulking their army size. Everlasting Heavenly Legends had lost a few troops during the battle at Slaughterer Plains. But since then, 20 days had passed. The time had allowed TIP to organize and returned their army size back to around 15,000. Additionally, the proportion of the advanced troops in the army had increased, because it was mostly the advanced troops that survived the previous battle, earning them veteran status. Hence, the overall strength of Everlasting Heavenly Legends army was actually higher than in the last battle despite having the same army size. Additionally, compared to last time, there were now 5 brave golems standing toweringly over the rest of the army. The other players with high blacksmith skills who had watched Kersey build the first golem had gone on and tried to build one themselves. For new ones had been successfully constructed. These new brave golems were also enhanced with the offensive formula rune diagrams. As for the ice cannon tanks, there was now 25 of them. They were positioned circling the supply depot, ready to fire in any direction. The other guilds who saw Everlasting Heavenly Legends guild army were sighing. They thought they were catching up. But in reality, the gap had become even wider. The most impressive were the 2 mythical grade beings. One was Penny, the level 63 lava dragonet. She was perching atop the supply depot, looking at the faraway huge army without any fear. Her level hadn't increased even when Tip continued to give her simulation training. Because at her level it took a large number of EXP points to level up. As for the other mythical being, Nilrem, she had increased another level to level 60. He hovered beside Penny. Looking at the 2 mythical creatures, the others had their hopes up despite the enemy's much larger number. Even though these 2 were not as high level as the Themisphere's Lord Marshals or Verimer's War Chiefs, at least the opponent also didn't have an officer of the same caliber as those War Chiefs. Perhaps they could still survive this, all of them thought. The 2 Verimer armies started approaching. As they did, the 2 armies broke into 2, becoming 4 armies. The ones that broke away moved to the human army's left and right sides, effectively surrounding them from all 4 sides. Jack's dragon, I saw that Abasai was leading the army that came from the west. He was with the army that broke away and came to one of their sides. The 2 high-level orcs were with him, Lubanzi and Bashara. There were several natives that looked strong as well. It seemed that they had brought quite a few firepowers here. Jack also saw 4 winds and his friends among that army. While Jack expected Abasai to come out and announce his battle declaration, a thundering voice was heard from the army from the east. Jack turned and saw that an orc had come forward from that army. This orc was as large as Lubanzi, who was on the other side. He was riding a huge boar with unusually large tusks. Both the boar and its rider had multiple scars on their bodies. I call for the leader of this miserable human army a euro. The orc roared. I am Mumiza Giant Killer. Show your puny self so I know who is worth killing in this pathetic army. Jack turned and looked at Abasai, who remained within his army. Normally the orcs let their highest rank announce their battle declaration. This meant that the orc from the Eastern Army outrank Abasai. Jack walked to the side that was facing Umiza. He received a message from John on the way. Normally, I will just ask you to ignore this stupid custom of battle declaration and hit them when they weren't ready. But this time, try to stall for as long as possible. Come on, man. How long do you think I can stall by talking? What difference will a few minutes make? Or do you think the orc there is going to listen to me talk for hours? At this time, even a few minutes of delaying their supplies is worth it, John said. I will do my best, Jack replied. As Jack proceeded, he summoned Arlcard and Theras. He didn't summon his wolves and ice demon fiend yet because they had durations. He would do it later when the battle started. Padoin and Jet followed his lead. Miho's brave king and the crimson-maned lion appeared. Everyone was surprised to see another mythical grade combatant join their side. Miho's had also increased his level to level 52. The divine champion looked around. He was not surprised to see himself being called to another war. His expression was even slightly pleased. The other players who had a companion or pet also summoned theirs, increasing the human army further. Surprisingly, Doman also had a companion. His companion was one that was uniquely different. It was a creature that looked like a cat-human hybrid. Jack then remembered that his grandfather mentioned that he met the cat folk race when he was adventuring with Leave Me Alone. He used Inspect and learned that the cat person was named Momed, a level 55 rare elite. "You didn't tell me you have gotten a companion," Jack said to his grandfather when he passed by. "Do I have to tell you every time I accept a disciple?" Doman asked. "Disciple?" Jack looked at Momed. The cat folk was wearing a pair of fist weapons with the shape of tiger heads. From the get-up, it was most likely Momed fought in a battle monk style. He could speculate what had happened from the scene. That cat person must have fought Doman during their encounter. Doman must have impressed him enough that he was willing to become Doman's companion. "Huma Anna Euro!" Umiza's voice thundered again. He was getting impatient because the human army's representative had still not come out to meet him. "Kaminga Euro!" Jack hurriedly said and ran out to meet Umiza. John had asked Jack to stall. If Umiza got angry because he felt being ignored, he might just command his orc army to attack at once. When Jack ran out of the human army, Badu, who was with Abasai, had his eyes turned wide. "Him!" he exclaimed. "Why is he here?" Abasai was surprised as well when he saw Jack. He looked at the stump on his left arm and growled. He might get the chance for revenge here. Badu was ready to charge out. Abasai saw it and held his shoulder. "The elder hasn't given the word," Abasai said. "I'm eager to get a piece of him as well. We will do it together." Badu couldn't control the rage in his heart, but he nodded and stood down. "So, he is truly here." For Wins, who stood a distance away, had expected Jack was around when he saw the lava dragonet and Nurlum above the supply depot. "Master, it seems that fate has given you the chance to meet this player I mentioned, after all." For Wins said to the old orc woman next to him. The woman, however, didn't pay attention to Jack. Her eyes were on someone that Jack had talked to before he walked out. "He is here as well?" she muttered. "Who do you mean, master?" For Wins asked. "I have no interest in this player you mentioned. I have found a target for myself," the woman replied. Umiza, who saw Jack come out to meet him, roared in rage. "Humana Euro! What is the meaning of this? I asked for your army leader, not this weak outworlder. He is our army's general." Duke Alfredo came out and stood beside Jack. Commander Quintus did the same. "Humph! Puny humans. If he is your general, then this will be over very soon," Umiza bellowed. Jack knew that high-level natives like to look down on outworlders, but he was still irritated by Umiza's words. "How high of a level do you think you are to belittle me?" Jack thought and used his inspect on Umiza. Umiza Giant Killer, Rare Elite Orc, Elder, Level 88, Health Point 1,020,000. Level 88? Jack stammered. This was the highest level of an individual he had seen within the army. "Heh? Are you scared now after seeing my level? You are an even more pathetic general than I think," Umiza ridiculed. Jack cleared his throat. "Don't you look down on me, you ugly orc. I have faced beings even more powerful than you." "Ha! Big talk. Oh? Really? Then tell me, have you ever faced a god?" "What the hell are you talking about? I faced God Fear and I hit him in the face with my spell." "In the face? Do you hear me? Have you ever done any feat even remotely close to that? With such an accomplishment, do you think I will cower before a lowly creature such as you?" "Kid, you can fantasize all you want. I am not interested in hearing you making up a story," Umiza said. He actually has done that," Duke Alfredo said. He was a witness to that incident, but he understood if one was not present there. There was no way anyone would have believed this kind of a story. "Whatever, I'm done talking. If that is your battle declaration, so be it. Let's..." "Wait!" Jack exclaimed. "What is it now?" Umiza was just about to give the command to attack. "I have one more thing I want to say to you," Jack uttered. Hearing that, Penuel immediately warned him. "If you are going to do that stupid show again, I ain't going to help you in this battle." Jack rolled his eyes at her. He then gave Umiza the brightest smile possible and said, How about we sit down and talk about this conflict between our races? I'm sure that if we can put aside our differences and talk, really talk, we should find a way to a peaceful resolution. Perhaps we can even be friends and have tea together as we watch the sunset. Umiza's mouth twitched. He was having trouble finding the words to say. In the end, his mouth opened, and a thundering roar rumbled through the desert. He then uttered a command for his army. Destroy, All the orcs started making their own battle cries and advanced. Shit! The stalling tactic didn't work, Jack informed John. If you do it like that, I will be banging my head on the wall if it works, you dolt. John replied. Ever since the two orc armies showed up, John had commanded everyone to adopt the square formation with the supply depot as the formation center. They were ready to receive the assaults from all directions. They didn't charge out, they just waited for the enemies to come. The 4 orc armies that surrounded them were now rushing towards them. The 3 guilds that followed Abasai summoned their guild armies, bulking up the orc army which was already vastly superior in number. However, the number of soldiers that Cypherflight and Warsong Rising summoned was not as many as the time when they fought at Slaughterer Plains. They had lost quite many soldiers in that battle. The short time that passed was not enough for them to replenish the force, especially Warsong Rising, but Fythian still summoned them as a show of loyalty to Abasai. The 3rd guild that followed them was the only one that had a full force of around 12,000 units. Jack didn't move from his position. He was still standing where he was. When he was addressing Umiza, he had stood a distance away from Umiza, behind the land filled with caltrops. It was the same as Umiza. Even though he had come forward, it was still outside the range of the human army's ranged attacks. Umiza was the same as Jack, standing still as his army approached by running from behind him. Jack noticed this elder orc was wearing a pair of glove weapons that had long claws on his both hands. Umiza made a wave and a large 3-headed wolf with 3 thick tails appeared beside him. The beast was a level 83 rare elite. He is a beast master. Jack came to a realization. Umiza then dashed forward with his giant wolf before his army arrived by his side. He was the first to step into the area filled with hidden caltrops, so he was the first to be affected. He immediately paused when he received the notice. He turned to his army, but they were already at full speed. There wasn't time to warn them. All 4 orc armies entered the caltrops area at almost the same time. The frontmost soldiers who stepped on the caltrops were stunned and abruptly stopped. This caused the charging back soldiers to crash into them. The impact sent them sprawling into the ground. The front line became a mess as thousands of orcs fell and were stepped by their comrades. What had happened to Abdu was now happening to the army his son was participating in. Fire! Fire at will! Jack commanded. Everyone let loose of their attacks on the enemies whose charging had stopped. The 25 ice cannon tanks fired their ice beams and slowed the enemy's advance even further, giving the range attacks more time to soften them before they arrived. Nilrem started casting her spell. Knowing that they were heavily outnumbered, she began by immediately casting the mega spell, Knights of the Rounds. As the mega spell slowly took form, Penny flapped her wings and took to the air. The Eagle Rider hunters followed her as protective details. She showered the enemy's mess-up front line with her lava breath while the Eagle Rider hunters followed up with volleys of arrows. Abasai and 4 Winds, who saw Nilrem's mega spell, were pensive. They knew the power of that spell since they had experienced it firsthand. However, there was nothing they could do. Nilrem cast her spell in the middle of the human army. There was no way they could punch through the enemy's formation and get to her before she completed her spell. Yet, their situation was also not the same as before. This time, they had the number. The force that Umiza brought was also filled with old elite orc veterans who had experienced uncountable combat. Their levels were generally even higher than the average soldiers who had been sent to invade Themisphere. Umiza was enraged for having his movement halted by the caltrop. His 3-headed wolf was similarly affected. Their speed slowed after the initial stun. Umiza used Cry of Rage, a berserker skill that eliminates movement restrictions on himself and those around him. The others in the orc army who had the same skill immediately used them as well to nullify the effect of the caltrops. Umiza then made a forceful stomp. His action created a tremor that radiated out. All caltrops that were hit by his tremor were destroyed. "Shit! That guy is no joke," Jack uttered as he moved back to be with the soldiers. He couldn't afford to be reckless with such a high-level enemy right in front of him. Umiza then punched his clawed fist into the ground. The sand split at the point of impact and two large tree roots burst out of the ground. These tree roots extended forward and slammed the ground, destroying any caltrops on their path. Umiza's wolf ran forward following this path. Seeing the wolf approach with such speed, those nearby automatically shifted the focus of their attacks on it. It was clear that this wolf would be the most immediate threat. The wolf just shrugged off all the range attacks that came its way. Its fur was as hard as steel. Its defense was so high that most normal attacks only generated 2 digits damage numbers. When it ran past the field filled with caltrops and was about to pounce at the human army's front line, a golden figure slammed onto it. The figure was Miho's, the divine champion. The wolf's momentum stopped, but it pushed forward. Despite Miho's being a mythical grade, he was still more than 30 levels weaker. He was unable to compete with the wolf for strength alone. The wolf made a forceful shove which staggered Miho's. His 3 heads then came biting with incredible speed. All 3 heads bit different parts of Miho's body. Miho's was unable to block 3 simultaneous attacks. He received damage from the bites, but he didn't show any sign of retreating. Instead, he pushed forward. His greatsword burst with a golden flame. He slashed with equal ferocity against his feral opponent, if not more. An apparition of a muscular man with a lion's head emerged above Miho's. Miho's had used ancestral possession which embodied the spirit of the divine lion. Both the spirit and Miho's clashed fiercely with the wolf. But even then, Miho's was still losing. Another golden figure appeared and slammed its heavy body onto the wolf. It was Brave King. P31 was not going to let his companion fight by himself. P31 also used his gun and shot the wolf from afar. Both P31 and Brave King's attacks were no more than mosquito bites for the 3-headed wolf, but their interference allowed Miho's to somehow hold down the monstrous wolf. In the meanwhile, the orc armies continued to approach. After the initial disarray due to the caltrops, the orc soldiers reorganized themselves. Each of the soldiers had their own way of traversing the caltrops field. Some went near the ones who had AoE skills that provided immunity or resistance against movement restrictions. Some got behind mages who used their AoE spells to blast the ground to get rid of the caltrops. Very few individuals, such as the cipher flight experts, used their mana sensibility to accurately detect the caltrops and destroyed them while they advanced. Of course, this still slowed their advances down, which was what the caltrops originally intended to do. In this way, the war tools were not wasted. The human army also never stopped sending their ranged attacks, maximizing the damage they inflicted while the orcs' advance was being hindered. When the orcs were halfway, they found a thick fog was forming. Soon they couldn't see anything, but they still know which directions to go, so they continued. They saw shadows in the fog coming at them. Did the human army finally choose to come out and meet them in direct combat? When the shadows in the fog arrived, the orcs saw that they were humans, all right, but dead humans. The zombies clawed and bit them while skeletal hands burst from the sand and grabbed their legs. It was Arlcard's Sonata of the Night. Arlcard cast the spell to cover the battlefield on his side, halting the orcs' advance even further. The human army's ranged attacks never stopped. Despite the fog, allies could still see clearly what was inside the fog. "Good job, Arlcard," Jack complimented. He was also sending his ranged attacks while Thuras ran into the fog running interference. Jack had summoned his spirit weapon, wolves, and Ice Demon Fiend once the battle started. His wolves had also run into the fog supporting Thuras while Ice Demon Fiend threw its freeze balls from range. When the fog seemingly held the orc army from advancing, Jack saw in the distance one of the orcs floated up. This orc didn't appear to be simple. This flying orc cast a 6-rune spell. When the spell formation was completed, Jack braced himself for some sort of an offensive spell. Yet nothing happened. But as he was wondering what spell the opponent had just cast, Arlcard's fog shivered. It was then abruptly dispersed. The zombies conjured from the fog disintegrated into nothingness. "Cancel magic!" Penuel exclaimed. "Cancel magic? The fusion spell that you mentioned is created from combining dispel and interrupt," Jack asked. "Yes," Penuel confirmed. Arlcard's Sonata of the Night was a 6-rune spell, so it could be cancelled by the 6 runes cancel magic. This also showed that the orc mage casting the spell either had a higher intelligence stat or a higher level spell than Arlcard. If not, the spell would fail to cancel Arlcard's spell. With the fog gone, the orc soldiers could proceed normally again. Jack called Thuras and his wolves to return. It was too risky to leave them amongst the enemies without the protection of the fog. Arlcard cast his next wide AoE spell, Perpetual Sword of Death. It battered the advancing orc soldiers while the frontline human soldier prepared for a melee clash. Jack used his Wings of Devastation on the approaching orcs. With the orcs already battered by Arlcard's Perpetual Sword of Death, many orcs that were about to arrive before the human army's defensive line ended up losing their lives. Many orcs were lying on the ground. However, it was only the ones most to the front. A few rows behind, the soldiers were covered by translucent vests that seemed to be made of muddy gel. It's Mud Vests, an earth element spell that provides a strong defense to many targets. It also gives very high resistance against lightning-type attacks, Penuel explained. They must have used it in preparation to defend against my perpetual lightning judgment, Jack uttered. He had used that spell for first strike advantage during the Slaughterer Plains battle. The orc officers leading this side must have been present there as well. Hence the preparation to defend against lightning. But since John asked him to save his big skills, he hadn't cast that spell. Jack identified the one who had cast the Mud Vest spell. "Damn it! It's that orc mage again," he uttered. The one who had cast the spell was the same mage who had cancelled Arlcard's spell. He was now hovering over the soldiers who were protected by his spell. He himself was also protected by a mud vest. The soldiers were now charging forward again, stepping over their fallen comrades. The floating orc mage was about to cast another spell, but an energy fist formed above him. The fist slammed towards the orc as abruptly as it appeared. The orc cancelled his spell and waved his hand. The mud vest on him changed shape as if it was liquid and came up and formed a shell above him. The shell blocked the energy fist. Duke Alfredo floated up as he cast another spell to stop this orc mage from taking another action. The orc soldiers below finally reached the human army's defensive line. Soon everyone started fighting. The orcs' ranged units that stayed behind the charging melee soldiers were now also in range to send their attacks. Jack joined the defensive line in clashing with the frontmost enemies. On the side where P31, Mijos, and Brave King were fighting against the three-headed wolf, a herd of armored wildebeests suddenly came charging at them. This forced them to disengage from the wolf. P31 hid behind the defensive soldiers as they used their shields to block the incoming rampage. This wild rampage had been used by Umiza. From his skill set, P31 figured the Orc Elder was a cross between a Beastmaster and a Druid. Up above them was a large spacecraft. It was P31's mothership bombardment. P31 had used the skill to provide air-to-surface support to batter and slow down the advancing Orc army. Something suddenly shot up at high speed toward this spacecraft. This thing crashed into the spacecraft and the spacecraft cracked before it exploded into pieces. P31 looked up in consternation as his skill was forcefully ended before its full duration. Falling with the debris of the explosion was a figure with a pair of translucent wings. It was Umiza Giant Killer. He looked contemptuously at the army below for a brief second before his body zipped again. This time it shot down with great speed. P31 immediately activated his brave techno-suit and ran away from there with his increased speed. The human soldiers tried using their shields to block Umiza's incoming attack. When Umiza touched down, all the soldiers in the vicinity were blown upward while the land caved downward. Before these soldiers landed back down, Umiza's body split into multiple copies. Each copy struck the soldiers that were in the air, delivering massive damage with each strike. Umiza then followed up with a spinning kick. His kick conjured up a twister that swept the soldiers who were about to land back down. They were now lifted back into the air again. Umiza's flashing figure was seen spinning at a blinding speed inside the twister, continuously striking the soldiers trapped inside the twister. He is also a battle monk, P31 noticed. After the twister dispersed, all the soldiers fell. Most had their health point zeros already. Only special elites above level 60 and rare elites survived. Those special elites were in critical condition though. When Umiza wanted to follow up, Commander Quintus rushed forth. Beside him were another 2 level 65 rare elites. Pull back and recover, Quintus told the soldiers who had been wounded by Umiza. Ha! Then you will substitute them to be my prey, Umiza exclaimed as his claw weapon clashed with Quintus' extremely long katana. The other 2 special elites came to Umiza's side to flank him. But when their weapons were thrust, Umiza had disappeared. He reappeared again above the 3. His claws and legs spun and delivered attacks from complex angles. The 3 were unable to cope with Umiza's complex movements and were struck. He also knows martial art. Damn! This guy is way above our league, P31 thought. He had been using his gun to shoot at Umiza, but the damages it produced were even worse than when he shot at the 3-headed wolf. P31 had heard from Jack that Wilted once told him that the lead designer of the game consulted an expert martial artist when designing Second World. This Umiza must be one amongst many that had been programmed with martial art movements based on that expert's input. Umiza's level was too high compared to Quintus and his 2 comrades. They were easily beaten back. Quintus wasn't willing to just give up. His body vanished when he was pushed back from Umiza's kick. 20 shadows then appeared around Umiza. The shadows slashed at the elder orc simultaneously, each targeting his weak points. Umiza didn't seem to fluster at all. His skin turned shiny and rigid as if diamond. It was similar to Battle Monk's steel body, except this was the enhanced version called Diamond Body. Quintus' 20 slashes hit, but the resulting damage was greatly dampened. With a grunt, a key outburst radiated out of Umiza, destroying all of Quintus' shadows. Normally, the user of 100 shadow strikes was immune to damage during execution. But when all the shadows were forcefully eliminated, the reappeared Quintus suffered damage due to the backlash. Quintus knew he was not Umiza's opponent, but he had no choice. Someone had to hold this elder orc down, or else he would run havoc among the regular soldiers. Quintus was about to lunge forward again, but Umiza punched out. A key bullet shot at Quintus. Quintus blocked it using his katana. The resulting impact sent him sprawling back. When Quintus recovered from his fall, he looked to where Umiza was standing, only to find that the orc was no longer there. Above you, Quintus heard P31's warning shout. He looked up and saw Umiza's claw weapon about to hit his head. But suddenly, something collided hard with Umiza, who was in the air. A very strong force radiated out from that impact. Quintus was sent laying on the ground again by that force. When he looked up again, he saw a fully armored man with a helmet that covered his entire head standing before Umiza. The armored man was holding a very large greatsword that was enshrouded by mystic light. P31 recognized the armored man. He was Arthur. Nilrem had completed her Knights of the Round spell. This Arthur was level 74, a level higher than the last time he was summoned. This was because Nilrem's intelligence stat had increased. Even so, Umiza was 14 levels higher. Arthur won't be able to take on Umiza alone. Another fully armored knight appeared behind Umiza. This knight was garbed in white armor and wielded 2 white longswords. Lancelot. Umiza sensed the incoming attack. He spun and struck the 2 longswords accurately while moving to the side. Seeing someone stronger take on the elder orc, Quintus and his comrades moved to deal with the other orc soldiers. They were too weak against Umiza. It was better that they helped other fronts. Arthur and Lancelot alternated their attacks as Umiza knocked their slashes with fast movements. It seemed that the 2 knights were still not enough to contend with the elder orc. When Umiza managed to create an opportunity to deliver a strike, an arrow came whistling. That arrow flew with light trailing behind it. as if a speeding comet, and it was blindingly fast. Even then, Umiza dodged the arrow without looking. Even though P31 didn't have the ability, he had seen Jack and other players perform a similar feat that Elder Orc Umiza was one of the few natives who had mana sensibility. The arrow had been shot by Tristan, another of the Knights of the Round summoned by Nilrem. Despite failing to hit his target, his arrows continued to fly toward Umiza. Some of his arrows could even fly in a curve and struck from the side or the back. This increased the difficulty for anyone to dodge. But none of the arrows hit Umiza. He dodged them or struck the incoming arrows with claws or kicks. Seeing that even 3 Knights of the Round Table were having difficulty, another knight joined. Bedivere with his long lance assisted Arthur and Lancelot from mid-range, while Tristan fired his arrows every time an opportunity arose. The other 8 Knights of the Round spread out in different directions to help hold the orc army tides. Facing 4 Knights of the Round, Umiza was finally having difficulty. He was struck on several occasions despite sensing the attacks. "Ha! You people think this is enough for me?" he uttered. He then made a thundering shout and his body mass grew. 2 horns sprouted on his head. Umiza had used beast form and transformed into a werble. He ended up looking like a minotaur. After transforming, his speed and strength increased. He could move faster even though his body was larger and heavier. Each of his strikes forced Arthur, Lancelot, and Bedivere back. He even mostly ignored Tristan's arrows. The defense of his bull form made the damages from the arrows negligible. He made a roundhouse kick which produced a wind that knocked the nearby 3 Knights down. When he was about to follow up the attacks on the unbalanced Knights, a gigantic sword fell from the sky, right on top of him. He sensed the attack and made an uppercut. It was not any normal uppercut, though. Images of all kinds of wild animals followed his fist as it went up. When the fist and sword met, a destructive force radiated out. The impact turned into an explosion that blew everything away. Even the 3 Knights with their heavy armor were being pushed several meters away. When the dust settled, Umiza was still standing. He received only a little damage from the attack just now. Much of the spell damage had been negated. Nilrem floated above her knights, who had stood back up. The attack just now was her spell Judgment Sword. "Ha ha ha! This is more like it," Umiza exclaimed with a laugh. P31 had since run a distance away, back to helping Mihos and Brave King against the 3-headed wolf. There was no way he could do anything in the fight between that Elder Orc and Nilrem. On another side, Leave Me Alone and Doman were helping the defending soldiers fight the orc soldiers on the front line. Doman's students, below, Jason and Michelle, were also fighting nearby supported by Jet, the Man, Bowler, Giant Steve, Old Demon and Sturdy Serpent. Doman, Leave Me Alone, Jet, Giant Steve, below, Michelle, and the Man were all enveloped in a red aura and all their hair was red. This was due to the first skill from the King of Beast bloodline, Wrath of the Beast. Since receiving this bloodline from Doman at the end of the World Tournament, Jeannie had continued to copy the bloodline whenever she had enough mana cores. She had distributed this bloodline to some of the key melee combatants in their core members, including herself. As for the ranged and magic players, the guild had also acquired super rare bloodlines for these classes lately. Fierce Flame had gained a super rare bloodline during her wandering in the Dorwin region. The bloodline was named Ancient Eagle Spirit. This bloodline catered to ranged classes as its passive effect increased the speed of range projectiles similar to Jack's Time Sage's bonus. While Jack's Time Sage increased ranged attack to 300% original speed, the Ancient Eagle Spirit bloodline increased it to only 200%. However, it added all damages dealt by ranged attacks by 10%. The Eagle Eye skill Fierce Flame had used was the first active skill of this bloodline. It improved the owner's perception and also slowed time slightly. After making a copy from Fierce Flame, Jeannie also distributed this bloodline to Sturdy Serpent, Salty Trade, and Wondrous Life, increasing these core members' ranged capabilities. Another bloodline the guild had acquired was from a quest that John and Old Demon completed together. This bloodline was also a super rare grade and it was meant for magic players. The bloodline was called Mystic Lord. This bloodline's passive effect boosted the intelligence stat and reduced mana consumption when casting spells. Its first skill was named Magic Superiority. When activated, the skill cut down all spells cooldown by half and also +5 to all spell levels. Genie had also copied this bloodline before distributing them to John, Old Demon, Bowler, Trinity Dawn, and Swell Going. A super rare bloodline gave a total of 3 skills. The first skill was immediately available once the bloodline was acquired. The second skill was accessible when the bloodline reached level 5. At the max of level 10, the third and final skill would be available. Unfortunately, none of them had reached bloodline level 5 yet. The Ancient Eagle Spirit bloodline required monster essences from avian monsters, while Mystic Lord required essences from magical monsters. Both monsters were not as scarce as the draconic and demon monsters, but they still required lots of essences for upgrades. With the 3 super rare bloodlines, Everlasting Heavenly Legends core members' overall capabilities were significantly augmented. Players from allied guilds and enemy guilds couldn't help but be astonished by the prowess these guild players exhibited. It seemed that it's not only Storm Wind that is special from that guild, Purple Mist said to Four Winds. They were amongst the players that followed the orc soldiers on the front line. As expected of our rival, Four Winds said, not the least discouraged. Let's meet them in combat. He then turned to the old orc woman he had called Master before. Master, are you going to look for Storm Wind, whom I mentioned? No, I have another target in sight, the old orc woman replied. Muilan had gone over to look for this Storm Wind guy you mentioned. What? Sister Muilan is not his equal. She is just looking for trouble. For Winds uttered. You underestimated your martial sister too much, the orc woman said. When you were busy developing your guild, she continued to practice her martial art diligently in this world. She has already acquired a degree in chi control. She has beaten you in this department. She has. For Winds understood that chi control was mana manipulation in this world. As he had seen during the world tournament, it was something that could tip the scale in a battle. If her martial sister had indeed touched the surface of this realm, she was indeed not to be underestimated. However, during his last clash with Jack, For Winds also sensed that his adversary had also touched this realm. Even though the orc soldiers generally had higher average levels, when they faced the group of martial artists led by Doman, they were still faced with trouble. All the core members of Everlasting Heavenly Legends had been tutored by Doman to a certain degree. Even their guild soldiers knew how to fight with martial arts instead of their monotonous fighting style. Hence, the side that was guarded by Everlasting Heavenly Legends fared better compared to the rest. Momed, Doman's catfolk companion, moved with an agility that was not normally seen in the 7 main races, even the elves. His arms were also longer than the other races, allowing his punches to have a longer reach. Momed already had basic martial art movements when he first met Doman during his journey to help Leave Me Alone claim the White Tiger form. Doman then gave him further tutelage after he became Doman's companion, bringing his martial expertise even further. He was fighting beside Leave Me Alone. Being Doman's top disciples, the two had trained together a lot. Despite didn't talk much, the way the two fought synchronized with one another, covering each other's blind spots. Both also mostly used the same martial art style. Get out of my way, Outworlder. A level 65 special elite orc tried to force his way through. His twin axes alighted with Paladin's white flame as he cleaved at both Leave Me Alone and Momed. Momed put himself forward, his 2 hands twisted in a circle, executing the martial art, reversing heaven and earth. The special elite orc's fiery twin axes swerved off their paths due to Momed's art. While the orc lost his balance, Leave Me Alone slipped through Momed's side and punched the orc. Leave Me Alone's fists were covered in fire. This was because he had used a fire seed to evolve his ki-infused fist. Now when he activated this skill, a scorching flame coated his hands. The evolved skill increased his damage even further and caused fire damage. When Leave Me Alone made the punch using his flaming fist, the flame that followed formed the image of a tiger head. It even produced a roaring sound as the flaming tiger opened its maw and slammed into the orc at the same time Leave Me Alone's fist struck. The orc's armor caved in as he was blown away by the punch. Tiger punch. For a second there, I thought it was a game skill because of that tiger head image. Jet, who was fighting nearby, said, I'm also surprised when it happened the first time, Doman said. That must be this world system interpreting our martial arts and adding visual effects for a dramatic display, Jet said. Well, that's what Jack told me when he saw my perfect execution of 7 injuries fists. Not every martial art produces that kind of visual effect, Doman said. You said your 7 injuries fists produce one? Yeah, let me show you, Jet said and started punching his target at certain spots. An arrow and fireball came at him as he was executing his martial art. Shit! He jumped away, canceling his attack after 4 punches. I told you already. Even when that martial art is very powerful, it is too ineffective. It is difficult to land 7 consecutive punches at particular spots without any pause in a high-intensity fight. It will only work on training dummy or slow opponents. Still like to lecture people, I see. A shadow burst through from among the enemies. It arrived before Doman and Jet in a blink of an eye. The shadow then spun at high speed. Doman ducked and dodged the spinning kick from the shadow. Jet was slightly slower, but he managed to put up his 2 arms and block the spinning kick. The force of the kick sent him skidding through the ground. The one who did the kick then landed on the ground with 1 foot. The other foot was hanging in the air with balanced grace. It was an old orc woman using fist weapons. Spinning crane kick a euro, who are you? Doman asked. The orc woman frowned, seemingly offended. Humph. Watch my move, you senile old man. Her hands turned into 5 and then 10 and then 15. They came with a variety of attack styles. Fist, palm, 1-finger poke, 4-finger stab, claw, middle knuckle punch, and many others. With each movement, her attacks became even more numerous and rapid. Thie's a euro. Holy shit. It's her. Jet, who was more familiar with this game world system, had used his inspect skill and read the orc woman's name when Doman was still using the old-fashioned way by asking for one. Doman, however, knew who his opponent was after seeing the martial art the orc woman executed. Morong Shu, so you are still alive? Doman laughed as he backstepped to avoid the fists. Your 50 Shades of Death is becoming even more deadly now. But why have you become so ugly? Is it because of old age? You used to possess heavenly beauty. You a euro. Can't you see it is because I've been given an orc race? Morong was so pissed her movement paused for a bit. Ugh. I'm out of here a euro. Jet was just about to give Doman a hand, but after hearing Doman's remark, he chose to go fight some other place. The man, who saw Jet come to his side instead of aiding Doman, asked, Master Jet, will Master Doman be okay? The man didn't think any player would be able to give Doman trouble, but seeing the ferocity of the orc woman's attacks and Doman could only dodge, he couldn't help but worry. Leave them be. You don't want to get into a lover's quarrel, Jet replied. Lo a euro la versa euro? The revelation caused the man to miss his swing and ended up getting counterattacked. Jet jumped over him and kicked his assailant. Hey, pay attention, Jet reprimanded. So a euro sorry. A euro I simply cannot picture Master Doman in a romantic relationship, with an enemy some more to add. Hey man, we are all young once. But, well, it is more accurate to call her his ex-lover before he married Jack's grandma. Their relationship can be said to be anything but romantic. The two just danced around one another, which drove us all crazy. I can say that grandson of his inherit the same trait. Doman wasn't aware of the two gossiping about him. He was too busy dealing with Morong Shu's 50 Shades of Death. He had dealt with this martial art quite often in the past, but the one Morong was executing was a huge improvement compared to the last time he experienced it. He couldn't just keep on dodging. With each step back, it was getting more difficult to dodge. His glaive was too cumbersome to parry the varied attacks. He stored his glaive and his 2 hands opened to palms. They then also multiplied. Both his hands were executing 8 gates illusory palm. His multiplied palms smacked the most dangerous attacks from Morong's assault while he continued to dodge the rest. All of a sudden, Morong's assault stopped abruptly. Her body had shifted next to Doman. Her ghost step had also improved. Doman thought with surprise. Morong struck again from close range, this time with a 2-finger poke. It was too close for Doman to dodge, so he used an arm to parry. The moment Morong's fingertip touched his arm, he knew something was wrong. He tilted his body to the side just as black light punctured through his arm. If he didn't tilt, that black light would have hit his heart. Doman lost 1/3 of his health point from the attack. But he did not doubt that if the light had hit his heart as well, he would have received a second hit with a higher damage count. 9 In Abyssal Finger. You have successfully learned it, Doman exclaimed as he jumped away. Humph, you are lucky this is a game world. Otherwise, that left arm of yours will not be usable again, Morong said. Euro, you are right, Doman said. His glaive appeared again. He placed his left arm behind his back. What are you doing? Morong asked after seeing Doman's pose. As you said, if this is our past world, I will only have one arm left. Let's treat it that way. Euro, you will regret this, Morong yelled as she lunged forward. Not far away, Leave Me Alone was still fighting beside Momed. He had absolute confidence in Doman and never for a second thought that his master needed help. He just focused on dealing with the enemies that came his way. He suddenly swiveled to the right when he sensed an invisible attack. Disco Rain appeared after her attack was parried. She wasn't surprised since Leave Me Alone had exhibited mana sensibility during the World Tournament. Her unblockable stab came next. Leave Me Alone pumped mana into his fist and punched the Phantom Dagger. His fist destroyed the supposedly unblockable assault. Disco Rain was also not surprised by this. She disappeared to Leave Me Alone's back while at the same time her combat clone appeared and struck from the other side. Leave Me Alone used his cycle of shade and shadow, redirecting the attacks from two sides. Taking advantage when Disco Rain was unbalanced, Momed came and struck both Disco Rain's real body and clone. Both Leave Me Alone and Momed sensed a strong attack coming then. They bolted to opposite sides as a large blue image of a sword came slashing down. The resulting force pushed the two away from one another. Leave Me Alone then felt another assault come to his back. He whirled around and found starlight filling his view. Out of reflex, he used Battle Monk's infinite lightning punches. His fiery fists clashed with the starlight. Rapid impact sounds were heard each time the fist and starlight collided. When the exchange ended, Leave Me Alone found it was Four Winds who was in front of him. I am genuinely impressed. Everlasting Heavenly Legends is truly filled with experts, Four Winds said. Four Winds' physique became a giant after he finished speaking. He had activated his Titan Bloodline skill. Disco Rain came at Leave Me Alone again to fight together with Four Winds. Leave Me Alone also saw Purple Mist and her lesser angel behind the two. He then glanced to the side and saw Momed being occupied by Violent Blizzard and Coca. The others were dealing with the native soldiers. They were outnumbered. Leave Me Alone didn't back down. He charged ahead instead. As he did, his body grew larger and covered by white fur. Both Four Winds and Disco Rain were taken aback by Leave Me Alone's transformation. Leave Me Alone was a battle monk, after all. They were not aware of the universal technique books that Leave Me Alone and the others had gotten from the ancient battleground. Furthermore, the form that Leave Me Alone transformed into was not one that they had ever witnessed before. From the aura they sensed using their mana sense, they were genuinely alert. Leave Me Alone's speed increased in this form. He arrived before them in an instant. Four Winds' Titan physique was still slightly bigger than Leave Me Alone's tiger form, but that didn't give Four Winds any confidence. Four Winds activated his enhanced berserk. Crimson tattoos adorned his body as he swung his axes. Leave Me Alone's claws met the axes. Upon first contact, the strength difference was clear. Even being a class that was supposed to have a higher strength stat, boosted by the Titan bloodline, Four Winds' axes were still smacked aside after colliding with Leave Me Alone's tiger claws, which were coated in flame. Four Winds had no choice but to retreat. Aside from losing every impact, he also lost a bit of health point in the clash, indicating that Leave Me Alone's standard attack eclipsed his own by 3 times. He then saw Leave Me Alone's tiger claws extended and became like knives. He knew then that he couldn't afford to get hit directly by those claws. He backflipped when Leave Me Alone's swinging claws came. At the same time, Disco Rain attempted a backstab. But Leave Me Alone's swing didn't stop. His body continued to swivel and turned into a human tornado. It was not a game skill, but a martial art that he had learned from Doman, death-carrying cyclone. The swiftness made Disco Rain almost unable to dodge. She was forced to use Vanish in the nick of time to escape getting hit. For Winds used Ancestral Possession. An apparition appeared above him and he came to clash with Leave Me Alone again. Each impact now shaved 4 Winds' health point greater than before. But a circle of light illuminated the ground they were standing on. It was Purple Mist's spell, Words of Prayer. For Winds gained buff and recovery from the spell. Purple Mist also cast Regeneration on 4 Winds, allowing him to better survive a direct clash with Leave Me Alone. The lesser angel next to her threw her flaming sword and disrupted Leave Me Alone while Disco Rain tried to sneak an attack from the side. For Winds continued to step back as he clashed, trying to pull Leave Me Alone away from the human army's defensive line. Many ranged attacks came and barraged Leave Me Alone's body. The other native soldiers also came, trying to surround Leave Me Alone. A loud roar was released from Leave Me Alone's mouth. The white tiger roar pushed back and damaged all that came near, including For Winds who stumbled from the pushback. He performed an acrobatic somersault backward to negate the force and landed back on his feet. For Winds then found that Leave Me Alone had undergone another transformation. The fur around Leave Me Alone stood on end, accompanied by a white swirling aura. Leave Me Alone became even stronger and faster. His recovery speed was also higher, allowing him to ignore those ranged attacks. He clawed and stabbed at those native soldiers around him whose movements were less refined. Purple Mist and her lesser angel tried their best to heal those natives, but some still perished. For Winds were speechless. He thought Jack was the only unreasonable player within everlasting heavenly legends. Now he had met another. More natives came to surround Leave Me Alone again. Among them were several level 60 and 65 rare elites. As they came near, 20 large balls of flames appeared around Leave Me Alone. Fuck! Retreat! Retreat! For Winds commanded. The flame balls spread out in every direction, hitting a very large area. Purple Mist was situated further, hence she was still able to run out of the danger zone. For Winds didn't manage to. Purple Mist had her lesser angel use her prismatic shield on 4 Winds. Disco Rain was also near Leave Me Alone. She knew she won't be able to flee the blast area, so she took her chance to come near Leave Me Alone. She believed the fireballs won't land near where Leave Me Alone was. She only needed to try to survive a melee against him then. But as she got nearer, she noticed Leave Me Alone was looking at her. She became tense. Would Leave Me Alone prevent her from approaching so she would still be inside the blast area? She then noticed Leave Me Alone's tiger eyes glowed an eerie red, and her body stopped moving. What? She uttered in consternation. She then sensed a fireball falling near her, but she couldn't move. Her body was soon engulfed by the raging flame. What Leave Me Alone had done is use Mesmerize. It was Vampire's race skill when they reached the age of 9 months. It paralyzed a target through eye contact for a few seconds. This race skill had a 2 hours cooldown, and it was less effective when used against higher-level targets. The explosion caused by the 20 spread-out fireballs turned a large area into a sea of flame. When the fire receded, many had fallen. For Winds still survived. The prismatic shield had blocked a large portion of the damage. His Titan strength also provided him with a large health point, defense, and resistance. Another reason was that Leave Me Alone didn't concentrate his fireballs in one area. So, For Winds was only assaulted by the damage from one fireball. A healing light from Purple Mist fell on 4 Winds and brought him back from the critical state. When they looked at where Leave Me Alone was, they found the humanoid tiger was now wearing a suit made of flame. Beside this emperor beast was a glowing runestone of combat. The two couldn't help but shiver from the sight. The rare elite and special elite natives survived the fire god barrage, but they were also intimidated by the ferocity exhibited by Leave Me Alone. But orcs were not a cowardly race. They uttered a roar to dispel the anxiety in their hearts, brandished their weapons, and charged back toward their adversary. For Winds gripped his 2 axes tightly. If the natives showed courage, no way he would do otherwise. He also charged forward. On another side, the other 6 main guilds from Themisphere's side were also fighting valiantly. Aside from support from their guild soldiers, they also used a few summoning crystals and summon monsters to help them fight. At this stage, all 6 guilds had also gotten a guild hero and a guild guardian. Only Everlasting Heavenly Legends had 2 guild heroes. However, the 3 guilds from VRMMO also had monster summoning crystals, guild heroes, and guild guardians. With the natives on VRMMO's side having more numbers, the Themisphere sides couldn't help but feel the pressure continued to build up. Damn it! That John guy promised a glorious battle with the potential of many war contribution points if we join this shock army. This is not glorious. This is hopeless. Wealth Holder, the leader of the 6 Rings of Prosperity, uttered. From the look of it, I'm sure we will get lots of war contribution points, so he didn't exactly lie. Beauty Beholder from Gluttonous Despot said. What's the point if we die? Wealth Holder asked. I should have chosen to control the guild army from inside that supply depot. If we lost, you will still get killed inside there. And why are you so worried? You are wearing the Amulet of Rebirth, aren't you? Beauty Beholder asked back. We will still lose a lot of our guild soldiers. I don't think the war contribution points will make up for that. Hey! Less bickering and more fighting. Blue Days from White Scarfs reprimanded. You people should learn from those dogs of war members. See how they fight without complaining all the time. Wealth Holder looked at where Blue Days had indicated. He saw the group of players composed of only assassins and gunners. They fought in an organized pattern, coordinating perfectly with both the natives and their guild soldiers. What do you expect? They are professional soldiers, Wealth Holder said. Are you going to use that as an excuse to perform badly? Blue Days shot back. Damn it! We are also professional gamers. We won't lose to them. Everyone, show your worth, Wealth Holder finally said. They were still paying attention to where the dogs of war players were fighting. The most eye-catching were the 2 players in the lead. One of the 2 was an assassin. Despite being an assassin, he fought in the open. His movements were very precise and nimble. Enemies had a hard time hitting him even when there was little space for him to maneuver. His dagger stabbed precisely and always at the weak points, garnering a very high chance to score critical hits. They recognized him as one of the 3 top officers in Dogs of War, Sergeant Zero. The other 2 were David and Serpent Boss. David was inside the supply depot with John controlling the guild armies. Serpent Boss was beside Sergeant Zero. He fought using rifles when the enemies were far away. When they came near, he switched to dual guns. When enemies came into melee, he changed his offhand gun to a dagger. He weaved in and out between opponents as he delivered headshots and neck stabs. Not only the enemies had trouble keeping up with his whereabouts, even his allies sometimes lost track of his position. Damn it, we can't lose to them, Wealth Holder uttered again. Themisphere's army continued to fight a strenuous battle against the VRMMO's force. Not only did the enemies outnumber them, but the enemies also had more natives in their force compared to them who had more than half composed of outworlders. As they were fighting, they felt the air around them become cold. Be careful. A large AoE spell is incoming. Kill Order from Black Cloak, who could sense mana, gave a warning. Kill Order had given the right to control the guild soldiers to his aid. He preferred to be in the field of battle. However, the warning was futile. The spell covered a large area. They didn't have enough time to flee. Not to mention the area was packed with soldiers and players. It wasn't easy to maneuver around. Those who had defensive spells and skills immediately activated them. The spell took effect and the area around them was covered with ice energy. They recognized the spell as Ice Storm, 1 out of the 3 elemental storms that an elementalist received when they reached level 50. This ice storm dealt ice damage as well as slowed those within the affected area. Even though the area was large, the damage carried by the spell was still bearable. They just had to endure the slow effect. However, before they could feel relief for surviving the spell, another similarly large AoE spell was dropped in the same area. Another Oniyuro no, several more. Black Cloak warned. Sentinels, protection field. Priests, words of prayers. Spread out the castings. The 2 classes nearby followed the command, spreading out the activation of the skills and spells in a large area. At the same time the AoE spell hit, it was Firestorm this time, several firestorms. Firestorm caused the highest damage compared to Ice and Lightning Storms, but it didn't have the crowd control effect as the two. With several layers of firestorms laid in the same area, the cumulative damage was very high. Even with the protection fields and words of prayers covering the affected area, the health point of those affected still went down at a rapid rate. Natives were still fine since they had high health point pools, but players were not. The defensive players could still bear the punishment, but the more vulnerable classes soon found themselves in critical conditions. Druids. Healing Rain. Bluedays ordered. She herself was also a druid now. She cast her level 50 spell, Healing Rain. Sinreaper, who had changed class to Archmage, cast Magic Field, boosting Blueday's spell, as well as triggering her Healing Rain to be cast twice. This recovery spell covered a similarly large area, but its healing process wasn't instant. With many druids casting the same spell, the healing amount stacked and balanced the damage they lost. The third elemental storm, Lightning Storm, hit in between the firestorms, inflicting paralyzed status on some of the players. When the effect hit healer classes, it reduced their chance of surviving this elemental onslaught. The elemental storms continued to hit. When they were fearful that the spells would never end, they fortunately did. A number of players perished, but luckily a large number survived because of their quick responses. Before the start of this decisive battle, their guild leaders had distributed elemental resistance scrolls. All the players had also eaten food that granted them extra health point, physical and magical defenses. Without these extra buffs, they wouldn't have been able to survive these chain storms. What the hell was that? Wealth Holder uttered. Most likely one of the top guilds in VRMMO, the Mage Society, David from Dogs of War, who was controlling the guild soldiers inside the supply depot, informed them via the party's chat. They are a guild that only accepts magic class players. A large portion of their members is elementalists. Dogs of War had gathered intelligence on the top guilds in VRMMO before the war. Hence, they knew about it. The same chain storms were cast in other areas, John informed. Those other areas are not as lucky as yours. Heavy casualties have been inflicted, especially on players. I reckon 5 groups of players composed only of elementalists had done the damage just now. The elemental storm had a 1-hour duration. Higher levels had a shorter duration. We must eliminate these groups before they do those chain storms again. They are too damaging. Damn. They actually thought up this offensive method. How do you propose us do that? They are behind the enemy's defensive line, Wealth Holder asked. I've already tasked our Eagle Rider hunters to hunt those elementalists, but they won't be able to decimate the 5 groups within an hour. I required expert assassins to use their vanish skill and slipped behind the enemy's line and hunt another group. Slip past the defense line? You do know that vanish will be cancelled when the users are touched, right? How do you think they can slip in without getting touched through all this mess? Wealth Holder asked. That's why I said expert assassins. All second-rate ones no need to try, John replied. I will lead an assassin squad from Dogs of War for this mission, Sergeant Zero said in the chat. I will do the same as well, Lustful Ellie from Crowd of Sins added. So am I, Kill Order said. We don't have many expert assassins, but we will help, Dashrunner from White Scarf said. He was now a level 54 assassin. Even if you manage to kill those elementalists, you will all be trapped behind enemy lines. Your vanish skill will still be on cooldown when you try to escape, Wealth Holder said. We will manage, Sergeant Zero replied. Kill Order, Lustful Ellie, and Dashrunner didn't say anything. Do it, John said. Dude, you are truly heartless, aren't you? Fat Gregory remarked. Dude, we are in a war. It is a heartless situation from the start, John returned. Even then, you said there are 5 groups in different areas, didn't you? We won't be able to hit all 5, Sinreaper said. I have an expert who is godly when it comes to creating havoc from inside the enemy ranks, John said. I will be calling him now. The said expert was still defending against the orc soldiers with Arlcard, Thuras, and his ice demon fiend. His spirit weapon had run out of duration and Jack sent it inside the enemy's rank before it used its finishing mode. with Duke Alfredo taking care of the orc mage officer. They didn't have any trouble keeping the enemy's tides. This side where Jack was defending was faring much better than the other sides. Considering this was a defensive battle, Jack didn't fight too deep into the enemy's rank, but he was still slightly ahead of the others. His formless flowing sword style was more effective when fighting against enemies from all sides. He let the enemies surround him and then used his sword art to tear them down. As he was merrily slicing and dicing, he found himself surrounded by red flower petals. Huh? Where do these petals come from? Jack wondered. While he was still wondering, he sensed mana from each of these petals. The closest ones suddenly rushed towards him. He dodged out of instinct, but since there were so many, some still cut him. Damage numbers appeared whenever he was hit by these petals. A skill euro? Jack uttered with surprise. He looked around trying to see the source of this assault. I'm not aware of any skill or spell that created such a visual, Penul informed. Not a skill, Jack thought. The petals turned more violent then. Their speed picked up and they rushed at him in droves. This mysterious assault didn't give him much time to think. He immediately cast Ice Ring. Cold energy radiated out and froze the incoming petals. But they were only stopped for a second before they resumed again. Shit! Jack used Whirlwind Slash. The force from the skill shredded a portion of the petals, but some were unaffected and continued onward. Jack activated Gold Scale Armor as the petals flew past and cut his body again. Ha! You are not as formidable as Brother Four Winds described you, Jack heard a woman's voice. He looked over and found the petals scatter and reveal a young female orc holding two long swords in both hands. The orc girl spoke again. You can't even deal against my 100-petal swords. You have to use this game world's defense skill to block my art. I am disappointed. The attack just now is a martial art? Jack asked. He used his inspect at the same time. The orc girl was named Muilan. She was a level 55 blade dancer. Of course, Muilan answered. I am not as low as you to depend on instant game skills that require no effort in learning. Girl, do you have to use such condescending tone and words every time you open your mouth? That is not a polite way to talk to your elder. What elder? You don't look that older than Mayayuro. Hehe, so you are truly a little girl. Getting worked up from just a few words. Jack ridiculed with a smile. The only thing you are good at is using your mouth. Watch my sword Sayuro, Muilan exclaimed. His two swords started spinning. At the same time, the image of 100 petals reappeared, obscuring Muilan's figure. This is a martial art that conjured a visual image, just like Jet's 7 Injuries fist, Jack thought. He was pretty certain there would be no petals if this martial art was performed in the real world. Jack didn't just stay idle. As the petals approached, he accumulated mana onto his two hands. You want martial art? Then I'll give you one, Jack exclaimed as his two swords exploded into countless blurs of swings. All the petals that approached were slashed apart. None managed to come near Jack. With the petals decimated, Muilan was revealed again. Her eyes were wide with shock. She never thought the martial art she was proud of could be destroyed so handily, but she was not willing to admit defeat. You are just lucky. Watch my moonlight swords, Muilan exclaimed. Her two swords slashed forward with incredible speed. Mana manipulation followed these twin slashes. I will defeat you with martial art, so you have no excuses, Jack returned. Although he indeed had a high luck stat, he was still annoyed when an opponent said that he relied on luck. Hey expert, I have a task for you. John's message came at this time. No time. Busy. Jack gave him a prompt reply. The sword in Jack's right hand made a simple slash when Muilan's moonlight sword came into range. A single straight line crushed Muilan's twin slashes. Because of the huge difference in strength stat, Muilan's swords were smashed to the side by Jack's one-word slash. While Muilan was unbalanced, Jack's left-hand sword followed with the same martial art. Muilan was unable to dodge nor parry this second slash. The straight line produced by the one-word slash sliced through Muilan's belly. Her health point fell to critical, but she still survived. Jack was amazed. It seemed that this strange girl had decent enough equipment. The girl was also greatly surprised. She didn't think that she would lose so badly. Even though the reason she lost the clash was due to a high difference in strength stat, she could still see that both Jack's sword art execution and mana manipulation weren't simple. She was stubborn but not stupid. When she saw Jack's right-hand sword twisted into a thrusting position for a third follow-up strike, she quickly swapped her pendant with the Amulet of Rebirth. Jack's follow-up attack, one-word thrust, swiftly pierced through Muilin's body, devouring her remaining health point. But Jack managed to see her pendant changed before she died. Good reflex, Jack thought. But who was this weird girl? She just came out of nowhere and specifically challenged him. She was from Cipher Flight and she mentioned 4 Winds. Jack didn't believe 4 Winds would have sent this one girl to come at him. Unless, of course, 4 Winds had a grudge against her and intentionally sent her here to die. But he didn't think 4 Winds was one such person. Maybe he would just ask 4 Winds later. Jack didn't waste too much time thinking about the girl. He was back to fighting the orc soldiers. Hey, you were saying something just now? Jack sent John a message. Yeah, I need you to go somewhere, John replied. Somewhere? Then what about the defense here? If you don't go there, the defense on that other side will fall and the result will be the same. Don't worry about this side. I'm going to thin it out a bit so that your side can still manage without you. Thin it out? How are you going to a euro? Jack didn't continue his sentence when he saw Nilrem floating above him. Jack looked back and saw the side she was originally at. The 3 knights of the round were still contending with Umiza. But without Nilrem backing them up, they were having trouble keeping up with the beast form Umiza. Hey, if you pull Nilrem out, her original side will be in trouble. That elder orc is no joke. Jack sent a message to John. She just needs to be there temporarily to cast one spell. Protect her while she is casting, John replied. Jack saw a couple of orc officers using flying tools and headed to Nilrem when she started casting. Jack immediately cast Soar and floated to put himself before her. He rushed at the 2 orcs and kept them busy so they didn't disturb Nilrem. While he was fighting the 2, he saw from the corner of his eye another orc take to the air. This orc was a mage with a flying spell. The orc cast a spell that produced an ice arrow. That ice arrow was headed to Nilrem. Jack used the Sword of Light at the ice arrow, but one of the orcs he was fighting put himself in harm's way, blocking the Sword of Light using his body. The same orc then did a suicidal move by forcing himself to grab Jack. The other orc with flying tools flew toward Nilrem when Jack was occupied. Nilrem watched the ice arrow come, but she didn't stop her spell. A dark cloak came and wrapped around her. The ice arrow hit the cloak, sparing Nilrem from the assault. But the danger was not over. The second orc with the flying tool had come near. He stabbed his spear at Nilrem, but the spear was deflected when a figure came between the orc and Nilrem. Arlcard, Jack shouted gladly. The dark cloak that protected Nilrem was Arlcard's Shadow Veil spell. Arlcard also had a pair of very large bat wings on his back, allowing him to fly. Jack figured that was his new ability after leveling up. Arlcard's rapier danced with a multitude of thrusts and forced the incoming orc back. Nilrem completed her spell then. Jack noticed it was an 8-rune spell. The same 8-rune spell that she had cancelled at the end of the battle at Slaughterer Plains. When Jack was wondering what spell that was, he heard buzzing from the direction of the orc soldiers. The buzzing grew louder. He was still in the sky, so he had a better look. Bubbles appeared in the area where the buzzing sound was heard. At the same time, the ground underneath the orc soldiers turned liquid. These orcs started sinking into the liquefied ground. Without warning, the ground, which was now water, spun. The affected area was very large. Jack saw a huge number of orc soldiers getting swept around inside a whirlpool that had magically appeared on dry land. Several magic soldiers who had flying spells took to the sky to escape the whirlpool, but tentacles made of water came out and snatched them before pulling them back into the water. Damage numbers continued to pop above the orc soldiers that were trapped inside the whirlpool, and the whirlpool didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon. Damn, Jack said. No wonder she cancelled her spell when the orcs decided to retreat at the end of the Slaughterer Plains battle. The spell covered a very large area and was stationary. If she had continued casting, the whirlpool might have killed many orc soldiers, but it could also hit their own since the human army was chasing the fleeing orcs at the time. This time, they were defending. So, the spell only hit the enemies, and it also prevented the enemy's back row from moving forward, allowing their defensive line to deal with the enemies that were besieged between them and the whirlpool, greatly reducing the pressure on the defensive line. "That's the Lake of Death spell," Penuel informed. "I have bought you time, go here." John sent Jack a set of coordinates. Nilrem flew back to fight with Umiza. "Motherfucker. This is behind the enemy's line." Jack cursed. "Yeah. You have plenty of experience doing that before, haven't you?" John replied. "Against players, not against natives." Jack uttered. "I won't be able to save my big skills if so." "Then at least save your over-limit and divine skills," John said. He then informed Jack about the elementalist groups that had wreaked havoc on the other side. After listening, Jack admitted that they indeed needed to do something about those gangs. Eagle Rider hunters and the assassin gang led by Sergeant Zero had begun to penetrate the enemy's rank to hunt those elementalists, but they won't be enough to deal with all 5 groups before those elementalists used their chainstorms again. Jack transformed into his supreme dragon form. "Do you know where the remaining groups are?" Jack asked and cast a spell at the same time. 2 groups are being handled as we speak. The coordinates I sent just now are the closest to you. These are the other 2 coordinates for the remaining groups, John answered. Do note that these coordinates were their previous positions. We don't know if they have moved since they unleashed their chain storms. "All right, I will look for them," Jack replied. He completed his spell then. 3 copies of himself with the same dragon form appeared. Since his copies were also in dragon form, they could fly as well. Jack sent those copies to the 3 coordinates John had given. While waiting for his copies to arrive there, he continued to help hold the defensive line here. Jack's copies flew unhindered into the enemy's rank. The orc soldiers sent ranged attacks at the humanoid dragons that flew above them, but since they were just copies, the attacks just went through. Some orcs with flying spells or tools even flew up and tried to block the copies physically, but the copies simply flew past them as if ghosts. After a while, the orcs decided that those humanoid dragons were simply mirages that the enemy had conjured to distract them. They ignored those copies then. The 3 copies continued to look around. None of the elementalist groups were in the coordinates John had given. They must have moved away. So, Jack used those coordinates as focal points and started flying outward in spiraling circles, looking for groups composed only of elementalists. After searching for a while, he finally found one such group. "Damn! They have so many elementalists," Jack thought after seeing the group he found. There were hundreds of players crowding there with only the elementalist class, and they were all from the same guild, Mage Society. They had retreated after unleashing their chain storms, no doubt waiting for their elemental storms to come off cooldown before heading back to the front line. Jack flew down toward them. The elementalists also saw Jack's copy coming down. They had seen soldiers in the distance attacking this copy and failed, but some that were closest to the copy still threw their spells at it just to make sure. Their spells similarly went through Jack's copy without any effect. Hence, they just ignored the copy even after the copy landed right in their midst. As they continued monitoring their elemental storm's cooldown, one of the elementalists said, "Hey, can a mirage cast a spell?" "What are you talking about?" his friend asked back. "That human dragon mirage is casting a spell a euro." Huh. Everyone looked over to the human dragon mirage that was in their midst. The humanoid dragon was indeed casting a spell. A 7-rune spell formation was forming on its left claw. What the euro? They were confused at the sight. As the spell took form, an orb of lightning appeared. This orb then sucked in countless lightning elements from all around, including lightning from the sky, and even some from their equipment that possessed lightning elements. The orb then exploded into countless lightning snakes that spread out in all directions. Jack had changed places once he landed. Since the enemies just treated him as air, he happily cast his spell without interruption. Normally, Jack directed his perpetual lightning judgment in a fan-shaped area. But since he was surrounded by enemies this time, He just unleashed the spell in its normal state, which was hitting the area all around him. Similar to how he first saw Garland cast this spell. The power that Jack's perpetual lightning judgment carried was unnatural. There was no way these magic class players with low health point and low defense could survive the spell. Within the blink of an eye, the area around Jack was full of the still bodies of the elementalists. Other players and natives who were outside the area of effect stared at the suddenly cleared area speechlessly. They didn't know what to make of it. A field of electricity suddenly erupted. Then everyone dropped to the ground, leaving only a single human dragon mirage at the center of the field filled with corpses. They were unsure of what to do. Did the human dragon mirage the cause of this bizarre phenomenon? Should they attack it? But they had seen many send their attacks before, and the attacks just passed through that mirage. Expert, have you found one of the elementalist groups? John sent a message. One is down. I'm searching for the other two, Jack replied. Holy a euro. You are not shitting me, are you? Already? If the assassin group heard of this, they will flip. They are still engaging the elementalist group as we speak, and with difficulty. I used my perpetual lightning judgment. The second one might take longer. Okay, found the second one. I'm heading over. Jack originally wanted to go and fought the enemies who were still staring at him here, to reap some souls while waiting. But since he had found another elementalist group, he exchanged position with that copy. At that time, one of the enemies around him decided to shoot an arrow at him. The arrow went through Jack since he had just exchanged places again. The one here was now the copy. Seeing an arrow went through Jack as if air. The soldiers again ignored him. They wondered though, from where did that lightning disaster come? The same thing was happening to the second elementalist group. They threw their spells when Jack came at them. But since Jack's real body was still in another place at that time, this copy was unaffected. They then ignored him. When Jack changed places, he was standing right among these elementalists who were still unaware. One of the elementalists, who was bored because they got nothing to do, came and take a look at the human dragon mirage that had landed. This is one cool mirage. I can't use my inspect on it, the elementalist said to the friend next to him. Of course you can't, because it's just a mirage, his friend replied. Where do you think it comes from? Why does it come here? Must be an enemy spell to confuse us, trying to distract us so we waste our skills and spells on this mirage. Stupid spell if you ask me. This trick is easily found out. Once we see that our standard attack can't hit it, no way we are going to continue. Do they think we are going to cast our big spells on a questionable target? If that's what the spell is for, I agree it is indeed stupid. Unfortunately for you, it's not. The elementalist and his friend looked at the human dragon mirage with wide eyes. It just talked. They opened their mouths, about to say something again, but the humanoid dragon suddenly spun. His claws extended. Since they were the closest, they were struck by the claws. They felt as if they had been cut by the blades of a helicopter. Before they knew it, they were on the ground and their vision darkened. Jack had used Whirlwind Slash. All the elementalists within his skills range were slain. He then cast Magic Field and activated Dragon Eye. He proceeded to chain cast most of his offensive spells. The elementalist players were completely caught off guard. They were hit by multiple spells before they knew what was happening. Many perished. After exhausting his spells, he activated Strength of the Wild and started running around like a wolf being let loose inside a henhouse. His formless flowing sword style danced around the low health point elementalists. Almost every player there dropped to the ground from a single slash. Jack had combined his sword art with mana manipulation, turning his every slash into deadly attacks. The elementalists couldn't cast their spells. The enemy was very fast and there were allies all around. Their spells could easily hit their friends. When they were unsure what to do, the native soldiers that were near them came into their ranks. Move back, the soldiers instructed. Jack used Wind Slash and killed the elementalists that were about to flee. He then went in a different direction. He had no time to deal with the native soldiers. He needed to thin this elementalist group further. He knew he couldn't wipe out the second group as cleanly as the first one, but as long as he reduced their numbers, their chain storms wouldn't be as effective anymore. The elementalists also saw how deadly Jack was. They could no longer afford to stick together. They started to break ranks and spread around, looking for protection from melee players or native soldiers. I can't kill all the second group, but I think I have taken out more than half, Jack informed John. Many melee players and native soldiers were converging on him. That's all right, that should reduce their edge by a lot. They will also need time to reorganize. Go here. The third group is starting to take action. John sent Jack another set of coordinates. Jack sent his nearest copy in that direction, all the while continuing to hunt for elementalist players as best as he could. With his speed, the melee players and native soldiers had a problem stopping him. His copy soon found the third group. They had started laying down their elemental storms. Multiple elementalists cast their spells in layers, but with their number, they also spread it around, forming many mini-squads that were in charge of particular areas. They were very organized. They must have practiced this tactic often. Jack looked at his side, which was being bombarded with elemental storms. They were having trouble just trying to survive. Luckily, John also asked a player to tell Laurent to go to the area that was in trouble. The High Priest had just arrived and cast his mass healing and mass protection spell to mitigate the damage from the storms. Jack noticed that although the elemental storms covered a large area, it was not as large as when Master cast it. Peniel informed Jack that Master's firestorm must have been modified by an evolved seed that enlarged the spell's effective area. The elementalists were still in their chained casting. Jack couldn't let them continue unchecked. Jack changed places with his copy and then unleashed his soul breath. The soul breath decimated many enemy elementalists. But there were too many of them. Jack flew down and again ran rampant in their midst. His sword art cut left and right. He also activated his magic staff active ability, Mana Steel Aura, reducing the elementalists' mana point to disrupt their spellcasting abilities. With the interference, they could no longer properly chain their spells. This allowed the defending side enough time to react. While Jack caused havoc within the elementalist ranks, a few native orcs suddenly barged in. Accursed outworlder! I will finally have my Revengia Euro! A loud voice yelled. Jack was surprised by the yell. He turned and saw a familiar orc. Badu Thickskull, the one who had sworn to take vengeance for the death of his son, Wangam, who died in the battle during the expedition to the Temple of Divine Squall. Behind Badu were Abasai Raretooth and Hubisai Loudroar. At his current level, he didn't need to worry about Badu and Hubisai. Both of their levels had increased since the battle during the expedition. Badu was now level 57 and Hubisai level 53, but they were only a special elite and an elite respectively. Even though they were much stronger than their equal counterpart for being special-ranked natives, their grades were too low for the current Jack. Jack had grown too strong for them by now. The only menace for him was Abasai. The warlord was a level 66 rare elite, 7 levels higher than Jack. Jack might be able to handle him if he fought Abasai alone supported by Arlcard and Thuras, but he had left his 2 minions back where he was originally positioned. Now it was instead he against Abasai supported by the warlord's aides. However, Abasai had only one arm due to his brave slash. So the warlord was not at his peak. Seeing the situation, Jack decided not to flee. The elementalists around him had mostly been slain. The surviving ones tried to put as much distance from him as possible. Jack was glad that Abasai didn't bring his 2 high-level aides, Lubanzi and Bashara. Otherwise, Jack could only flee. Unbeknownst to Jack, Lubanzi and Bashara were elsewhere fighting the Knights of the Round. Dia Euro! Badu exclaimed as he cast a spell. Vines erupted from the ground, trying to entangle Jack. Jack's whirlwind slash promptly cut all the emerging vines. Jack rushed over to Badu. If he could kill one opponent first before Abasai arrived, all the better. But before he reached Badu, the ground directly in front of the orc split apart and a large man-eating plant appeared. The plant had a large eyeless head with a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth. The plant was about to chomp at Jack, but Jack suddenly vanished. His body zipped past both the plant and the orc it was protecting. 5 rapid slashes hit their bodies. With the blitz slash, Jack appeared before Abasai and Hubisai who were still heading over. Jack used Flame Strike with his right claw and Drilling Thrust with his left claw. Hubisai was caught off guard. The Drilling Thrust stabbed into him. The damage wasn't high since Jack hadn't spent any skill points to level up this skill, but Hubisai lost 30% defense from the stab. Abasai had a better reflex. His large axe swung at the same time Jack's Flame Strike came. The two weapons collided. Jack was pushed back due to losing in terms of strength. Abasai was also forced back a few steps due to Flame Strike's knockback effect. Jack didn't fight the force though, he used it instead to propel him back to Badu. Despite Badu's desire for revenge, the damage he suffered from Jack's Blitz Slash alarmed him. He lost more than 10% health point. When Jack came over again, he quickly cast a defensive spell. A wall of vines erupted in front of him, but Jack used Flash Step to bypass the wall. The man-eating plant snapped its mouth at Jack again, but its advance was stopped by a magic shield that appeared in front of Jack's hand. Jack used Azura and added 2 new pairs of arms. With extra limbs, he slashed at Badu and the man-eating plant. He also activated Phantom Blade, increasing his damage counts. Hubisai tried to come to help, but Badu's wall of vines instead hindered his approach. He went circling the wall. Abasai didn't have the same patience. He slammed his giant axe into the ground. Flame erupted and traveled toward Jack. The flame devoured the vine wall and continued to Jack. Jack sensed the attack and broke away from Badu. Badu used the chance to retreat and cast Druid's Healing Spirit. A magic wisp floated around him and slowly healed his health point. Despite dodging Abasai's attack, Jack didn't do it randomly. His dodge brought him to Hubisai, who had been circling the wall of vines. Hubisai swung his hammer at Jack's back, thinking that Jack wasn't aware that he was behind. Jack was aware of his 3 adversaries' positions at all times due to his Mana Sense and God Eye monocle. He shifted just as Hubisai's hammer was about to hit him. With the swing missed, Hubisai lost balance. Jack's 6 claws came then. The 2 extra pairs used formless flowing sword style while his main arms executed Penta Slash. With the addition of Phantom Blade and the defense reduction Hubisai suffered earlier, the barrage of assaults took out all his health point in an instant. Abasai was shocked that his deputy had been taken out in such a short time. But if he knew how easily Jack slayed elites and special elites these days, he wouldn't have brought Hubisai to this fight. Badu, stay behind. I will deal with him, Abasai uttered. Badu had been consumed by rage when he saw Jack, but now that rage had somehow dampened after witnessing Hubisai's demise, he complied. He cast a spell at Abasai. Vines with sharp thorns grew around Abasai's armor. Thorn Armor. It grants additional defense and reflects all melee damage, Penuel informed. Badu didn't stop. Since it was unlikely he could personally take Jack's life, he must make sure that Abasai could. He cast a few more spells onto the warlord. Giant Strength, Earth Enchantment, Lightning Resist. Penuel identified the spells one by one. When Badu didn't cast any more support spells, Jack asked him, "Are you done? Or are there any more spells to add? Don't be shy. Cast all your available support spells." Badu and Abasai were peeved. This outworlder could still joke. Abasai increased his swinging pace. Jack had activated Gold Scale Armor. He had been dodging and parrying Abasai's wild swings. For the ones he failed to dodge or parry, he depended on the Gold Scale Armor to tank the damage. Abasai was indeed ferocious. If the warlord still had 2 arms, Jack was sure he would be in a more difficult position now. "I have one more. It's your end, accursed outworlder," Badu said and cast the spell. Speed. It increases the target's overall speed, Penuel informed. "Okay. Now is my turn," Jack exclaimed and started casting his spell. 6 runes were formed at the same time. When it was completed, Abasai found his thorn armor crumbled. His speed and strength were also back to normal. "Jayuro Dispel?" Badu said when he saw the effect of Jack's spell. He felt foolish. He had been provoked and cast all his support spells, only for Jack to dispel them all in one go. The Dispel spell could be cast with 3 or 6 runes. Although Jack thought his intelligence stat shouldn't lose to Badu, he still used 6 runes to increase the success rate. After all, the casting time for casting 3 runes or 6 runes was not much different due to his multi-rune casting method. Ha! Like I need help to deal with the likes of you. Abasai roared. His axe was ablaze with flame. At the same time, 5 shadowy axes came at Jack from all directions. Don't be so sure of it, Jack shouted. His 2 claws exploded with the burst attack of his sword art. Jack used all 3 pairs of his arms to execute the martial art. Hence, there were almost 300 claws that came at Abasai. Abasai was shocked when his vision was filled with uncountable claws. He couldn't defend himself from all of those claws. He felt as if he was pelleted by countless sharp objects. Damage numbers popped up with incredible speed as he was forced back. Jack felt great fatigue. Executing the 3rd phase normally already consumed much stamina. Doing 3 at the same time made him almost faint. Such a feat was only possible due to his 100 synchronous thoughts. He forced himself to not give in to his weariness. He used Spirit of Heroism, the active ability of his unique grade ring. The health point he lost from clashing with Abasai just now was healed. It also increased his damage and reduced the damage he received for 1 minute. He then used Shooting Dash. Badu was extremely shocked when he saw Abasai get beaten back by Jack's burst attacks. What was that? Badu wondered. What kind of skill was that? While he was still wondering, he was shocked again when he found that Jack was suddenly before him. Jack used Flame Strike. The hit sent Badu flying away. Jack then used Charge to keep up. His 6 arms barraged Badu with hits all the way. When the 5 seconds cooldown was off, Jack used Flame Strike again. He aimed it so Badu flew in the direction away from Abasai who was chasing after them. Since Charge was not available anymore, Jack used Acceleration. It was a waste since there were no allies nearby, so only he was affected, wasting the spell's ability to affect 4 more targets. But he didn't care about that at this time. With his increased speed, he continued to dog after Badu and never stopped barraging him with non-stop attacks. After 5 seconds, he again used Flame Strike and sent Badu away from the Abasai. Badu was helpless. He wasn't even given the chance to cast a spell. Outworlder. Face Mea Euro. Abasai was extremely frustrated. He was not exactly a fast-type combatant. He was unable to catch up to Jack's speed. However, they were not exactly in an empty field. There were other soldiers all around. Soon, Jack ran out of space to throw Badu. A row of native soldiers saw the predicament of their superiors and came to help. The scattered elementalists, after seeing Jack being tied up, regained their courage and started throwing a few offensive spells at Jack. Jack used another Flame Strike and threw Badu to the front line where the humans and orcs were clashing. The orc soldiers were surprised when they felt someone slam their back. They turned back and saw it was their comrade. But then they looked further and saw a humanoid dragon hitting this comrade of theirs. Badu's health point was low already by then. Jack was intent on finishing him. Jack used Devouring Cross, hitting not only Badu but also the soldiers Badu had slammed into. Abasai had slowly been gaining on him. The warlord finally caught up when Jack was using his Devouring Cross. Daia Euro! Abasai unleashed all his frustration. A gigantic flaming axe image burst out from Abasai's weapon. It was the same giant image that appeared when Abasai tried to disrupt Nilrem's mega spell casting during the battle at Slaughterer Plains. This gigantic flame axe slammed into Jack. However, Abasai was shocked to find that Jack was completely fine. His health point didn't even reduce 1 point. Jack had experienced this skill before and he was killed in 1 hit. He suspected this was Abasai's strongest skill. Hence, he didn't take any chance. He had Penuel cast Invulnerability when Abasai's attack was about to hit. Aside from not being confident in tanking through Abasai's attack, Jack also didn't want his assault on Badu to get interrupted. Hence Penuel's ultimate protection spell. Long golden light erupted from Jack's right claw. When Abasai saw that golden light, he instinctively jolted back. This was the same golden light that had cut one of his arms. Jack swung his Brave Slash at Badu's neck. It produced critical damage, which took out Badu's remaining health point. To both Jack's and Abasai's consternation, that final attack also caused Badu's head to separate from his body. Jack didn't pause for long from the surprise of seeing Badu's head in the air. He didn't even bother with the loots dropped by Badu. His beast form was nearing its end. That's why he was in a hurry to finish Badu off before he fled. A spell formation started forming when he executed the brave slash that beheaded Badu. Abasai roared in fury and swung his axe wildly. Jack tried his best to dodge while continuing casting. It wasn't long before Jack lost his dragon form. He transformed back into a human. Luckily, his spell formation was completed then. He disappeared from the spot and reappeared back with the human army. Teleportation again. Abasai thought furiously. In his anger, Abasai barged in, mowing several human soldiers in his wake. Jack didn't evade the warlord anymore. He clashed directly with Abasai supported by the human soldiers. With support, Abasai was now the one having trouble. In the end, Abasai didn't let his fury blind him. He used Berserker's punishing cyclone, but the version that summoned a hurricane like the one displayed by the late Samuel. The hurricane damaged and threw everyone away, but Abasai didn't use this skill to force himself forward. Instead, he retreated to the orc soldiers on the front line. Jack and Abasai then clashed again, both with the support of their respective soldiers. The battle continued for some time. Everyone fought fiercely. The fight between Doman and Murong didn't last for long. Not because the winner had been decided, but because the nearby native soldiers came and assisted Doman. Even though Doman very much wanted to have a duel with his old acquaintance, he couldn't exactly scold the soldiers who came to aid him. This was a war after all. Hence, Murong was forced to retreat from behind the enemy's line, lest she got surrounded. She then coordinated with Four Winds and the rest while Doman joined Leave Me Alone and the others to resist them. Jack and Abasai also couldn't take out one another's life. Both were supported by their soldiers and healers. The fight continued with a stalemate. Despite the human army's solid formation and coordination, they were still outnumbered and besieged from all sides. With the orc superior number, they could utilize the tactic of pulling out their force when wounded, letting them rest, and healing them with recovery potions. The human army had no such luxury. They were forced to use all their numbers to defend. No one had the time to pull back and rest. In this situation, the human army shouldn't have been able to last long against the orc army. Yet they did. The reason was because of Nilrem's widely destructive spells and her Knights of the Rounds. But even so, out of the 11 court knights, 4 had fallen. Arthur, the court king, was still battling Umisa supported by Lancelot and Bedivere. Luckily, the Knights of the Round were like other normal summons. It didn't matter if they died. The next time Nilrem cast the spell again, all 12 would come out of the summoning gates, as if nothing ever happened. They also didn't have a duration. These knights would remain in the fight until they died or when the battle was over. Unfortunately, the cooldown of the Knights of the Round spell only started after all 12 knights died or when the spell was cancelled. Additionally, the cooldown for this mega spell was 1 week. So, Nilrem couldn't recast the spell in this battle to call back the 4 fallen knights. Many players and the native officers in the human armies had also fallen. As time passed, the scale of advantage slowly tipped to the orc army. Damn it! If I know we are fighting this long, I would have used my divine skills at the start of the battle, Jack complained to John. It had been more than 6 hours since the battle started. His lightning god barrage would be off cooldown by now if he used it at the start. If he had used it during his fight with Abasai and the others, he would have been able to kill Badu and Hubisai at first contact. To be honest, I never expected us to last this long, John replied. Jack felt like barging into the supply depot and scolding the shit out of him. Did he fight with the thought of losing? As if reading Jack's mind, John said, "Hey, I have said from the start that we have a very slim chance. Our task is to buy the main armies with as much time as possible. That's why I've given you that task. It seemed like it is going to be soon. Go get ready. And stay away from this supply depot." Jack looked around. He saw their armored cavalries and the other fast movement units started gathering. He disengaged from Abasai and moved away. Abasai called him a coward and yelled for him to return. He ignored the warlord. He resummoned the ice demon fiend instead to entertain Abasai. His amulet of summoning was already off cooldown. He used his mental connection with Arlcard and Thuras to call them to join him. He also sent messages and called most of the guild's core members over as well. He went over to Commander Quintus and told him that the final plan was about to start. The native leaders had been briefed by John before the battle started. They would react accordingly. The battle continued to rage. The side where the other 6 guilds were defending was the first to start crumbling. They had been suffering significant casualties. They even wondered if the rewards would ever be enough to help cover these losses. But it was too late to quit now, they could only continue to fight. The orcs knew the supply depot was where the enemy guild leaders and their command platforms were located. It was also their target. They were fighting in the hope that the humans weren't despicable enough to destroy the supply depot once the humans realized they couldn't win. If that happened, they would only be able to deliver equipment and materials, while the military rations would have been too deteriorated by the time it was delivered to the main armies. Hence, all the orc soldiers had been doing their best to penetrate the human army's formation to get to the supply depot. As more soldiers arrived where Umiza was fighting Arthur and the others, the balance shifted. Umiza's beast form had also gone off cooldown after fighting for so long. He again transformed into the bull form once the skill was available. With the support of his soldiers, the 3 knights of the round were overwhelmed. Bedivere was the first to fall. Lancelot continued to fight ferociously, but due to being outnumbered, he fell. Losing his 2 knights, Arthur retreated to just before the entrance of the supply depot where most other guild soldiers with the highest defense stat, such as knights, were located. The remaining ice cannon tanks and brave golems also lined up there to form a last wall of defense. There were only 10 out of the 25 tanks and 2 out of the 5 brave golems remaining. Almost all the orc armies from the 4 sides charged in as if flood poured in from broken dams. When Umiza charged forward, he realized something. Where was that green-dressed mythical-grade sorceress? Has everyone gathered? You need to move now. You won't have much time. John sent Jack a message. He had seen the troops gathering on the eastern side, but some green dots were still heading there. All right, make the move, Jack replied. He understood they won't have time to wait for everyone. John sent the command to Nilrem, who was now floating above where Jack was. She cast her Horse of the Sea spell, which summoned a great wave with a horde of kelpies running on it. The wave slammed into the orc army in front of Jack's gathered forces. The wave washed away the orc army. All of a sudden, it was an empty field before Jack. Jack gave the command then, "Everyone, forward!" The orc armies who were still fighting their way to the supply depot heard the commotion and looked over. They had been focusing to get as close to the supply depot as possible, so they didn't notice a portion of the enemy troops gathering somewhere else. Riding Pandora, with Thuras running and Arlcard flying beside him, Jack led the armored cavalries as well as the other guild's cavalries and punched through the enemy's encirclement. Squires, bandit archers, twilight champions, and blood counts followed behind, with eagle rider hunters flying above. The other guild's fast movement units also followed. Are they fleeing? Umiza wondered when he saw those human troops barging away from the battlefield. Then he saw the direction they were heading and a realization dawned on him. They are after our supply carts, Umiza exclaimed. He realized then that they had been duped. The humans had made a Fafa-section of fiercely defending the supply depot, drawing all their forces to the supply depot in a long battle. With each passing minute, the belief that they were the attackers and the enemies were the defenders was continuously being affirmed. Their attention was so fixed on the supply depot that they didn't realize that one part of their encirclement was getting thinner. This part was where the enemy had barged through and was now heading toward the supply carts that were waiting back there. Umiza started shouting for his army to chase after the separating human army. Those at the back immediately turned around and followed the command. But as they did, they found that a part of the separating human army stayed behind. This part blocked the orc army from chasing their comrades who were after the supply carts. Nilrem also stayed behind and cast her spells to prevent the orcs from chasing Jack's forces. The ones that stayed behind were the native human soldiers. They were led by Duke Alfredo and Commander Quintus. All that Jack brought were the 7 guilds' guild armies and players, which had decreased significantly after the long battle. The ones that Jack brought in his charging force were 15,000 guild soldiers and 5,000 players. The rest remained behind, still fighting around the supply depot. When Amiza was about to join the chase, he heard a Baisai's voice. "Destroy their guild command platforms. They must be inside the supply depot. Leave those outworlders to me." A Baisai was already on mounts, bringing his soldiers to chase after Jack. He was furious when Jack left the Ice Demon Fiend to deal with him. He left the battle and went in a roundabout way to chase after Jack. He had seen Jack gathering with the human force at the edge of the battlefield. That's how he was the first to react when Jack charged out. Amiza looked again at the force Jack brought. A majority were guild soldiers. If they destroyed the command platforms, those forces would automatically shrink. The supply cart was protected by the 10,000 soldiers he had left behind. They should still be fine as long as he destroyed the command platforms before Jack hit them. Additionally, a Baisai also brought around 10,000 soldiers to chase after Jack. With that thought, he returned his attention to the supply depot. "Out of my Waya Euro!" He bellowed and charged toward Arthur, who was still standing in his way. The other orc soldiers also understood that it was now not only about reclaiming the supply depot. Time was also an important factor now. Hence, they redoubled their effort. Inside the supply depot, the 7 guild leaders or co-leaders were watching their map projections with grim faces. John had purposefully instructed all the native soldiers to stay behind and block anyone chasing after Jack, and for Jack to bring a majority of guild soldiers. He was manipulating the enemy to still put this supply depot as the main target, that if they managed to come in and destroy their command platforms, then their supply carts would be safe. Thus, preventing as many as possible from chasing after Jack and giving Jack the best opportunity to destroy the supply carts. This was a gamble. It was either Jack who destroyed the supply carts first or the enemy breached their defenses and destroyed their command platforms first. This was also the reason why he still did not destroy this last supply depot. He needed it to be bait until the end. If he had chosen to destroy this last supply depot, the enemies would ignore them and escort those supply carts to the main armies in Themisphere. With such a large escort, there would be nothing Jack could do. The orcs would lose the military rations, as those rations couldn't survive the entire journey without being refreshed in the supply depot, but they would be able to bring the other supplies, such as recovery potions, equipment, and materials for equipment repair. These supplies had piled up since Jack's force started their blockage, so their number was substantial. One delivery could help those armies at the front line to survive a lot of days. They just have to fight with hungry stomachs. This was not what John wanted. He wanted to destroy those piled-up supply carts, prolonging the time that the VRMMO's main armies getting no supplies by another 4 to 5 days. He estimated those VRMMO armies should be close to their last legs by now. Even adding 1 day in delaying the supplies could be the key between victory or defeat. However, even if their plan was successful and they destroyed the supply carts, those who were inside the supply depot would not be spared. "You all already wear the Amulet of Rebirth, right?" John asked the other guild leaders. "You only tell us about this suicide plan minutes ago. We all still think that we were fighting to win then. If any of us didn't bring one, we would have thrown you out to the enemies outside," Silverwing said. "I did tell you to prepare one before we depart, didn't I?" John replied. "I don't appreciate getting sacrificed like this," prideful Josh said. "It is the best chance for our country to win this war." "I agree with this plan," David said. Then he added to John, "But still, it will be better if you tell us from the start." "I can't take the chance if any of you disagree," John replied. "What's done is done. Let's focus on controlling the guild soldiers to make sure the supply carts are destroyed before we die." "Humph. I hope the rewards are worth all this," prideful Josh grumbled. "It's not about the rewards. It's about our contribution to our beloved country. This is the price for our patriotism," John declared. "Screw you a euro," all 6 others in the room uttered at the same time. Abasai was not the only one who paid attention to Jack. For Winds similarly thought that something was amiss when Everlasting Heavenly Legends players disengaged from the fighting en masse. Hence, For Winds had brought his force to keep an eye on their movements. When he saw Jack rush out from the encirclement, he was ready. Abesi's team had to run in a roundabout way because of Nilrem and the native human soldiers' blockage. But Four Winds already had his team in the periphery when he was monitoring Everlasting Heavenly Legends movements. So, he was already on the move before the blockage took shape. His force was the closest to intercepting Jack. He didn't bring many with him, though, because he never expected Jack to aim at leaving the battlefield. Only around 5,000 were with him. A combination of players and guild soldiers from his guild, as well as native orc soldiers who happened to be at the periphery and wished to join the chase. His guild guardian, Hellion Panther, and guild hero, Kishel Truaim, were with him. Jack saw the incoming force on their side. "Cipher flight," he said after seeing the majority that made up that force. "Go. We will handle them," Giant Steve said. He was better at a defensive fight than an offensive one. Blocking this force was right in his alley. "Let me join you," Doman uttered. There were many martial art experts in Cipher Flight, so he found fighting that guild much more interesting. Leave Me Alone and Momed of course followed Doman. "All right, be careful," Jack said. "Be careful of the Hellion Panther's consume soul skill," Penuel warned. Most of the 5,000 players broke off to engage Cipher Flight while the rest continued. For Winds wanted to continue chasing since he understood losing the supply carts would be a disaster for the main armies. But unfortunately, he didn't bring enough force. Giant Steve and the others put themselves in a position where it was impossible for his force to continue chasing without engaging them. The two forces soon collided. The Hellion Panther spearheaded Four Winds' army. Leave Me Alone volunteered to be the one engaging the large demon beast. He transformed into White Tiger Emperor form and activated his Fire God suit before using White Tiger Charge on the Panther. Even though the Panther was larger, the collision force threw both of them back, which showed that Leave Me Alone's White Tiger Emperor's strength didn't lose to the large beast. Leave Me Alone followed up by using Fire God Barrage, but he didn't direct his 20 fireballs at the Hellion Panther. He instead spread them around to the lower health point players, trying to thin them down for his friends. Kishel, seeing the fireballs, took a low stance as she gathered her energy. Freezing cold mana swirled around her as the energy filled her bow. The air around her dropped to a freezing point. Ice formed around her. She then fired her arrows rapidly. 20 large ice arrows sped toward the 20 fireballs. Each one collided with the fireball, and each one was incinerated. Before they were completely consumed, the ice energy within them exploded and tried to envelop the fireball, but this ice was burned to nothingness in an instant. However, all fireballs appeared slightly smaller after the encounter with the ice arrows. When the fireballs exploded, Leave Me Alone saw that the produced damage was less than it should be. Many of the players had also used defensive spells and skills to protect themselves when they saw the incoming fireballs. So, many survived the divine skill. Even though the effect was largely diminished, Leave Me Alone's first strike had given the others a good initiative. Doman and the others charged into the enemies while the enemies were still standing at the same spots after defending against Fire God Barrage. Abesi's 10,000 troops ran past them by the side. Abesi ignored those two fighting forces as his troops continued to chase after Jack. Inside Abesi's troops were Fithian and a portion of his Warsong Risings players and guild soldiers. When Fithian saw his benefactor on mounts running through the battlefield, he immediately gathered his nearby forces and followed. He figured this was a chance for him to show his worth. The supply carts were situated a safe distance away but not too far. With the help of Jack's runestone of marching, his fast-moving forces soon saw their targets. But the 10,000 troops that Umiza had left behind to protect the supply carts were ready for their charge. They were forming a barricade to stop Jack's advance. "Remember, our targets are the supply carts. There is no need to waste too much time on the enemies. Punch through them and claim our Prisia Euro," Jack commanded. Without slowing down, the armored cavalries that formed the tip of the charging army soon punched into the orc army blocking their way. Their wedge formation penetrated the blockage deep but soon slowed down. While they slowed, Abesi's force came from behind, wedging the human force in the middle. After Abesi arrived, the number between the two opposing forces was not that much of a gap. Under normal circumstances, the human army would be in trouble getting assaulted from two fronts like this. But the human army's target currently was not to defeat the orc army, it was to get to the supply carts. Hence, they mostly ignored Abasai's force and concentrated all their efforts on getting past the orc army that was between them and the supply carts. Abasai understood this as well. He left a portion of his army to continue assaulting the human army's rear, while he himself went in a circle with a detachment to get to the front where the supply carts were. Pythian again brought his team and followed Abasai. When they reached the front where the supply carts were, they saw the defensive blockage was getting thinner. Both Abasai and Pythian could even see Jack in the leading position, trying to punch through the blockage. Pythian knew Jack was Abasai's primary target. He also had a grudge due to being killed by Jack once. So, when he saw Jack, he immediately had his force charge over without waiting for Abasai's command. Do not think you can get through us. Two level 65 rare elite orc overseers blocked Jack's path. They were swinging their cleavers at Jack before those cleavers hit. Uruk and Mihos got in between. Their club and sword parried the cleavers. Crimson tattoos covered Uruk's body while an ancestor apparition floated above Mihos. With increased attributes, they pushed forward, forcing the overseers to the side. Go! Uruk yelled to Jack. Jack pushed forward with the others as Uruk and Mihos dealt with the overseers. However, there were still many orcs blocking their way. The wall didn't seem to end. The Twilight Champions cast spells as they rushed forward. Countless darts battered the orc soldiers before these champions collided with them and used brute force to push through. The only ones from Jack's force that could pass through the blockage easily were the Eagle Rider hunters. Several orc officers flew up to block this flock of flying units. But since those officers' number was too low, they couldn't stop all the Eagle Rider hunters from advancing. The Eagle Rider hunters started showering the supply carts with arrows, but the supply carts were not unattended. Several mages and shield soldiers stood atop each cart. The mages cast protective spells while the shield soldiers activated their defensive skills. All the tiny arrows failed to touch the supply carts. Without any land unit, it was impossible for only the Eagle Rider hunters to destroy the supply carts. As Jack was struggling to advance, a battle monk suddenly barged in with a flying kick. Jack easily dodged the surprise attack with his mana sense. The battle monk expertly jumped back once his feet touched the ground and sent Jack a roundhouse kick. Jack again dodged it and sent a counterattack slash. The battle monk received the slash with a punch strengthened by ki-infused fist. The battle monk reeled backward from the impact. Jack used the chance and inspected the man. The battle monk was called Jerian from Warsong Rising. Not bad, Jack said, but not good enough. Jack was about to advance, but a gunshot sound stopped him. He jerked back and saw a bullet pass him by. A large techno-golem loomed over him with a raised fist. Let's see how you fare without using your explosion tool, Pythian, who controlled the techno-golem, exclaimed. He also fired a few more bullets at Jack. What explosion tool? Jack asked in confusion. He made a few jumps and deftly climbed over the techno-golem before jumping over and putting the golem on his back. He then rushed over to Pythian. At the same time, P31's brave golem came over and stopped Pythian's techno-golem from chasing after Jack. P31 also shot at Jerian, hindering him from stopping Jack's advance to Pythian. Jack fired tracing beams, hitting the orc soldiers around Pythian and pushing them back. He wanted to isolate and kill Pythian first. His techno-golem would be unsummoned once he was killed. Jerian activated Steel Body to tank P31's shots. He couldn't let Jack reach his leader. His two hands came together. They shone with light as energy accumulated. He then put his two palms forward and a powerful blast shot forth. It was Battle Monk's level 50 skill, Ki Blast. It unleashed an energy blast that dealt 500% physical damage at its first level, with a 10% chance to inflict weakness and fatigue. Its range was 30 meters with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Jack had felt the accumulated mana and sensed the attack coming. He moved away just as the blast swept through his previous position. Holy shit! It's Hadouken Euro, Jack blurted. No, it's Kamehameha, P31 uttered. Hadouken shot a ball of energy. Kamehameha shot a beam of energy. The heck are you two talking about? Jet in his panda form accompanied by his crimson-maned lion came over. He had not followed Doman because he was not eager for the chance of encountering Murong Shu there. Never mind. Keep him busy, will you? Jack said to Jet. The crimson-maned lion pounced at the other enemies while Jet came over to Jerian. Move over, you fluffy panda, Jerian said as he performed a butterfly kick. Jet lunged forward. His panda paws grabbed Jerian in midair. He then threw the guy, slamming Jerian hard on the ground, face first. Let me show you what happens to punkster who disrespects me. Jet sat on Jerian's back and started pummeling his panda fists at the back of the poor guy's head. Jack, in the meantime, continued to advance toward Fythian. Fythian frantically shot at Jack to keep him away, but Jack erected magic shield and barreled through Fythian's shots without slowing down. Fythian placed his traps and energy turret in front of him. Jack used swing and the newly placed turret was destroyed before it fired its first shot. His footwork then carried him past the traps without activating them. In his panic, Fythian used his bombardment. Too late. You shouldn't have brought a gun into a sword fight, Jack said and used Brave Slash, cutting away Fythian's life with one hit. Fythian's newly summoned UFO vanished before it carried out its bombardment. When Fythian's body fell, Jack noticed a figure high up in the air, falling at high speed toward him. His eyes turned wide when he realized who this figure was. He quickly used roll and moved out of harm's way as a gigantic axe cleaved the ground he stood a moment before. The newly landed Abasai looked at Fythian's body on the ground. Damn fool! He cursed. The Outworlder was so eager that he had rushed ahead of him instead of staying back as his support. With Abasai, the orc reinforcement he brought also arrived. The wall that Jack and the others tried to pierce through had become even more solid now. Outside the supply depot, Arthur propped himself with his sword as he had difficulty standing. He was panting. His health point bar was on its last leg. His sword, which always exuded soothing light, was dimming. Only he was left standing in front of the supply depot's door. The others had either died or been pushed to the sides by the orc soldiers. Umiza in his bull form stood before him. He was not without wounds. He had prioritized offense, trying to finish this confrontation fast. Thus, he had fought recklessly without care for himself. He had lost 1/3 of his health point. The health point recovery that was Beast Form's user's advantage was not working. This was due to one of Arthur's skills, which negated the opponent's recovery ability. All the other court knights had fallen. Arthur was the last. The other orc soldiers were about to deal a final blow to Arthur, but Umiza halted them. Umiza instructed them to deal with the others and prevent the enemies from approaching. His three-headed wolf was still in battle with one of the two remaining brave golems. Some orc soldiers went to help the wolf. You fought well, but this is the end of your struggle and your army, Umiza uttered. He lifted his fist, which was covered by some sort of a glove made of thorny vines. Arthur wasn't going to take it laying down. He made one more lunge, but the fist came with uncanny speed, smashing onto his head. He lost his remaining health point from that hit and fell to the ground. Umiza then stepped over his body and went to the supply depot's door. No more obstacles before him. Umiza again lifted his fist, both of them this time. They were both covered by thorny vines gloves. It was a skill similar to Battle Monk's key-infused fist. The skill enhanced his punching power and also reflect damage to the attacks he parried. He made a double punch on the supply depot's double door. The door's health point reduced to more than half with just that one attack. The door was even deformed to the inside, opening up a gap where the two door leaves meet. Umiza thrust his two hands into that gap. He then gripped the doors from the inside and pulled. The door's health point continuously decreased as pressure was exerted on them. A loud creaking sound was heard. When the health point reached 0, the doors lost their resistance and both door leaves were torn out of their hinges. The two leaves were thrown away from the supply depot. The Orc Elder was about to charge in and finish the guild leaders inside to end this battle. But many figures rushed out from the open door. Before he realized it, he had been beset from all directions by a dual sword-wielding puppet, a feral tiger, a giant lizard, and 10 dirt golems. They were all John's summons. He had prepared them when he saw the defense outside the door was thinning. His minions organized themselves in a modified 9 stars formation and attacked Umiza in an effort to keep him busy. Despite those minions being much weaker than him, Umiza was confused by their movements. They attacked from his blind spots and covered one another, making it difficult for him to land a clean hit. "Away, you pesky bugger Sayuro!" Umiza shouted as a ring of energy erupted, pushing and damaging all the enemies around him. At the same time, numerous vines erupted from the ground and entangled John's minions. "Shit! Not even half a minute," John uttered, seeing his minions being incapacitated. When Umiza wanted to advance, a large figure stood in his way. It was Fat Gregory's Techno Golem. He was a level 55 technocraft. On the side, a lesser demon threw her demonic chains. The lesser demon was summoned by Prideful Josh, now a level 55 warlock. From his commanding platform, David shot at Umiza using his gun. Silverwing, now a level 55 hidden weapon specialist, threw his flying knives. Handler, a co-leader from Black Cloak, was a level 55 bard. She played empowering music that increased everyone's overall speed. While Fame Holder from 6 Rings of Prosperity was a level 55 archmage. She cast tracing beams, hoping for the beams to push Umiza back, buying them a few precious seconds. Seeing all those attacks coming, Umiza simply snickered. His right arm swung down. The resulting energy wave swept the demonic chains down to the floor. He charged forward, ignoring all the knives, bullets, and even the tracing beams that hit his body without knocking him back. His diamond body skill protected him. He jumped when the Techno Golem's hand came slapping. His body spun in the air with a roundhouse kick. The Techno Golem was forcefully smacked to the side after colliding with the kick. Its heavy body flew far and slammed into the wall of the supply depot. "This is the end for you, Outworlders," Umiza exclaimed as he charged forward. But when he was about to reach the first guild leader, a water curtain appeared in his path. The water was as if alive, wrapped itself around the charging orc. Umiza suddenly found himself enveloped inside a floating water orb. He could not move forward as he lost footing inside the water orb. "Haha! I got you!" John exclaimed. That was his living water prison spell. However, before he could celebrate further, he saw Umiza's body glow inside the water orb. "Ha ha Euro!" Umiza yelled as the glow around him intensified. The glow then exploded with a bright flash. All the water from the water orb evaporated. Only a few droplets remained and they all dropped powerlessly to the floor. Umiza stood before John. His body was wet from the water orb just now, but his eyes seemed to be able to burn everyone there. He lifted his hand and said again, "This is the end." However, he paused when he saw the Outworlder before him smiling. "Yes, this is the end indeed," John said. A loud commotion was heard outside. Umiza couldn't help but turn around to the source of the commotion. He saw in the distance what appeared to be an aftermath of a huge fiery explosion. The direction was where their supply carts were. A few minutes before Umiza breached the supply depot's door, Jack and the others were still struggling to get through the orc soldiers' wall of defense. Abasai was eager to chop Jack to pieces, but he wasn't careless. He fought while coordinating with the other orc soldiers around him, making sure that none of the human soldiers could pass through their barricades except for the Eagle Rider hunters. They even managed to push the human soldiers away from the supply carts. Abasai's axe clashed with Jack's sword. Jack reeled backward due to the difference in strength. Abasai threw Jack a provocation as a human soldier came and blocked him from continuing to attack Jack. "Use your transformation and try to fly past us. You have no more time left. The ones hiding in that supply depot will soon be defeated. Your guild soldiers will soon be unsummoned. You just want to get me away so you can deal with me alone, don't you?" Jack returned. "Doesn't matter. Once your guild soldiers are gone, you will still be alone. You know, when our charge failed to break through this blockage, we have already changed to a contingency plan." "What?" Abasai asked. He had a bad feeling after hearing Jack's words. Our plan now shifted to get you people away from the supply carts. What? Abasai said again. At this time he heard screams from behind. He looked back and saw the defensive soldiers that were protecting the supply carts from the Eagle Rider Hunter's arrows being assailed by a battalion of pale-faced people in dark cloaks. Those people in dark cloaks were the Blood Counts. They hid in the shadows and moved away while both the human and orc soldiers were busy with each other. They then sneaked toward the supply carts and ambushed those defensive soldiers. Seeing that, Abasai immediately ordered, "Return! Protect the supply carts a euro." "Too late, George," Jack exclaimed. At the same time, Jack cast a spell. Abasai recognized the spell formation. Teleportation? Abasai wanted to lunge and disrupt Jack's spell, but he found himself unable to move. He looked down and saw a shadow gripping his legs. He traced the shadow's source and noticed a vampire behind Jack. It was Arlcard using his shadow lock spell. Paydoin used his mothership bombardment. The huge aircraft appeared in the sky and started to rain bullets and missiles, hindering the orc army from going back to the supply carts. Jack completed his spell then and vanished. Abasai looked back again and saw Jack appear close to the supply carts. However, another thing confused him. The Blood Counts, who had decimated the defensive soldiers guarding the supply carts, were running away instead of attacking the supply carts. Then another thing drew his attention. The sky above was rumbling. The clouds turned red and filled with thunder. The red cloud swirled, and from its center, something fell like a meteor. The thing that pierced through the cloud like a meteor was Penny, the lava dragonet. From the moment Jack brought a legion to go for the supply carts, John had controlled Penny to remove herself from the battlefield. She flew up high into the cloud, in preparation in case they needed to go with their contingency plan. When Penny reached level 60 quite some time ago, she received a new skill called Diving Lava Beam. It was a powerful move with a very wide AoE. However, the skill took some preparation to execute, and it was also not a flexible skill. Hence, she didn't use it during the battle at Slaughterer Plains. The move required her to climb an extreme altitude before diving down at high speed. During the dive, she couldn't change direction. Hence, the inflexibility. It was only suitable for immobile or very slow targets. Otherwise, the targets below would have run away once they saw the dragonet dive from the sky. The skill was also not suitable to be unleashed on a chaotic battlefield, as it would hit both enemies and allies. Once Penny fell to a sufficient distance, she opened her maw, which was glowing a bright red. With a thundering roar, a bright red beam shot out from her mouth. The beam was a few times thicker than her normal lava breath. Several flaming rings radiated as the lava beam was discharged. The thick beam rushed down to where Jack had been waiting. Jack was among the supply carts. He was in his supreme dragon form with overlimit activated. He also summoned his spirit weapon and had it use its final mode in the middle of the supply carts at the same time his lightning god barrage appeared. On another side, Thuras used supersonic mode and barged out of the fighting armies. Jack had placed it at the edge so it could easily rush out once needed. It was in its sovereign mode. The Earth Core bomb was gathering in its mouth, ready to be fired. Everything came down to timing. In the past, it was easy to time the detonation of each of his explosive skills since all of them were executed by him. With his 100 synchronous thoughts, he could accurately calculate the timing of each attack. This time, Penny was not under his control, but John had informed him of the precise second when the lava beam would hit the ground from the time it was unleashed. Jack used Dragon Eye to slow down the time so he could catch the exact time Penny discharged her diving lava beam and then synchronized with his own attacks. Jack then added his soul breath. All his attacks were adjusted to coincide with the time Penny's beam hit the ground. While Penny's diving lava beam was powerful, both Jack and John were pretty sure that it couldn't one-shot the supply carts. They had destroyed several supply carts during these past few days, and those carts were extremely durable, even tougher than the ones they encountered during the ancient battleground. They needed to destroy the supply carts in one swift attack before the orc army had the chance to return to guard it. Hence the need for Jack's combination explosive assault. Since the Blood Counts have killed all the soldiers around the supply carts and the remaining orc soldiers were lured away, There was no enemy to cast any spell or skill to protect the supply carts. Jack's 4 combined attacks should be sufficient enough to destroy the supply carts. However, although Jack's explosive assault covered a decently wide area, it was not enough to cover the area currently occupied by all the supply carts. 40 supply carts had piled up due to their blockage, and it was arranged in 2 rows in a very long line. Hence it covered a very wide area from one end to the other. Jack's combined explosive attacks probably only covered an area occupied by 10 or 12 of these supply carts. That's why they needed Penny's diving lava beam. This special attack covered a very large area. If this attack combined with Jack's, it could carry over the combination damage following the largest AoE. For example, each lightning ball from Lightning God Barrage affected only a 5-meter diameter area. But Jack's Spirit Weapon's finishing mode could hit an area of 30-meter diameter. When the 2 attacks were combined perfectly, the targets at the periphery of the 30-meter diameter area would still receive the full brunt of the damage as if they were at the center. Hence, Jack's combined damage would be carried over by Penny's large AoE, which covered a 150-meter diameter area. This meant that everything within the diving lava beam's AoE would suffer the combined damage from all 5 different elemental attacks: fire, chaos, earth, lightning, and soul. Unless it was a high-level and high-grade being, everything within this blast radius would most likely get decimated. Thuras had used its supersonic speed to run away once it fired its Earth core bomb, while Jack flew above to escape the blast area. The blood counts had already fled even before Penny showed up. The whole area was engulfed by mixed elemental explosion. Abasai and the armies who were outside the blast radius watched speechlessly. They were swept by the powerful wind caused by the explosion. Almost everyone fell to the ground. This massive explosion could be seen from miles away. When the explosion settled, the whole area was covered with flames. Within the sea of flames, everyone saw the rubbles of what used to be the supply carts. Every single one had been destroyed. When the orc soldiers were unsure of what to do, the human players cheered passionately. "What the hell are you people cheering for? Hurry up and run!" Jack yelled from above. "Disperse and runa euro." He also sent the command via messages. The players who were near native soldiers relayed the message. All the leaders had been briefed once Jack's force went after the supply carts. These leaders then sent instructions to their followers. Once the supply carts were destroyed, there was no need to stay around. They had bought the main armies as much time as possible. They could only leave the rest to fate. Every player started running. They ran around chaotically that the orc soldiers had trouble deciding whom to chase. Some foolish and greedy players tried to pick up the many loots on the ground while running, only to be caught by the orc army and killed. The human native soldiers backed away in a more orderly manner. The guild soldiers simply vanished. They were heavily outnumbered. If they stayed, they would just be slaughtered by the angry orcs. Abasai looked at Jack, who had flown away with fury and hatred. His wings spread behind him and he took to the sky to chase after Jack. Jack noticed Abasai from his god-eye monocle. He thought for a moment about engaging the orc warlord. But when he saw 2 other orcs with flying abilities chasing him as well as a battalion of soldiers following the warlord on foot, he decided against it. He just flew as fast as possible, using the dragon form's inherent wind jet ability every time it was available. His supreme dragon's flight was faster than Abasai's wing tools, hence he was further and further as time passed. Abasai could only scream in frustration when he saw Jack become a speck in the distance. Inside the supply depot, Umiza watched the dissipating explosion in silence. He had heard human players' brief cheering in the distance. He did not doubt what it signified. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He was an old veteran who had retired from many war victories. He couldn't believe that this battle where he was called out of his retirement to assist in an urgent situation would end up with a defeat, even when his army outnumbered the opponents. "Hee, we win." Umiza turned back and looked at the human outworlders who just spoke. This detestable human outworlder was wearing an extremely smug look. The 7 guild command platforms had already been stored by each guild leader or co-leader. They didn't want to lose any more guild soldiers unnecessarily. The other 6 looked at Umiza with trepidation. Only John continued to grin. They knew they would most likely die after hearing John's plan. But facing death was easier said than done. Even one that was not true death. They were amazed by John, who could treat it so casually. They wondered if they should try to rush out. There were 7 of them. If they moved at the same time, this orc elder shouldn't be able to hit them all, could he? Fat Gregory sent the other 6 a message of this, to which John promptly replied, "Don't bother. It's useless. But of course, if you want to work out before death, that is fine as well." The others were speechless by his response. Umiza stared at John with a savage look. He was still in his bull form. Thus, his angry expression was especially menacing. The players in the room felt like they were matadors in handcuffs and leg cuffs while wearing red clothes and facing an angry, giant, and deadly bull. Only John could still smile in this situation. "How about you, a euro?" John didn't manage to complete his mocking this time, because Umiza's lightning-fast fist had already struck his face without warning. John flew back and slammed hard on the back wall. The others turned and saw him sliding down the wall, not rising back up again. His health point was 0. They all gulped. "Hell, I won't go down without a fight, a euro," prideful Josh declared. The others were ignited by his sentiment and lifted their weapons. They were just about to utter an encouraging yell to voice their agreement with prideful Josh when Umiza's body split into multiple images. Each image came to all 6 of them with uncanny speed. The only ones who managed to react were David and prideful Josh. David summoned his shield drone while Josh erected his magic shield. The others were struck with a punch and flew away in a similar manner as John. But even though Josh managed to erect magic shield, the illusory shield was shattered in a single punch, and the punch continued unhindered, striking Josh's body and killing him as well. David's shield drone was more durable. It was smashed away, but David survived. David aimed his gun and shot at Umiza point blank. Yet, the shot bullet passed through Umiza as if it was a hologram. David caught movements from the corner of his eyes. He was just about to turn when he felt a strong impact on his waist. He also crashed into the wall and ricocheted to the floor with 0 health point. Umiza looked at the slain 7. He didn't feel satisfaction. He hoped any of the 7 would rise again so he could kill them all over again. Outside, everyone from the human army was fleeing. Because the native humans fled together, they became primary targets. John had instructed them to just throw away any sense of order and just ran around haphazardly. Some unfortunate ones might be caught and killed, but the rest would survive. Every man for himself. But as trained soldiers, it was difficult for them to act disorderly. They ended up forming several groups that fled in all directions. The largest group was where Duke Alfredo, Commander Quintus, Lieutenant Bailey, and High Priest Laurent were at. Out of the 4, Quintus suffered the most grievous wound. He was missing an arm. But even with only one arm, he still swung his long katana fiercely at any enemy that blocked their way. The other 3 were also not in good condition. All had health point less than half. The soldiers who were fleeing with them also none still had full health point. Bailey had even died again during the battle just now. Laurent had resurrected her for a second time. Due to being the largest fleeing group, they became the main target. The orc soldiers had lost. Now they only seek to vent their frustration by killing as many enemies as possible. Leading the chasing orcs were Lubanzi and Bishara. Duke Alfredo looked to the back. He then looked to those who fled with him. He looked back again. The enemies were drawing near. He knew the enemies would catch up sooner or later. "Everyone, keep running. Do not stop no matter what," he exclaimed. He stopped and unsummoned his steed. "No, Duke." Quintus stopped. A few soldiers did as well. "Do not stop. Keep going," Duke Alfredo yelled. "This is an order. Do not make me sacrifice in vain." Quintus gritted his teeth. He then told the others, "Let's go." Everyone resumed their run again. Duke Alfredo dual-cast spells with both hands. A row of earth walls was erected on his 2 sides, forcing the chasing enemies to go through him if they wanted to continue their chase. He then prepared another spell. As he did, someone came to his side. It was Laurent. Although Duke Alfredo was displeased that someone still stayed behind, he was not surprised to find the person to be his old friend. "You shouldn't have stayed," Duke Alfredo said to him. "I've promised Isabel that I will keep you safe." "I intend to keep that promise," Laurent replied. Alfredo sighed. "I hope she didn't blame us both for not returning." "As I said, I intend to keep my promise," Laurent said. Alfredo felt his friend's tone was strange. He looked back and saw Laurent casting a spell with him as a target. He was enveloped by soft light when Laurent completed his spell. "What do you? Do not come back here. Do not make me sacrifice in vain," Laurent said. Alfredo's vision was covered by bright light. He had to shut his eyes. When he reopened them, he found himself in a different place. He looked around and found Quintus and the others riding toward him. "Duke Alfredo?" Quintus asked when he found the Duke who had stayed behind was now in front of them. Laurent had used the teleportation spell, but a modified version that allowed the spell to target another person instead of the caster. It was not mass teleportation like the one purple mist had, so it could only teleport one person. But even if Laurent had such a spell, he won't teleport both of them away. That would just bring them back to their original situation where no one was blocking the chasing party. Alfredo looked in the direction of the chasing enemies. He could see Laurent in the distance. A tall wall of light appeared where Laurent was standing. The two long earth walls that he had erected were also covered by shimmering lights, seemingly empowering them. Alfredo knew Laurent's wall of light spell. It was strong but needed to be continuously maintained by the caster. Alfredo knew Laurent would be able to block those orcs for a significant amount of time as long as he stood there. He had the urge to go back there, but he remembered Laurent's last words to him. He clenched his hands. "Goodbye, old friend," Duke Alfredo said and resummoned his steed. He joined Quintus and the others as they rode at full speed. He didn't look back anymore. 4 days since Jack's shock army destroyed the supply carts. Jeannie was still chasing Abdu's army. Both her and Abdu's forces only rested one time in these 4 days. When the orcs' army stopped, Jeannie wanted to take this opportunity to attack. But one look at her army and she knew it was not a wise choice. Her army was also similarly exhausted. Not to mention their number was less than half of their opponents. Hence, they simply rested while the enemies they chased were resting. Both armies posted sentries that took turns in resting. When the orcs started to move again, Jeannie commanded her army to follow as well. Most of the players grunted a complaint, but they all followed. Jeannie could only hope that the Jackal crews delivered on their promise. She had been keeping constant messages with Trinity Dawn, but since Trinity wasn't familiar with the terrain, she could not be sure of their progress. But from the map display, she confirmed to Jeannie that they were indeed heading toward where the Jackal crews said they would go. On this 4th day, they arrived in the region where the Dragon army was supposed to be battling with VRMMO's first army. They could even see the smoke and heard explosions in the distance. They were not far now. "I hope the Dragon army had readied themselves for this sneak attack," Jeannie thought. She then sent a message to Trinity. "Where is your position?" "We have just finished planting the caltrops," Trinity replied. "I can see the enemies already. We will prepare to engage." Jeannie looked forward. She heard the orc army to the front shouting some battle cries. They must have seen Trinity's force. She breathed a relieved sigh. The Jackal crews didn't play her. Her relieved expression was only brief, though. She steeled herself soon. The battle was at hand. She looked back. Everyone looked tired. But the enemies were in the same situation. "Everyone, charge!" she bellowed. The troops behind yelled their battle cries as well. Despite their tiredness, everyone was glad this chasing game was ending soon. They could rest soon once this battle was over. Either rest in glory or rest in death. Abdu looked back. He had heard the battle cries from the back. "Lord Chief, the chasing army behind is picking up in speed," one of his aides informed after receiving a report from the soldiers positioned at the back. Abdu frowned. He looked forward again. A few enemies were standing in front. Couldn't even be called a proper army. He planned to just trample these humans while they continued forward. Why did the army behind pick up in speed? Did they think these few people in front could stop their march? A memory abruptly came to him then, turning his eyes wide. Stop! Stop! He shouted. But his army had been marching at high speed, and they were too close already. The frontmost soldiers went into the area with caltrops. Their mounts disappeared as they stopped abruptly. The ones on the back who were still at full speed crashed into the one who stopped, causing both to stumble. This incident reverberated along the front line, causing the whole army's speed to slowly ground to a halt while the front part became a huge mess. Abdu felt like he was seeing a repeat of what had happened 4 days ago when they charged past the fort at Slaughterer Plains. He couldn't believe his army was hit by the same tools again. At this time, another battle cry was heard from a different direction. Abdu turned and saw many enemies rushing out from the mountain range from the side. These were the Jackal crew members joined by their guild soldiers as well as Corporate United's guild soldiers. Behind, Genie's force also caught up to the Orc army since they were stopping. The Orc army was hit from 2 sides. Not far away, the Dragon army was similarly in a clash with Verimer's first army. In the past few days, Verimer's army had kept themselves close to the border town. The border town was called Thanitsa. It was one of the 3 border towns the Orcs had occupied as the home bases for their invasion. With the ranged players placed on top of the town walls and wounded soldiers resting inside while the rest of the army fought in its vicinity, the First Army had managed to limit their casualties during the absence of supplies. But today, despite many of the soldiers not in full health point and also carrying almost broken weapons, Verimer's First Army fought extremely ferociously in the field outside of the border town. Just as how they fought in the first few days when supplies were still arriving without delay. Today, the Orcs fought as if they didn't care if they live or die. The Dragon army happily took them on. The leader of the Dragon army, Emrys, heard the commotion from far away behind his army and looked back. He used a spell that enhanced his vision and saw Abdus and Genie's armies battling. So, there truly is a sneak army coming from behind, Emrys thought. Yet, with how crazily the Orc army was fighting today, he couldn't divert his army to guard the back. His army formation could collapse if he loosened the pressure on these Orcs. I guess today will be our final battle then? Emrys said to Makubwa in front of him. They were both floating high in the sky. You should know that at this moment, the sneak army you depended on is being halted. Makubwa also used an eye skill that allowed him to see far. He had seen the situation of Abdus' army. That army holding our sneak army is only half the number. They won't hold them long. If you don't divert some troops to help them, you will be the one in trouble, Makubwa said. Whatever it is. As you said, today will be our last battle in this war. Well, let's give it our all then, shall we? Emrys asked. Let's, Makubwa agreed. The club in his hand enlarged to an impossible size. It was now tens of times bigger than its actual size. It was as if a pillar of heaven, which Makubwa brought down on Emrys. The massive pillar just passed through the elder wizard. Copies of himself appeared around Makubwa. Ha! Can't you use a new trick? Makubwa mocked. If it is working, why change? Emrys said back. Lightning, fire, and ice energies started shooting from all directions toward Makubwa. Makubwa spun around using his massive club, creating a huge tornado. All the incoming elemental energies were swept as they touched the tornado. The tornado expanded and then consumed all of Emrys' images that were floating around. Makubwa stopped spinning and the tornado dissipated. He sensed something from above and looked up. From the sky, 3 elemental beings descended upon him. A firebird, a lightning dragon, and an ice tiger. Makubwa lifted his club and used it to block the 3 elemental beings. The 3 collided with his club and they forcefully dragged Makubwa down at high speed. The war chief slammed into the ground and a huge elemental explosion occurred. When the explosion subsided, Makubwa was standing on a crater. His club had returned to its normal size. He had dirt all over him, but his health point was still almost full. The assault didn't hurt him much. As expected of Verimer's strongest war chief, Emrys said from up high. Humph. It will soon be my turn to drag you down, Makubwa responded. While the two mythical generals were fighting, Genie was battling Abdu's army. After the initial stumble due to the caltrops, Abdu had everyone stopped and started to sweep the grounds in front with AoE attacks to clear the caltrops. Unlike when they were charging through the slaughterer plains, they didn't have siege weapons and range attacks bombarding them. Hence, they could take their time. But still, the initial halt had caused their formation to become a mess. Added to the attack from two sides, they were having trouble adjusting. Abdu left the task of cleaning up the ground of caltrops to the average troops while he brought the high-level officers to engage the enemies. He had had it with these humans. If they wanted a fight, he would give them. He would just go aid the main army once he was done with the ones here. After Abdu's army halted to a stop by the caltrops, Trinity had run to the side, joining the forces of the Jackal Crews and Corporate United. She used her spells and supported them from behind. Corporate United's players who came together with Genie's army also went to that side to fight together with their guild army. Steelhand and one of Jackal Crew's members had activated their guild army platforms from up high on the mountain range. They were hidden and out of sight. If the enemy wanted to target them, the enemy would have to spend a lot of time searching for them. Hence, they didn't worry. They controlled their guild armies from the map projection above the platforms. Together with the guild armies, the players fought against the orcs. Corporate United's guild army was a class above Jackal Crew's ones. However, Jackal Crew's players were visibly more skillful compared to Corporate United players. Killmonger and Ironhand led Corporate United's force while Mills and Regim led the Jackal Crews. If people paid attention to the two forces, they would notice a certain distinction between the two's leadership. Killmonger and Ironhand, despite being on the front line, stayed behind their guild soldiers. As for Mills and Regim, they were at the tip of the spear. They fought at the forefront with their guild soldiers following behind. Even when Mills was a gunner, he didn't fear the melee soldiers. Similar to Serpent Boss, he adjusted his fighting style based on situations. He changed weapons between rifles, gun, dagger, and also shield. A more notable difference between him and Serpent Boss was that Serpent Boss possessed a more refined style. Serpent Boss could easily cause opponents to lose sight of him during a battle and then struck from their blind spots. Mill's fighting style was more aggressive. Mill's movements didn't lose to an expert martial artist. His shots were accurate, and when opponents came into melee range, he easily dealt with them with his kicks and elbows, followed up with close-range shots to critical parts. When too many opponents surrounded him, he used a buckler instead of a dagger for his offhand. He moved around with the round shield blocking the attacks while continuing to shoot using his gun. When opponents came too close, he shoved his buckler to force them back. On the right opportunities, he didn't hesitate to smash the buckler into the opponent's face as if it was a weapon. "Damn it! Does he think he is Captain America?" Ironhand remarked when he saw the way the Jackal Crew's leader fought using the shield. Genie knew they were outnumbered. Their chance of winning was slim. She knew that to stand a chance, they had to capitalize on this advantage when the enemy was in chaos due to the sudden stop. She shouted orders as she herself charged in. Everyone, whether players or natives, were inspired by her zeal. They also gave their all in the fight. Genie's spear stabbed with rapid speed from behind the melee players. Her stabbing accuracy was dead center. The spot that she hit also caused the opponent to pause or stagger, allowing the melee players to send their offenses. In this way, she controlled the battlefield near her. "Human Lidiera Euro!" She heard a thundering yell not far away. She turned in that direction and saw several players getting thrown around. There was a high-level enemy there. "Show yourself a Euro!" The thundering voice was heard again. A wave of fire burst through the defensive rank in the form of a giant drill made of flame. Everyone in its path suffered huge fire damage. Many players were killed. Surviving ones received burn status. Genie had started heading over when she heard the yell. She increased her speed after seeing the powerful move that took out many of her comrades. The executor of the drilling wave was Abdu. His long spear was alighted with flame. His forceful assault had brought him behind the enemy's line. Human players surrounded him, but he didn't show any fear. It was instead the players who were intimidated by him. Abdu was a level 70 rare elite after all. These players were too weak for him. He swept his spear and a ring of fire radiated out, hitting those players who were still dazed. 2 human native soldiers came, stopping Abdu from claiming the lives of more players. The players happily stepped aside and let the native soldiers fight Abdu while they provided backup. But even then, Abdu was still at an advantage. The forceful assault Abdu had done created a crack in the human army formation. Abdu's soldiers took advantage of this crack to disrupt the formation even more. Seeing their Lord Chief cause trouble to the human army also increased their morale. They shouted loud battle cries as they pushed back at the human army. Abdu was much stronger compared to the 2 human soldiers, who were just level 60 elites. Even with support from the players, the 2 human soldiers were losing. "Ha! Begone, you weaklings!" Abdu uttered and swept his spear. Torrents of flame energy followed after the sweeping motion. The 2 soldiers tried to parry using their weapons, but the force was too strong. They felt like they were washed away by a tsunami that burned them. Abdu then thrust his spear up. A large round runic symbol appeared. At the edge of this symbol were flaming spears. These flaming spears then shot forward, hitting multiple targets around Abdu. When Abdu was about to follow up with another attack, spear energy rushed by and hit the arm that held the spear, causing him damage. He turned in the direction the spear energy came from and saw the tip of a spear was upon his face. His reflex and speed allowed him to twirl his spear and deflect this attack, but the spear that he had deflected came again from another angle as if it had been attacking there from the start. His spear moved again and managed to parry the second stab, but the same thing happened. The same spear came at him from another angle just as he thought he had smacked that spear away. He was unable to deflect the third stab this time. The spear stabbed into his shoulder, causing damage. But just as he thought it was his time to counterattack, the spear that was stabbing him was gone. The tip was now right in front of his face again. His fast reflex allowed him to move his head away and dodge this fourth stab. But again a fifth stab came. It struck his neck and caused critical damage. Abdu jumped away. These stabs caused damage, but they were not alarming enough for his high health point and defense. But still, the stabs were just too mystical. He couldn't make sense of it. After jumping away, he got a good look at the wielder of the spear. It was a female human outworlder. "Who are you?" Abdu asked. For a low-level outworlder whose usage of a spear managed to force him back, he thought this woman deserved his attention. "You asked for this army's leader, didn't you?" Genie asked. "You are looking at her. My name is Genie. Now watch my spear." Genie again performed 7 spears assaulting heaven. She had managed to reach the 5th stage, which delivered 5 stabs. Her mastery of the spear had increased even more. Her 5th stage spear art was now aiming at Abdu again. However, Abdu was ready this time. His spear formed a large flaming spear image. This flaming spear came to Genie. Genie could sense from its mana how powerful this skill was. She had no choice but to cancel her spear art and rolled to the side, dodging the flame spear. "You might be good, but you are still just a low-level outworlder," Abdu uttered. "Have pride in me knowing your name when I kill you." Abdu's spear stabbed with high speed. Genie almost had no time to sense it. Out of instinct, she dodged the attack. But Abdu's spear didn't stop. It continued to pursue her. She continued to dodge using 8 diagram illusory steps, but she only managed to dodge the attacks barely. While she danced around Abdu's assaults, the orc soldiers poured through from the gap Abdu had created and disrupted the human army's formation. Everything was a mess now. The advantage that the human army had at first was slowly negated. In such chaos, those with the higher number held the advantage. Genie knew their situation wasn't good, but their objective was to keep Abdu's army from disrupting the dragon army. At least until the dragon army could rout as many soldiers from VRMMO's first army, so they could afford to divert their attention to guard their back. Hence, they needed to keep Abdu's army occupied for as long as possible. However, it was easier said than done. The orc army was at a disadvantage due to their initial chaos, but they were not amateurs in warfare that broke apart at the first sign of trouble. With enough time, they could reorganize themselves into the effective fighting machines they were. With a superior number, they were now hitting back. Jeannie herself didn't have a good time. After the successful hit she scored at the initial ambush, she almost never landed any blow on Abdu after that. All she did is try her best to stay alive under Abdu's relentless assaults. Even with the support of the players around her, she was still having trouble. She also had the King of Beast bloodline. Her hair had turned red after activating the bloodline's first skill, Wrath of the Beast. But the attribute increase still couldn't bridge the power gap between her and Abdu. She tried to lure Abdu deeper into the human army's rank, but their formation was also in chaos now, the same as the orc army. Many orc soldiers had pushed deeper following their lord chief. They were fighting on equal ground now. She was good at leading and raising morale, but she was not like John, who could adjust their army's formation on the spot to deal with various situations. Be careful, Swellgoing warned. He had been supporting her from a safe distance. His summoned minions had been trying to harass Abdu to give Jeannie some breathers, but most had died, leaving only his avatar and feral tiger. His avatar carried a spear and a shield. Swellgoing controlled it, and the feral tiger assaulted Abdu recklessly to draw Abdu's attention away from Jeannie, but Abdu understood that eliminating the leader of the enemy army would serve to lower the morale of the enemies and boost the morale of his army. Hence, he didn't let Jeannie go. He performed a wide swing that created the same fiery wave that had previously swept away the two native human soldiers. Now it was Swellgoing's avatar and feral tiger that were swept away. With the obstacle gone, he readied a strong attack. His spear burst with an intense dark flame. He swung it twice. Flaming whips slashed to Jeannie's left and right, closing off her escape path. Abdu then thrust his spear forward. The flame around the spear twirled rapidly and formed a flaming drill, which rushed toward Jeannie. Jeannie braced herself to receive the attack. She was aware of the possibility that she would be a goner after this, but there was nothing she could do. The gap in strength was just too wide. While she lamented her most likely demise, the ground before her erupted. Dirt and soil came up around her, forming a shell. The drilling flaming spear struck the earth's shell. The shell at first resisted the flame, but its drilling force slowly bore through the thick and sturdy shell. Jeannie could feel the earth's shell losing ground using her mana sense. She quickly jumped away. The flaming whips that blocked her sides had passed by. Just as she left the protection of the shell, the flaming drill bore a small hole through the shell, and intense fire burst from that hole. It scorched the area where she was a second ago. A giant dirt golem came in front of Jeannie, protecting her. Further behind was Uvira, who was casting another spell. Humph! One worm after another, Abdu grunted. He didn't feel threatened. The newcomer spellcaster was 10 levels below him. He continued to chase after Jeannie. Uvira and Swellgoing tried their best to protect her. The other human players and soldiers tried their best to keep the orc army from coming to Abdu's help. It was difficult already dealing with him alone. It would be a disaster if he had the support of his soldiers. But they were losing. Both their number and average levels were below the orc army. A large majority of them were also players. As time went on, their number continued to dwindle. Despite winning, Abdu was not happy. They had wasted time with this lot. It was already more than an hour. They were supposed to hit the dragon army's rear in conjunction with the first army. Now the first army was fighting by themselves, with an all-in approach that caused more casualties than the usual battles. All because he had told the first army that his army would be coming from the enemy's rear. Now he was being hindered from carrying out this task. Die, all of you a euro. The large runic symbol appeared again above Abdu. The flaming spears flew and struck everyone all around. Abdu himself was covered with crimson tattoos. His strength and speed had increased. Swellgoing had been killed. Uvira had only half her health point bar. Jeannie was still madly dodging Abdu's relentless attacks. She had been fully focused throughout the fight. Any wrong move might cause her life. It was extremely tiring to continue concentrating non-stop like this. She couldn't afford to slip even for a second. If her mental power was not strong enough, she wouldn't have lasted this long. Up above the sky, Makubwa was still tussling with Emrys. Give it up. Your army is failing, Emrys said. Never, Makubwa exclaimed. However, despite his ardor, He couldn't deny the situation of his troops. They had started today's battle without proper equipment. Some health points were also in bad condition. They were even fighting more recklessly than usual, all in the bid for a decisive battle by pinning the enemies from two opposite sides. However, now the one who had proposed this strategy was instead getting halted. Their casualties were increasing with each passing minute. If that Lord Chief still didn't come soon, then both their forces won't have enough numbers to make a difference even if they pinned the human army in between them. Mkubwa looked at where Abdus' army was. They were visibly winning, but the human army continued to cling and refused to disengage. They were deadly serious about holding Abdus' army, even at the cost of their lives. Mkubwa gritted his teeth. Damn that Lord Chief. Shouldn't have trusted his proposal, he thought. Now it was Abdus' sneak army that threatened his own strategy to fail. And what about the interceptor army that was sent to protect the supply lines? Why were there still no supplies arriving by now? All these depressing thoughts caused Mkubwa's concentration to waver. He was hit by Emrys' spell. A lightning lasso bound his huge body before walls of ice encapsulated him from all directions, creating an ice coffin. The coffin fell to the ground, which had now turned into a pool of lava. The ice coffin submerged into the lava as it slowly melted. Emrys took the chance when his opponent was locked inside the lava pool to cast a spell and send it to the army below. The spell took shape into hundreds of small firebirds. These firebirds flew down onto the battlefield and home in on enemy soldiers. The orc soldiers whose bodies were invaded by these firebirds were burned from the inside out. Their health points continued to fall until they were nothing but ash. The lava pool exploded. Mkubwa flew out with rage. I will kill you a euro, he shouted. Ha! That's the second time I have dragged you to the ground, while you have not yet fulfilled your promise about dragging me down. Emrys mocked. His body turned intangible again when Mkubwa's gigantic club came swinging. As Mkubwa swung his club frantically, a large commotion was heard from the eastern side, the side opposite Abdus' army's position. Both Emrys and Mkubwa couldn't help but look that way. In the distant east where Thanitsa was, they saw this border town was currently being surrounded by a considerable force. Mkubwa left some troops behind to guard the town, but not that many. The human army needed to go through them to get to the border town anyway. What's more important was that the border town was not an actual fortress. They might have walls, but they didn't have offensive artilleries. The defensive weapons had been automatically destroyed ever since the town was occupied. They could only be repaired after the war was over. The artilleries the First Army possessed were the siege weapons they brought from VRMMO. At this moment, these siege weapons were behind the First Army, providing artillery support to their army that was engaging in the front line. Hence, aside from walls and the troops stationed inside Thanitsa, there was no other defense. The force that was surrounding Thanitsa was human soldiers. They were scaling the walls from all four directions. Because of insufficient troops, the orcs couldn't defend all walls. Some human soldiers had managed to climb up the wall and fought with the orcs inside the town. What happened? Where did those soldiers come from? Mkubwa uttered in consternation. Emrys was similarly baffled. The human soldiers that were sieging Thanitsa at this time were led by Commander Armstrong. 4 days ago, Ahab sneaked out of Themisphili Fort and went to these wall. When he arrived, he found out that the border town had almost no enemy. The third war chief, who was maintaining a FAA section audit in front of Themisphili Fort, received a report about enemies suddenly appearing near their captured town. He hurriedly tried to go back to prevent the border town from being retaken, but Duchess Isabel came out and forced him to stay. At the same time, Ahab sent a part of his force to halt the army under that war chief and also had Fierce Flame send a message to her friend, who was with Commander Armstrong inside the fort in Slaughterer Plains. Commander Armstrong immediately brought his force out of the fort once he received the message. Together with Ahab, they retook these wall. The next day, Ahab stayed inside these wall to guard it while Commander Armstrong took half of their army and headed toward Thanitsa. After 3 days of marching, they arrived and hit Thanitsa from the back while the Dragon Army and the First Army were fighting. If they had arrived a day sooner, They won't be able to do this sneak attack because VRMMO's army was fighting from inside and around the town. Today, the first army had come out and fought the dragon army on an open field to synchronize their planned pinning attacks with Abdu's force, leaving Thanitsa with minimum defense. Hence, they had managed to breach into the town in such a short time. Seeing some enemies had already climbed inside the town and fought with the orc guards inside, Makubwa uttered a command to have the army return to defend the town. However, Emrys issued a command to forego defense and redouble their offense, forcing VRMMO's first army to stay. Makubwa wanted to fly back to the town, but he was in a similar situation as his army. Emrys blocked and harassed his every attempt in retreating. "No!" Abdu shouted. He saw the first army start to move away. He was not aware of what was happening in Thanitsa because it was too far away from where he was at. He simply considered the first army had suffered too many losses that they no longer wanted to wait for him to pin the dragon army from behind. He realized then he had wasted too much time with Genie's army. "Damn you!" Abdu thrust at Genie, but the attack was blocked by Uvira's earth wall. Abdu then turned away, no longer interested in finishing Genie. Abdu issued a command to disengage from the human army they were fighting and went after the dragon army. Genie's army had reduced to less than half after the forceful battle. They were not in the condition to hold Abdu's army down any longer, but they still chased and stopped as many soldiers as they could from leaving. Abdu didn't bother about the ones that were blocked by the enemies. He urged the others to move, leaving those that couldn't follow. They charged forward. "Oh, now you come. Such incompetence," Makubwa scolded. He saw Abdu's army that was rushing over, but he didn't care anymore. All that was important now was preventing the border town from being retaken. Hence, he continued to command his army to retreat to the border town. Emrys also saw Abdu's approach. Now that the first army was busy trying to retreat to the border town, it could be said that his army had no pressure. He ordered a portion to detach and engaged the incoming Abdu's army, while the rest continued to hinder the first army's retreat. Abdu was confused as to why Makubwa was still retreating when he was already charging over, but then he saw the smoke and noises from the border town in the distance. He realized then what had happened. Part of this was his fault as well. If he hadn't left these walls behind, the enemies wouldn't have been able to sneak attack them from behind. He couldn't help but pity his fate. He had planned to pin the enemies from behind, but it was instead his action that allowed their army to get hit from behind. Abdu lost all spirit to fight. He started to slow down before stopping altogether. His army stopped with him. They were confused. They were charging fervently a few seconds ago. Why were they stopping now? All of them turned to Abdu, but the Lord Chief just looked to the front with a blank stare. Even when a part of the dragon army sent by Emrys was seen coming toward them, Abdu was still being silent. "Lord Chiefayuro? Lord Chief, what should we do?" One of Abdu's aides asked him. The human army was coming. From what they could see, the size of the army coming at them was equal if not more. "Lord Chiefayuro, what should we do?" the aide asked again. Abdu's hand clenched tightly on his spear. His breath started to turn heavy. His eyes were savage. "Fight a euro. Fight. Fight till your last breath a euro." Abdu roared and ran forward. The soldiers around him uttered their battle cries and followed after him. Abdu was the first to charge into the incoming human army. He now no longer thought about winning. All he wanted to do was just fight and kill as many enemies as possible. His spear kept on stabbing unceasingly. He fought without a care for himself. The crimson tattoos on his body flared brightly, even more brightly than normal. This was an enhanced berserk skill. His state of mind had put him into a berserk state. With both mind and body in tune, the berserk skill granted him even more power than usual. None of the human soldiers could stand in his way. Inspired by their leader's berserk way, the orc soldiers also fought with a ferocity that was beyond normal. The human army was surprised. The orcs here fought even more fiercely than the first army they fought just now. Abdu continued to rampage amongst the human soldiers, until suddenly his spear clanged with another spear. He looked at the enemy who had stopped his stab. It was a high-ranking human officer. "My name is Claudius," State your name, orc, the spear-wielding human uttered. Rarga Euro. Abdu was no longer in the mood for conversation. He didn't care about custom, honor, or glory anymore. All he wanted to do was just stab the enemy in front of him to his death. His spear burst with dark fire as it turned into a blur. Hundreds of flaming stab assaulted Claudius. Claudius jumped back and twirled his spear. Rocks and dirt were sucked up and danced in front of his spear, forming a protective wall. But Abdu's flaming stabs were just too numerous. After blocking half of the flaming stabs, the rock wall crumbled and the remaining stabs hit Claudius. Claudius continued to retreat while suffering multiple flaming stabs. Each stab ate away at his health point. Luckily, when the rock wall covered the first half of Abdu's assault, he activated another defensive skill. A layer of hard earth covered his entire body. It reduced the damage he received. Despite mitigating his wound, Claudius was losing. He was 4 levels below Abdu. Additionally, Abdu's condition triggered a special power-up from his berserk skill, thus increasing the gap even more. When Abdu was about to continue his assault, a large earth hand appeared above him, trying to grab him. Abdu swung his spear at the hand, creating a flaming wave. The wave destroyed the earth hand. While he did, Genie appeared from behind and stabbed him. Despite her army suffering heavy losses, Genie never planned to quit. She commanded whoever still survived to chase after Abdu's army. When Claudius' army clashed with Abdu's, Genie's army caught up and hit them from behind. Seeing Genie again, Abdu's rage turned even more intense. His crimson tattoos flared another degree brighter. He again tried to kill Genie. With the increased power, his every swing now created a shockwave that caused damage to her even when his spear didn't touch her. Luckily, her body was protected by rock armor. It was a protective spell cast by Uvira. Genie's spear was also covered by a layer of earth. It was another enchantment spell cast by Uvira, enhancing Genie's spear with the earth element, allowing her to deliver decent damage even for her low level. Uvira herself cast a spell from the side. Multiple rock darts flew and struck Abdu. Her giant dirt golem was by the side, smacking any orcs that were trying to support their lord chief. Seeing Abdu's intention was diverted, Claudius rushed over and joined the fight. His and Genie's spears alternated in clashing with Abdu's. Claudius and Genie glanced at one another during the fight. They had never fought one another, but they knew they were enemies during the Civil War. They never imagined that the two of them would fight side by side like this. The 3 spear experts continued to exchange moves as the battle raged on around them. Even though outnumbered, Abdu still seemed to be at an advantage. Until during an occasion, a gunshot was heard. Abdu reeled back after the gunshot. He covered his right eye. A bullet had accurately hit that eye, causing critical damage as well as momentary blindness. Genie turned in the direction of the shooter and saw it was Mills who had taken the shot. "Don't get distracted," Mills shouted at her while he continued shooting. "Cover me for a bit," Claudius shouted. He jumped back and took a low stance. With Abdu momentarily incapacitated, this was his chance to use a big move. The image of an eastern dragon appeared and flew circling him. The blind effect from the eye hit only lasted a moment. Abdu could see again when Genie's spear came. His spear quickly twirled and smacked Genie's spear away, while his thick arm came and punched her hard in her belly. Genie felt all the air inside her being forcefully pushed out. She reeled backward as her health point dropped 1/3 of her entire health point. Even though she was protected by the rock armor and even though Abdu used an unarmed attack, it still caused high damage. Before Abdu could continue his offense, a hail of bullets assailed him. Mills used Gunner level 50 skill Bulletstorm. It discharged a torrent of bullets that dealt 50% physical damage for each bullet and ignored 30% defense. If there were anything close to a machine gun in this game world, it was this skill. Normally, it was very difficult for a gunner to aim his gun when this skill was active. If the gunner let the skill auto-target by itself, the guns would shoot all around the gunner, hitting everyone in the vicinity. What the gunner experienced would be like constant ricochets that threw his aim all over the place. But Mills had learned to master this skill. He was able to forcefully control his aim to stick on Abdu despite the unnatural ricochets from the skill. Uvira also cast another spell that tossed rock pellets at Abdu, trying to prevent him from further wounding Genie. Abdu rotated his spear at high speed in front of him, deflecting all the hail of bullets and rock pellets. Genie didn't let her wound stop her. Once she regained solid footing, she also unleashed her level 50 skill. A large spear appeared in the sky above Abdu and fell on him. The skill was called Heaven's Spear. The falling spear dealt 500% damage and ignored 70% of the target's defense. However, before this Heaven's Spear impaled his head, Abdu's free hand shot up and caught the falling spear. It stopped just as its tip was about to hit Abdu's scalp. Abdu clenched his hand that was grabbing the spear. The incredible strength granted by his augmented berserk let him destroy the spear with brute force. The spear disintegrated into particles of light. Genie never stopped her offense. The moment after she executed Heaven's Spear, she also used the domain of spears. Spears pierced out of the ground around her. Since Abdu was in range, he was hit by the spears. With his one hand blocking Mills and Uvira's attacks, while his other hand blocking Heaven's Spear, Abdu was unable to defend against the ground spears. The ground spears pierced him from underneath and caused damage. Rarga Euro. Abdu swung widely after those attacks were over. He didn't seem to bother about the pain caused by Genie's spears. Instead, the pain fueled his rage, further augmenting his berserk state. A fire ring radiated out. Genie jumped back while using his spear to parry the incoming fire ring. He felt extreme heat when the fire ring touched her. She received burn status and her health point fell to critical. She dropped to the ground and rolled back, trying to put more distance from Abdu. She could hear Abdu coming after her. Uvira and Mills were also hit by the fire ring. They similarly lost health point and received burn status. Uvira didn't care about her condition. She shot ranged attacks from her staff, trying to hinder Abdu from chasing Genie. But Abdu ignored her attacks. He just let those attacks hit while running toward Genie. When he jumped and was about to deliver a killing strike on Genie, he felt strong pressure from his side. He turned in time and saw a long-bodied Eastern dragon coming at him. Claudius had completed the preparation for his ultimate skill, the Heavenly Dragon Spear. The same skill that had killed Miller during the Civil War. Abdu's spear, which was about to impale Genie, changed direction and stabbed at this incoming dragon. As during the fight with Miller, the dragon swerved in its flight and dodged the spear. It was about to coil itself and broke Abdu's spear, but the spear vanished. Abdu retracted the spear with light speed and stabbed again. This time it hit the dragon. The dragon recoiled but came back again. Abdu landed and moved back. He couldn't focus on Genie with this dragon gunning at him. The dragon continued to come as Abdu unceasingly repelled it using his spear. Genie and the others were not going to just stand around and watch. They immediately attacked Abdu from his back. Genie also took the chance to drink healing potions and other restorative potions to bring her health point back to safety again. With Abdu focusing on the dragon, he was unable to prevent them from using potions, nor defend himself from their attacks. No matter how many times Abdu stabbed and hit the dragon seemed to be undying and continued to come at him. Abdu's rage intensified because of this. The crimson tattoos on his body flared even brighter. The flame on his spear burned even more fiercely. Yet, the dragon persisted. It even started to use its claws to block Abdu's spear when it came stabbing. The enhanced berserk might have given Abdu increased strength and speed. But like the normal berserk, this enhanced berserk also reduced the user's defense. Thus, every damage he received was increased. Even though Abdu kept the dragon from touching him, his back was continuously assaulted by Genie and the others. His health point continued to fall. Genie even used her spear art, 7 spears assaulting heaven. Since Abdu was occupied, all 5 stabs landed on him. The 5 stabs hit in rapid succession, causing combo multipliers. Each hit also produced higher damage than the previous. Gra-ha-ha-euro! Abdu shouted and swung his spear to his back. He finally couldn't ignore the attacks from behind. His rage augmented his berserk, but at the same time, The berserk also slowly influenced his mind. He was no longer thinking straight. All he felt was rage. His swinging spear produced a flaming wave that was larger than before. The wave swept the three combatants, damaging them and throwing them to the side. Luckily, Genie had drunk recovery potions. Otherwise, she would have lost her life from the flame wave just now. Because Abdu had stopped repelling the dragon to strike Genie and the others, the dragon managed to finally hit Abdu. It entered Abdu's body and ravaged the Lord Chief from the inside. Rarer Gayuro! Abdu screamed in pain as multiple spears stabbed out of his body repeatedly. Once the dragon managed to enter Abdu's body, Claudius fell to the ground. He had to mentally control the dragon or else the skill would collapse. That's why he hadn't joined the assault with the others just now. Each passing second caused heavier pressure on his mind. If Abdu didn't lose control as he did just now, Claudius was not sure if he could maintain his skill for longer. Abdu continued to scream as he swung his spear blindly. Genie and Mills quickly drank recovery potions as they rose. Then, together with Uvira, they resumed their offenses. Genie used her skill, radiant javelins, to attack from a distance. Abdu's wild swings still looked dangerous enough. This time, Claudius also joined the others to attack. With Claudius, their damage output increased. Abdu was still under the effect of berserk, which reduced his defense. With the heavenly dragon spear rampaging from inside and the attacks from Claudius and the others from outside, Abdu's health point was quickly diminished. The heavenly dragon spear, although powerful, wasn't endless. It ended just as Abdu's health point reached a critical low. Genie and the others hastened their attacks, afraid that Abdu might try something that could reverse the situation or escape. However, when he was close to the end, Genie saw Abdu instead calm down. He let go of his spear and sighed. Both Genie's and Claudius' spears hit Abdu then. One from the front and one from the back. Genie was in the front. He saw Abdu's face as his health point reached 0. His expression was oddly at peace. Abdu then fell to the ground. The other orcs who saw their leaders die. Some cried in sadness, some cried in rage. None of them fled. They continued to fight, as did the battle ahead at the border town. The battle didn't last long though. Makubwa led his army trying to retake Thanitsa, but Armstrong's force had occupied its wall. They switched to defending it from Makubwa's attempt to re-enter the town. With the dragon army harassing them from behind, they couldn't mount an effective siege. After a hard struggle, they had no choice but to retreat away from the border town. Makubwa looked long and hard at the town that was now being protected by the combined forces of the dragon army and Armstrongs. After a long silence, he turned east and said, "Let's return." Salmon by the side didn't utter any objection. Nor did any of the soldiers. They were defeated both in body and spirit. With the supplies still not in sight, if their leaders still not ending this war, they might leave by themselves instead. Verimer's first army started to make a slow march toward the Fulgur region. As the orcs were marching back in the direction of their home country, a legion of the human army approached them. Makubwa looked at this legion with a frown. Do they still want to fight? He thought. The legion was led by an outworlder woman. Behind her on her horse was the corpse of an orc. Makubwa raised his hand to halt his army. He then approached this woman with salmon. The woman was Genie. The corpse on her horse was Abdu. Genie came down from her steed and brought Abdu to the two orc leaders. He laid Abdu on the ground without getting too close to the two. Emrys and Armstrong followed close behind her, in case the orc leaders tried something. "This is your comrade. Please take him back for an honorary burial," Genie said to Makubwa and Salmon. "Humph. He is a disgrace," Makubwa said with a disdainful grunt. Genie pulled out her spear upon hearing it. Her spear was different from the one she used in the fight before. In fact, her spear was Abdu's spear. It had dropped as loot after Abdu died. The spear alighted with dark fire. It was a unique grade spear. "Take that back. He is a great warrior," Genie exclaimed. Makubwa was taken aback. Never would he imagine an outworlder, a human to add, would speak highly of his race, of her enemy. Salmon stepped forward. He kneeled before Abdu's corpse and uttered some prayers, before picking him up. "Thank you for bringing him to us," Salmon said to Genie. Genie replied with a nod. Salmon walked back. "Let's go," he said to Makubwa. Makubwa gave Genie and Emrys another stare before turning away. He didn't say anything. He gave a silent signal for the troops to resume their march. Genie and the others watched the orc army slowly move away. It was over. The invasion had ended. They heard loud cheers from the border town. All the soldiers were cheering there. Armstrong looked at Emrys and Genie with a smile. "It's finally over," Armstrong said. "We don't know yet about the Phoenix Army," Emrys reminded. "We can send a message from Thanitsa. If they need help, we can head over to help, but I doubt it. Without any delivery of supplies, the orc army there should be in a bad condition as well." It was as Armstrong had said. The Phoenix Army was at first losing at the start of the war because of their slightly lesser number. But ever since supplies stopped arriving, the advantage slowly tipped toward the Phoenix Army. When Verimer's first army retreated, the second army had dwindled to become less than the Phoenix Army. One day after the first army's retreat, the second army received the news and began to vacate the border town they were occupying. They wouldn't be able to continue for long without supplies anyway. Even now, there was still no clear sign of when the supplies will arrive. They had lost hope of the supplies ever arriving. Since the first army had already packed up, they had no point in staying. They decided to leave before the rest of the Themisphere army came and surrounded them. When the second army crossed over to the Fulgur region, it officially marked the end of the war. All the Verimer's forces were now no longer on Themisphere's soil. As for Jack and the Shock Army, after they split up and ran in all directions, a large portion of the players used Town Return Scroll once they were out of combat. A few ran back in direction of Themisphere to join the fight with the main armies. As for the native soldiers, they had also split out into many groups during the escape. Many also rode back to join the main armies. These native soldiers and players who rode back watched the fight between the Dragon Army and the First Army from a distance. When they saw Armstrong's force hit Thanitsa, they immediately joined. The rest of the native army that split up found each other in the desert and merged into a larger group. Duke Alfredo and Commander Quintus led this group. Jack found them, and instead of going back to join the main armies, they decided to continue roaming the desert, trying to find the next supply carts that were sent. After losing the supply carts, Umiza tasked his entire force to guard the next supply carts, while Abesai's force stayed and guarded the supply depot they had retaken. With a much smaller force, Jack couldn't destroy these supply carts that were being transported. But he still used guerrilla tactics to harass Umiza's escorting force. Playing cat and mouse, hit and run, causing the supply carts' movement to slow. This drove the Elder Orc crazy. They couldn't spare too many soldiers to chase after Jack's harassing force. What if there were other hidden troops? If they left these supply carts with minimal guards, then what happened a few days ago would repeat itself. The enemies would use the opportunity to destroy these carts. They couldn't afford it. So they just endure and chased the harassing force away every time they came. These humans kept on circling around and disturbed them, like flies on a carcass, slowing their advance. Once they refreshed the military rations in the supply depot, they headed out immediately. Abesai took a portion of his army and followed Umiza, leaving the rest led by Lubanzi to continue guarding the supply depots. He needed to make sure for himself that these supplies reached their destination. But after a couple of days, they saw the first army coming in their direction. Seeing this army could only mean one thing: there was no need to deliver the supplies anymore. Makubwa just looked at Umiza without any words. He was not in the mood for conversation. This defeat was a stain he had to carry forever in his life. When he saw Abesai amongst Umiza's troops, he instructed people to bring Abdu's body to the young warlord. Salmon took it upon himself to deliver the body. When Abdu's body was laid before Abesai lost all his words. He just knelt before his father's body and stayed silent for a long time. Salmon stayed there and let Abesai process his grief. Makubwa resumed their march, bringing his army back to Verimer. Umiza, after reviewing the situation, decided to turn back as well. Who did this? Abasai finally asked after a long time. Your father's force was surrounded when he tried to attack the enemy's rear, Salmon informed. He fought against many opponents. But from the report of surviving soldiers, the ones who dealt the final blow were a human soldier named Claudius and an outworlder named Genie. Salmon could hear Abasai's breathing turn rougher upon the knowledge of his father's slayers. He said, I understand your desire for revenge. However, I can't let you send more of our soldiers to death for your rage. I will take over this remaining army. I hope you can cool your head and return to VRMMO as well. This war is over now. Your late father wouldn't want you to throw your life away for the sake of a petty emotion. Salmon then called the superior officers there and assumed control of the army. He issued an order for a retreat. Everyone started to march following him. Only Abasai's private force stayed, which was not many. Abasai clenched his fist and looked at his missing arm. Stormwind, Claudius, and Genie, he muttered. Father, I swear to you that I will claim this vengeance. He picked up his father's body with one arm and then told his soldiers, Let's return to VRMMO. Jack and the others saw the event from far away, ready to run away if needed. They had continued provoking Umiza's army, but after seeing Makubwa's army appear, they hurriedly put a safe distance. Seeing all those orc forces marching back in direction of VRMMO, they knew then that the war was over. Finally, Commander Quintus exclaimed, Your sacrifice is not in vain, Laurent, Duke Alfredo muttered softly. They waited until the last of the orc army disappeared on the horizon. Jack lifted his sword high and loudly declared, Victory! Everyone cheered then. After the cheering ended, Jack said to them, Let's return. Jack brought them to these wall. There, he checked to make sure Gus was safe as well. He had promised Gruff after all. Duke Alfredo met his wife there and told her about Laurent. Duchess Isabel was visibly sad. Laurent was their longtime friend. He was practically a family to them. Seeing that Gus was all right, Jack said goodbye to everyone. Duke Alfredo and the others would be going back by steed. Jack used the town return scroll and teleported to Therath. On the day that VRMMO's second army departed from Themisphere, every player who was participating in the war heard a victory notification. Everyone received a report on their contributions. Jack did as well. Fight enemy's troops equals 1,182,751 war contribution points. Participate throughout the war equals 200,000 war contribution points. Successfully protecting the country and repelling the invasion equals 1 million war contribution points. Lead the army as a general equals 1 million war contribution points. Play a major part in helping Allied troops arrive in Slaughterer Plains Fort before the enemy equals 500,000 war contribution points. Successfully achieving a major victory in the battle at Slaughterer Plains equals 1,200,000 war contribution points. Wound a high-rank officer equals 300,000 war contribution points. Play a major part in hasting the shock troop to arrive at the supply line equals 300,000 war contribution points. Kill 2 mid-ranked officers equals 400,000 war contribution points. Successfully disrupting the supply line equals 2 million. War contribution points. The total war contribution points received by Jack were 8,082,751 war contribution points. It was more than double the points he got from the previous civil war. But thinking about it, the previous war was domestic while this was a war between two nations. This war also lasted longer. It had been more than a month since this war started. So, it made sense that the awarded war contribution points were more. Even the points given for just remaining throughout the war was double than previous. The first 3 lines from the contribution report were for general participants. Every player who participated in the war and remained until the end would receive those points, while the rests were more personal, granted to individuals with specific achievements during the war. Even for players who simply joined the war without any particular achievement, the general contributions already awarded them more than 1 million war contribution points. It was much more generous than the previous civil war. But of course, there were more casualties resulting in this war. Some could no longer afford to buy the Amulet of Rebirth and had to start from the beginning. These players had stashed their valuables and coins inside the bank or guild vaults. Hence, they only lost their levels and the equipment they wore. After the war, There was a significant influx in player requests to use the leveling ground under the Valley of Tempest. This boosted Everlasting Heavenly Legends coin income. With the number of guild soldiers lost during the war, they needed the coins to retrain the soldiers. Those who had died in the war received EXP boosts as in the previous war, while guilds received training boosts to speed up the training of their guild soldiers. Everyone received EXP, mana cores, and coins aside from the war contribution points. Jack received 41 million EXP, 2,400 mana cores, and 370 gold coins. He also reaped massive EXP points from the long battle to defend the supply depot. He gained EXP from both his kills and the native soldiers' kills nearby him. Hence, his gain was not comparable to others. This gain combined with the EXP reward after the war ended helped Jack to level up a total of 10 times. His Brave Swordsmaster increased by 3 levels to level 62. His Time Sage increased by 4, it was level 62 as well. His Beastmaster increased by 3 and was now level 61. In terms of level, he now left the average players in the dust. The average players were still around level 55, while those who had survived and performed decently during the war were around level 56 to 58. With the previously unused points, Jack had 48 free attribute points. He decided to just throw them into his dexterity stat this time, enhancing his already strong point. His stats were all past 1,000 points by now except for luck. He received 2 new skills from Brave Swordsmaster and Time Sage when they went past level 60. For Beastmaster, he didn't receive any skill as it was still an elite class. Swords of the Braves, level 120th active skill, range, requires sword, conjures 5 golden swords that home in on targets, dealing 500% light damage. Stun targets for 2 seconds. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Stamina, 300. Time domain, level 120th, active spell, requires magic weapons, create a sphere with a radius of 30 meters around the caster. All hostiles within the sphere are slowed to 50% of their original speed. All allies within the sphere are sped up by 100%. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 hours. Mana, 400. He remembered the Swords of the Braves as one of the skills Mihos used, but he was more excited about the Time Sage's new spell. If he activated this time domain, every enemy in his vicinity would become a turtle. He was itching to max level them the moment he received those skills. He had 12 free skill points for both Brave Swordsmaster and Time Sage, while his Beastmaster had 28 free skill points. He still didn't have any new Beastmaster skill, so this load of free skill points was still unusable. Before he used the Brave Swordsmaster and Time Sage's free skill points, he checked his container of souls first. It had amassed quite a sum of souls. The container had achieved another record again. Inside, there were 6,924,358 souls. The souls were more than the final battle during the Civil War even without killing a high-level officer like Garland. It was because the battle had gone on for a much longer time. Additionally, the natives and players who died during the battle this time had generally higher levels than in the last Civil War's final battle. Without further ado, Jack used 1,400,000 souls in conjunction with 12 free skill points from Brave Swordsmaster and Time Sage to max level his 2 new skills. Brave Swordsmaster at level 20 conjured 10 golden swords. Each sword dealt 800% damage. As for Time Domain, each level increased its duration and its area of effect. At level 20, Time Domain lasted for 3 long minutes and covered an area of 50 meters radius. With his already crazy speed, if Jack just stayed inside this domain, nobody would be able to touch him. For the remaining 5,524,358 souls, Jack used 1,900,000 souls to max level Pentaslash. The first slash from this skill now delivered 300% physical damage. The later 4 slashes' incremental damage was also higher because of the increased first slash's damage. He then used another 1,900,000 souls to max level Dispel. Aside from increasing the success chance, each level also increased the range of the spell. At level 20, Dispel could affect a target 120 meters away. For the remaining soul points, 1,300,000 were used to max level Tracing Beams, while 400,000 were used to level up Blitz Slash to level 14. Level 20 tracing beams shot 30 beams dealing 70% magic damage. At level 14, each slash from Blitz Slash dealt 165% physical damage. Several of his battle skills also increased in star proficiencies. One skill received its first star, Wings of Devastation. Each star of this skill increased the width of the energy wave, allowing it to hit an even larger area compared to its already large AoE. After the war, Thuras increased by 2 levels to level 61. It didn't gain any EXP from the kills made by native soldiers under Jack's command, so its improvement was not as extreme as Jack's. But Jack never stopped giving it rare-grade pet food daily to help it gain EXP. Arl card increased a level to level 64. He was glad by the improvement but unpleased when he saw Jack was catching up to him. He left with a determined expression after the war ended. Aside from the standard EXP points, mana cores, coins, and war contribution points received after the victory notification, everyone who was a member of the Themisphere Kingdom faction received an additional reward in the form of merit points. This reward was not granted during the Civil War. Penuel explained that it was because the Civil War was among their countrymen. This time it was against foreigners for the honor of the country. Hence, the merit points reward. This was like a bonus for those who had successfully joined the Kingdom faction. However, Penuel also explained that every Kingdom faction member received a different number of merit points. Just like the war contribution points, the merit points awarded were based on achievements during the war. Jack received 102,264 merit points from the notification. His total merit point achievement was now 163,234 merit points. He just needed 86,766 merit points to become a duke. Probably once he completed his Kingdom faction chain quest, the merit point reward should be enough to let him become one. As in the previous Civil War, participating guilds also received many rewards, especially the guilds that used their guild soldiers in the war. The participating guilds received reputation points, coins, and resources. The guilds that had guild headquarters received additional rewards this time in the form of training boosts as well as free recruits to be trained into guild soldiers. They also received Country Blessing, a buff that increased the income of all resources, food, minerals, woods, and mana. Everlasting Heavenly Legends was awarded 3,924,000 reputation points. After becoming level 4, they needed to collect 10 million reputation points to become a level 5 guild. This reward had already covered almost half of the required number. The rank of contributing guilds in the war was publicly announced. Everlasting Heavenly Legends was placed number 1, which meant Everlasting Heavenly Legends received the highest number of reputation points. Everlasting Heavenly Legends was already the first guild to reach level 4. With this achievement, it was most likely to be the first again to reach level 5. Except for Death Associates, all the top 10 contributing guilds were those that had guild headquarters. Gluttonous Despot and Crowd of Sins got the second and third ranks respectively, due to their war tools. The next in rank were the remaining ones who fight to block the supply route. They deserved the ranks for the number of guild soldiers they lost in that battle. The representatives of the 10 guilds were called to the Kingdom Representative Office where an additional prize was given to them. Jeannie went there as Everlasting Heavenly Legends representative, and she was given a unique grade blueprint to construct a guild structure. It was called Mana Fountain. It was similar to their basic guild structure, Mana Cell, which produced mana for guild usage. Different was, this Mana Fountain produced 10 times the amount produced by the Mana Cell. Hey! Is this the guild structure you mentioned before that can help us with our mana income problem? Jack asked Penuel when Jeannie showed them the Mana Fountain blueprint. They were currently lining up to exchange their war contribution points in the Kingdom Representative Office. Yes, the Kingdom is rather generous to give this blueprint, Penuel remarked. Perfect. With this Mana Fountain and the coin income from the Valley of Tempest training operation, the limit to the number of guild soldiers we can train will increase exponentially, John said. Yeah, I will have our workers construct this structure once I am back at headquarters, Jeannie said. What did the other 9 guilds get? Jack asked. I don't know, we are called in to be given the reward privately, Jeannie replied. But I did see 9 other similar blueprint scrolls on the desk. I was the first one being called, so it should be safe to assume the others also received a guild structure blueprint. But I doubt they are all given mana fountain blueprint as well, John said. Since they are all lower ranks than us, the blueprints they received should be of the lower grades. Oh, my turn, Jack said when the counter he was queuing at was vacated. He headed over to the counter. The clerk took his data and said, "You have 10,509,008 war contribution points. Impressive, sir. The highest I've seen at this time. Do you wish to exchange these points?" "Yes, please," Jack said. He should be able to exchange for unique equipment now if the list was still the same. He reviewed the list displayed by the clerk. Most were still the same. The cheapest unique grade armor cost around 5 million war contribution points, while the weapon cost around 6 million points. He could get 2 unique grade armors with his war contribution points, but if he exchanged 1 or 2 of his current armors, he would lose the full set bonus of his Sword Fiend's gear set. If he had no other option to choose, then perhaps he would do that. But at the moment of his 2 weapons, one was still in super rare grade. So Jack focused on the unique grade weapon section. He studied the longsword section since his magic staff was already unique grade. 3 unique grade longswords were available to be exchanged. Sword of Calamity costing 5,800,000 points. Sword of Eternal Solitude costing 6,200,000 points. Sword of Unknown Loss costing 6,300,000 points. If following common sense, more expensive items signified better quality, but he had a guide to make sure he didn't pick the wrong choice. "What do you recommend?" he asked Penuel. Every unique or legendary equipment provided 1 active skill, like the Mana Steel aura from your Mana Leech staff, Penuel explained. The active skill of this Sword of Calamity is creating a field of chaotic energy that hit a small area. Everyone within this area receives chaos damage. Sword of Eternal Solitude had the aura of solitude. It is an ability that can only be used when there are no allies in your vicinity. It increased your overall power for 2 minutes, but if any allies approached during the duration, the ability will be forcefully ended. The Sword of Unknown Loss gave you Peerless Slash. It dealt massive soul damage to a single target from a distance. The attack ignored all defense and in theory should be unavoidable. "Should be?" Jack asked. "If I am the old me, I would have said the Peerless Slash is unavoidable, but after seeing you Outworlders dodged attacks using your mana sense, I am honestly not so sure anymore. Alright, another thing. The Peerless Slash had a small percentage to inflict instant kill." "Wow. Well, I think then it is not so strange to find this sword to be the most expensive one. You want to take the Sword of Unknown Loss? The skill only hit a single target," Penuel said. "I think I have plenty enough skills that deal damage to groups. I need to add ones that pack a punch against a high-level enemy," Jack said. He then clicked on the option for the Sword of Unknown Loss. The sword was automatically transferred into his inventory. Jack immediately took a look at its detailed stats. Sword of Unknown Loss, level 50/90th, unique one-handed sword, physical damage 425, attack speed 2, durability 100, strength plus 22, all sword skills plus 10% damage, all received damage is reduced by 10%, Peerless Slash, active skill deals 1,500% physical damage to a single enemy from a distance. Completely ignores defense. 50% chance to cause weakness status for 30 seconds. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Only level 50. Shit. I have to use lots of materials to level it up, Jack thought after seeing its level. He guessed this would be the standard level for the unique grade equipment players got from this source. But even though he was slightly disappointed at the weapons level, its other stats were great enough. Especially the Peerless Slash. It was weaker than a max-level Brave Slash, but this skill hit from a long distance. It also completely ignored defense. Hence, when fighting a high-defense opponent, this skill had the potential to inflict even higher damage than the max-level Brave Slash. It also caused weakness status, which lowered the opponent's overall stats. Jack didn't take too long to review the sword stats. Many people were queuing behind him after all. With his remaining war contribution points, he couldn't get any more unique grade equipment. So, he exchanged them for 2 elemental evolve seeds. After the exchanges, He only had a paltry 209,008 war contribution points left. John went next to the counter. Jack came to Jeannie, who queued behind John. Jack was eager to feed the Sword of Unknown Loss to Stormbreaker, but he needed to level it up first. Before that, however, he gave the sword to Jeannie to check the number needed for a copy. They had agreed they would copy unique-grade equipment if they ever found one. When Jack got his unique-grade mana leech staff from slaying Garland, she had given it to Jeannie to try to copy. Cost 7,000 mana cores. At that time, they needed the mana cores to copy super rare-grade bloodlines, so Jeannie couldn't spare any mana cores to copy. Even now, they still needed the mana cores for bloodlines because not all core members got the bloodlines yet. But after the war, all members that participated received mana core rewards, and they donated a portion to the guild, so Jeannie had many cores at the moment. Jeannie checked the sword and saw that she needed 10,000 mana cores. She could copy the sword, but she would only make one copy just for their library. She would still prioritize bloodlines first before started copying equipment to be distributed. She asked Jack to wait. The duplication process couldn't be done from within her inventory, so she needed to find a secluded place. After John and Jeannie were done exchanging their war contribution points, Jack took them to his room atop Amy's bakery. Jeannie duplicated the sword there, as well as Jack's mana leech staff. "Hey, do you have any other good stuff to duplicate?" John asked. "Like, for example, a heaven-defying spell or something like that?" When Jack got Perpetual Lightning Judgment from Garland, he had been astonished by the fact that he could learn an elementalist spell that he forgot to give to Jeannie to copy first. John had been complaining non-stop about it every chance he got. "No," Jack replied, remembering the spells that he had also gotten from the Order of Magi. But those spells could be acquired if other members joined and reached the required ranks in that faction. It was better for Jeannie to use her mana cores for other urgent items. At least that's how Jack tried to rationalize for him, forgetting to let Jeannie copy the spells first before learning them. While Jeannie copied his 2 equipment, Jack used the 2 elemental evolve seeds to evolve his spells. He didn't give them to Jeannie to copy because they already had a full set of elemental seeds in their leader section warehouse. Jack didn't use the ones in that warehouse because if he did, Jeannie would have to copy another set which would eat up their mana cores consumption. That's why he only used the ones he acquired himself. The 2 seeds he exchanged were Ice Seed and Lightning Seed. He used Ice Seed for his mana bullet and Lightning Seed for his magic bolts. These 2 basic spells had been lacking, their damage was trivial. But Ice and Lightning elements had crowd control abilities. With the basic spell's short cooldown, these obsolete spells should be somewhat useful again. The mana bullet became Ice Bullet and the magic bolt spell was now Electric Bolts. Both spells' damage numbers were increased. Ice Bullet now slowed the target and had a small chance of freezing. Electric Bolts increased the projectile speed and had the chance to paralyze the targets. Jeannie gave Jack back his 2 weapons after she was done. Jack was planning to go to rent the workshop in Blacksmith Circle again to increase his weapons levels, but Jeannie stopped him. "Whatever you want to do it later. We have been summoned by Prince Alonso to the palace," Jeannie said. "We are?" Jack asked. "Yes, the 3 of us." "Let's go there now," Jeannie replied. The palace soldiers already recognized the 3, so they were immediately ushered to where Prince Alonso was. The prince was currently with royal advisor Mason inside his work office. "Thank you for coming," Prince Alonso said. "On behalf of Themisphere Country, I thank you for the triumph you have brought to this country. It's not just us. It's us working together that this victory is possible," Jack said. "Following my strategy, this victory is expected," John said. The 2 of them spoke at the same time. The 2 now looked at one another, giving each other a side eye. Jeannie rolled their eyes at them. Alonso just chuckled for a response. "Well, anyway, we are grateful for your effort," Alonso said. "I'm planning to wait until the others are back and doing a victory celebration, but Mason advised me against it." "Yes, the matter of the prince's coronation is already put on hold for quite some time," Mason said. "King Themis' condition isn't getting any better. He had agreed to bestow the king's position to Prince Alonso to restore stability. After the Civil War, several discontent parties had been making noises politically. I'm afraid things might escalate if our country still didn't have an official king dealing with the matters. This country can't afford another turmoil after the Civil War and the invasion. How bad is this war costing us? John asked. In terms of military power, we received quite a dent, Mason informed. Dragon Army 1,200,000 strong army lost around 300,000 soldiers. Phoenix's 800,000 strong army lost almost 400,000 soldiers. As for the Turtle Army's 200,000 native soldiers and 500,000 Outworlders, we lost around 80,000 native soldiers and 80% of Outworlders died at least once. Most of the losses on the Turtle Army were the ones blocking the supply route. Around 75% of native soldiers in that shock army perished. That's pretty bad. We lost 35% of native soldiers, Jack commented. Yeah, that is a pretty deep cut on our military power, Alonzo said with a sad expression. Of course, the orcs' losses were worse than us. They lost more than half of the army they sent here, Mason said. So we don't need to worry about them for some time. Still, we need to rebuild soon or the other countries might try to take advantage. How is the situation in Liguridium? Jack asked. Do we keep track of the civil war there? The war in Liguridium was already over a week ago, Mason informed. The rebel prince won with the support from the Orbor dynasty. The prince was now consolidating his power to assume total control of the country. Damn it, Jack uttered. In the end, Worldmaker's rise to power still came to be. We have no time to worry about the matters of a faraway country, Alonzo said. He understood Jack had expressed concern about Liguridium's situation for quite some time. We need to deal with our own matter first. I understand there will be a lot of dissatisfaction even after I become the king. I might need to use my ruling power to focus on the people's happiness rather than rebuilding our military. Ruling power? Jack asked. Not something you need to be concerned with, Peniel said. Jack threw her an irritated glance. Alonzo chuckled and said, that is some sort of power available to a monarch. Anyway, I'm not calling you three here to listen to my worry. The three of you play a big part in winning this war. Mr. Stormwind, it's your effort in disrupting the enemy's supply route that allowed our main armies to achieve victory over our opponents. Mr. John, your strategies play a big part in winning this war. Naturally, John remarked. John and Jeannie felt like slapping the guy. Prince Alonzo didn't feel offended by the interruption. He continued, and Miss Jeannie, without you stopping the orc army planning to hit the dragon army's rear, the war might not have ended as it did. For the achievement the three of you have made, I would like to bestow you with a title. Title? The three of them asked at the same time. Yes, from here on out, the three of you will be known as Hero of Themisphere. The three received a notification then. They immediately checked the newly received title. Hero of Themisphere. Title. Attributes and recoveries are increased by 30%. Damage and defenses are increased by 10%. Social skills, leadership, diplomacy, haggling, influence are increased by 1 grade. EXP points and skill proficiencies received are increased by 20%. Only effective when inside the Themisphere country. Wow, Jack exclaimed. This title gave a lot of effects. The increase in EXP and proficiency were even higher than his hardworking achiever title, which gave only a 15% boost. He now no longer needed to switch the titles back and forth during combat. The only shortcoming was that this title was only usable in Themisphere country, but he spent more time here anyway. The three thanked Prince Alonzo for the title, but Prince Alonzo said that he also had a gift for their guild for being the guild that contributed the most during the war. Jack and Jeannie looked at one another. Didn't we already get a mana fountain blueprint for a reward? But they didn't mind an additional reward. Prince Alonzo announced that from now on, Everlasting Heavenly Legends would be known as Themisphere's National Guild. Their guild would now be this country's official representative for the Outworlder community. At the same time that Prince Alonzo made the announcement, the three heard another notification that their guild had received a guild title, Themisphere's National Guild. The hell? A guild can also have a title? Jack asked Peniel. You heard the notification, didn't you? Peniel asked back, making a why ask a stupid question face. The three again opened their status window. This time they went to the guild page. The title was easily found next to their guild's name. Themisphere's National Guild title increased the chance of high-level quest offers from high-ranking Themisphere officials. All reputation points awarded by quests issued by Themisphere citizens are increased by 5%. Newly recruited soldiers' levels start from level 30. Only effective as long as the guild headquarters is inside Themisphere country. Holy, Jack uttered. Jeannie and John were similarly wide eyes. Their guilds already got an increase in quest offers due to the global embassy structure. The increase was from quest offers from other countries. However, most of those foreign offers were low-level quests. They were not as well known in other countries, after all. But the increase still contributed to the increase of their reputation gain. With this guild title, they should be able to pick up the pace even more. Getting to guild level 5 didn't seem to be a long wait anymore. Yet, the most exciting boost was the beginning level of recruits. Normally, newly recruited soldiers start from level 1. They need time and resources for training. With this boost, it should not take long for them to replenish the guild soldiers they had lost from the war. Jack and John were grinning widely. Jeannie was more reserved, but she was also smiling. "I'm glad you all like my rewards," Prince Alonso said after seeing the three's expressions. "You are the best prince anyone can ask for," Jack said. "There is no need to suck up just because you have been given benefits," John chided Jack. He then said to Prince Alonso, "My wise prince, if you need anything, please know that I and my guild are at your service. Anything you need, just say the words. Whether it's hell or the end of the world, we will face them for you." Jack was fighting the urge to kick the guy. Prince Alonso nodded. "I will be relying on you three, and your guild even more from now on," he said. "My coronation ceremony will be in 1 week. As the official representative of the Outworlders, I hope one of you can join this ceremony to represent your guild." Both Jack and John turned to Jeannie. It was Jeannie now who felt the urge to kick the two of them. "I think it is better if Mr. Stormwind is the one representing the guild," Mason said. "Huh?" Jack gave a questioning look. "You are one of the 3 generals of the war just now. Emrys and Merrill will be joining to represent the military. It is only right if you join as well." "I agree," both John and Jeannie said loudly once they heard Mason's proposal. "Of course, if the 3 of you are joining, I will be happy," Alonso said. "I'm afraid I can't. I got things to do which I can't put on hold," John said without any tact. Jack wanted to scold him and ask him what about his words just now regarding hell and the end of the world he was willing to face for the prince. "I will try to attend if possible," Jeannie said. Alonso nodded. He didn't force the issue. "We will be holding a daily rehearsal of the ceremony every noon starting 2 days from now," Mason said. "The rehearsal will only take several hours. Mr. Stormwind, you will need to attend this rehearsal. I will not appreciate it if you miss even 1 day of the rehearsal. It will be best if you don't venture far and stay near the capital until the coronation ceremony. I can take back all the titles anytime I want," Alonso added as a warning. Jack was depressed. This meant he was not free until the coronation ceremony was over. In a hall with a gloomy atmosphere, 3 people were having a meeting. All 3 were of different races. A young draconian male, a middle-aged elven woman, and an ethereal. The ethereal was Master. He was currently sitting behind a desk with the 2 others standing opposite him. "VRMMO's invasion into Themisphere has ended? So soon?" he asked. "The human army performed much better than I expected," the elven woman said. "That Death Associates who offered themselves to us also failed to deliver. I've told you not to expect much from them," the draconian remarked with a snicker. "A willing pawn is still better than none." They requested assistance to help them secure a headquarters in Orbor Dynasty since Themisphere was no longer hospitable to them. "I have taken the liberty to send a garrison of our members and one of the heavenly enforcers. I hope you don't mind." Master didn't respond. The elven woman continued, "Even though VRMMO's invasion had failed. Nevertheless, that war weakens the 2 countries. They won't be able to do much once we started expanding." "Speaking of expanding," I heard the prince is not yet willing to go through with the plan. He is hesitant because he suffers more than he thought. He wants to consolidate his position in this country first. That fool. With each passing second, it will just lower our chance, Master said. We might need to give him a stronger persuasion, the elven woman said. Master didn't reply. Do I still need to stay in VRMMO to coax the rare-tooth tribe? The Draconian asked. They have outlived their usefulness, Master said. However, now that the invasion had failed, that tribe's prestige will fall. Perhaps you can use this chance to rope in the young warlord to our side. That thick-headed fool? Heh. Seeing him only reminds me of that stubborn ex-master of mine. It just sickens me. Do I have to? Yes. Hee. You know, one day, I might just stab you in the back, the Draconian said. You are welcome to try, Master replied. Heh. Fine, I'm off, the Draconian said and left. After the Draconian left, the elven woman said, You do enjoy surrounding yourself with troublesome individuals. I wonder how Wong would react if he finds out that the person he has been looking for is under your thumb all this time, even his fellow heavenly enforcer to boot. All that matters are their capabilities, Master said. I wouldn't have chosen you and them as my heavenly enforcers otherwise. They should be honored to be able to serve a future god. You are the same. I wonder whether you are truly helping me, or is there another agenda? After all, your son and husband are not exactly friendly to our cause. I don't need their permission to do anything. They will understand in the long run, the elven woman said. I hope so for yours and their sakes. Once this world is mine, those who serve me will be rewarded, especially ones with the title of a heavenly enforcer. You should be proud of it. Of course. Now please excuse me. I need to prepare our next strategy if that prince is still hesitant, the elven woman said and left. After she left, the gloomy hall was even bleaker, but Master liked it as it is. He enjoyed luxuries from time to time, but what mattered to him was always functions before forms. Over-embellishments were a waste. While he was pondering many issues, a black fog formed in the middle of the hall. The temperature around the room dropped and his heartbeats involuntarily quickened despite his effort to keep them steady. I guess it's inevitable, Master muttered as the black fog turned into the shape of a man. The fog then dispersed and Fear stood where the fog was. Master was already standing up from his seat and came over to where Fear was. Fear stared at this outworlder. Normally he would just blast any mortals who were audacious enough to not kneel before him, but he had tried it before on this outworlder and failed. Doing it again would just be an embarrassment. Greetings, God Fear. I wonder what was the urgent matter that you honor me with your presence, Master said. Fear just kept his cold eyes on Master. He let his natural fear aura assail this outworlder before him, but Master didn't budge. Only 2 outworlders had ever shown such resistance against his influence. It displeased him. Arlstrax mentioned some interesting things about our deal, Fear finally spoke. If you don't believe me, then there is nothing I can say, Master replied. I do admit that I have gained plenty of assistance from your cult, but I have also helped you aplenty. One of which is the divine heritage. Without me, I don't think that you can get it even with your might. There is also the recipe I've given to you so you can use that divine heritage to create the God Killer, a weapon capable of killing a god. Fear didn't say anything, so Master continued. The reason you, greed, and wrath are incapable of doing things as you like is because of the existence of the so-called good gods. 6 of them existed, which severely tips the balance on their side. Because of me, there are only 4 left now. Still not a good odd for your side. But if you take down one of them, then the playing field will be leveled. Even if the weapon is ready, it is not that easy to use it on a god, Fear said. Not to mention, Hope is the strongest among us. Even with him alone, he can still cause trouble to us all. Then what if I tell you that I have a way to reduce their number again by 1 and create a chance for you to use the God Killer weapon on Hope with 100% certainty? Master asked. I will say that you are bluffing. Master smiled. As I said, There is nothing I can do if you don't believe me. But if you look back to the past, when has I never delivered? Once I get all the divine treasures, I will bring you into my world, the real world. If you decide not to at that time, it is fine as well, because by that time you will have defeated Hope and his fellow gods. There will be nothing stopping you from doing what you want in this world. Master stopped then. He had said what he could. It all depended on fear now. His mind was on the prismatic shell tool inside his inventory though, just in case. However, this was the last one he had in his possession. After this, he won't be able to defy these godly beings anymore. Silence ensued for a full minute before Fear uttered, "How? The time is not right yet. Just make sure the God Killer is ready as soon as possible. I will inform you once it is time." Another short silence before Fear said, "You will regret it if you play tricks on me." He then vanished as mysteriously as he appeared. Master was again alone in the hall, heaving a silent relief sigh. "What about Death Associates?" John asked. He and the others were still inside Prince Alonso's workroom. "We will be issuing a quest with a bounty on both their guild and guild members," Mason answered. "The quest should go public tomorrow morning. We didn't want to post it before the war ends so that this quest didn't undermine the war quest." "Tomorrow morning? All right," John said. "Are we targeting them?" Jack asked after seeing John's response. "You bet your ass we are going to. With another guild hostage token, our resource income will escalate. But our guild soldiers are in shambles already while theirs are still intact." "We will talk later," John said and turned to Prince Alonso and Mason. "Are we done here?" "Dude," Jack said to him with an exasperated expression. This guy truly had no tact. Prince Alonso was not offended, though. "You three are dismissed. Thank you for your services," he said. Before the three left, Mason reminded Jack again with a stern face. "Mr. Stormwind, please remember to attend the rehearsals for the coronation ceremony." "Yes, sir," Jack said. He was depressed again by the reminder. He was never the type to enjoy ceremonies and such. After coming out of the palace, John said, "Okay, I will send out orders for everyone to prepare. We will go to Death Associates headquarters early tomorrow. I will have one member wait in the guild hall to grab the quest once it goes public. We will then hit their headquarters after we get that quest." "Why the rush?" Jeannie asked. "Are you afraid someone else will get to them before us? Don't forget the matter of the guild army. How are we going to fight their fully intact army?" Jack reminded. "Their army won't be around," John said. "They won't," both Jack and Jeannie asked. "Not only that, but most of their players will also be absent," John added. "Huh? How so?" "Hee," John grinned. "My eyes and ears told me they will be hitting a guild headquarters in the Orbor dynasty tomorrow. It is an attempt to relocate their headquarters to that country. So, tomorrow after they started their assault on that headquarters, we will strike their undefended headquarters." "Wow! So coincidental that the kingdom is issuing the bounty quest on them tomorrow," Jack remarked. "Actually, if the kingdom still does not release the official quest to hunt them down, I will have just ordered an assault without waiting for that bounty quest so that we can get their guild hostage token. The kingdom issuing the quest tomorrow means we can get additional rewards for this assault," John said with a grin. "What if they pull back their army once they found out their headquarters is attacked?" Jack asked. "If they do that, they will risk facing harassment from all the guilds and players inside this country for at least a whole week," John replied. "A guild army summoning crystal has a 1-week cooldown. Once they recall their army, they have to wait 1 full week. No matter how good they are, they won't be able to conquer other guilds' headquarters without their guild army. Hence, they can only try to invade again after the cooldown is over. But can they survive that 1 week? Once the bounty quest was issued, every player and guild will be gunning for them for rewards. Also, if a guild becomes an enemy to the country they dwell in, they won't receive any protection status even after losing sufficient power, Penuel explained. They will only enter protection status if their guild core is broken. Even then, the period of their protected status will be halved. See? Their chance of moving their headquarters will only be tomorrow, John said. Afterward, they can only play defense. By then, their guild army will just continue to dwindle from continuous attacks. They must have been hoping that the invasion lasts longer, so that they have more time to organize a headquarters transfer, Jeannie said. Yes, my eyes and ears said they didn't expect the war to end so soon, John said. When a guild destroyed a foreign guild's guild core, they will have the option to either get their guild hostage token or take over that headquarters. But of course, their old one will be gone after the transfer. They had been scouting for a suitable headquarters to target in the Orbor dynasty. Many of the guilds in that country had joined the Orbor's invasion into Liguritum, so those guilds lost quite a number of guild armies. Those guilds' protection status had also just been lifted recently. Death Associates originally wanted to send scouts to better check the real situation in each of those guilds before mounting their assault. But because the war here was over sooner than expected, they decided to just target the seemingly weakest one. They have been forced to expedite their timetable, Jeannie remarked. John nodded. They will be going all out tomorrow. My prediction is that they won't send their guild army back even after knowing we are attacking them. Most likely they will focus on defeating that other guild sooner than us defeating them. They might send a few experts back to hold us down, though. Oh, I hope so, Jack said. But I at first thought that the kingdom will deal with them directly after the stunt they pulled, Jeannie said. Like wiping their headquarters out with the kingdom army and imprisoning their members. Well, I did hear some oblivious Death Associates players getting caught and imprisoned when they entered the cities. But outside the cities, the kingdom is rather ignorant. They just put a bounty for us to handle them. They seem to only take direct action when a native force is involved. Don't forget this world is originally meant as a game, Jack said. It is designed to focus on us, players. We are the main characters here while the natives are originally NPCs who serve as our support. So, it made sense that the system is having us players do most of the work when it comes to other players. But hey, we will get extra rewards because of that. I suppose you are right. Anyway, do you know which guild in Orbor is their target? Jeannie asked John. Yes, it's a guild called Offline Beasts, John answered. Funny. Online, offline. Never heard those terms anymore since the world turned, Jack commented. If it is a race on who breaks the guild core first, then we might as well do something to slow them down, Jeannie said. You have a way to? Jack asked. I might, Jeannie replied. So, do we gather tomorrow morning in the guild courtyard? Early morning, right after sunrise. We need a few hours to arrive at their headquarters, John answered. I have sent notifications to all battle-capable members to gather. I didn't tell them the purpose, though, to not alert Death Associates in case they still have spies. Once they summon their guild army in Orbor, it will be too late even if they know we are coming. All right, then I will go. Hopefully I can get the help, Jeannie said. Wait, Jack stopped her. I'm going to Blacksmith Circle to rent a workshop with unique-grade blacksmith tools. Give me your weapons and armor. I will upgrade them to the maximum level you can use. You can use the workshop there? John asked. Yeah, the rent is 100 gold coins per hour. Hearing that, John hurriedly unequipped his equipment and gave them to Jack. I am level 58 now, so please level them up to level 68. He was not going to let go of a free upgrade. Wow! You have 3 unique grade equipment, Jack exclaimed after receiving John's equipment. Yeah, I just exchanged 2 of them earlier today using my war contribution points, John answered. He had again gotten the most war contribution points compared to the others, allowing him to get a unique magic staff and gloves. With the unique grade summoner robe he got from the previous Civil War, he now had 3 unique grade equipment. The EXP reward he received after the war was also more generous than others. Despite dying once, he still increased to a level higher than most others. Here is mine. Jeannie gave Jack her equipment. Good spear, Jack commented after seeing it. It's from the Orc Lord Chief, Abdu Raretooth, Jeannie said. Jack remembered that the orc was Abasai's father. Abasai would surely hate him even more if he knew Jeannie was his friend. Aside from the spear, Jeannie also had a unique grade chest armor she had just exchanged using war contribution points. I'm level 59, Genie informed. Both his contribution and the EXP from killing Abdu had allowed her level to soar. All right, I will give them back to you tomorrow morning before we depart, Jack said. Give your mom my regards, John said to Genie when she was about to leave. Genie simply gave him a glance for a reply. Oh, Jack uttered as he came to a realization. I will be off too. Got to organize things. What about you? John asked Jack. But before Jack could answer, John said, Never mind, not interested. Just remember to be present tomorrow morning. Jack felt like testing his ice bullet on John as he walked away. After the three went their own ways, Jack went around town and restocked materials, equipment, and potions. He had been doing it so often that he had become good friends with the store owners. Despite only purchasing cheap items, he had done it in large quantities. Hence, the proficiencies he received from the trades were still substantial. His haggling skill increased to basic expert. With his title, Hero of Themisphere, the effect of his haggling skill was 1 grade higher. Thus, the items he bought were cheaper than the normal price. The store owners were also used to him buying up their stuff already, so they had learned to stock up more. They are not afraid to overstock because Jack assured them that he would purchase all their stocks, especially the common ores and equipment. Jack spent even more coins buying up the stocks this time. He spent 200 gold coins. But he received 350 gold coins from Amy's bakery and restaurant, so he still got a surplus. With the guild already having a steady gold coin income, he no longer bothered to donate his coins. He was saving them in case he needed them for later. He currently had a total of 831 gold coins in his purse. He teleported back to Heavenly Citadel and collected all the stored-up common ores and common equipment there. He then went inside the time chamber next. Now that the war was over, some core members were there to train in martial arts. Jack ignored them and took out his transformation prism and started fusing materials and equipment. He didn't fuse all the common materials as he also need them to level up equipment. He only fused until he got the right proportion. After done with the task, he exited the time chamber and teleported back to Therath again. From there, he rode Pandora and headed to the blacksmith circle. Luckily, Grenmer was there again, so he could persuade the dwarf to let him rent the workshop. Even though along the way Grenmer kept on saying stuff like he was violating his faction's rules by allowing Jack to use the workshop and he was doing Jack a huge favor, his tone sounded gleeful enough. Jack was sure that the 100 gold coins for 1 hour usage were seriously overcharged and Grenmer was actually glad someone was stupid enough to spend their coins like that. But Jack didn't mind. Leveling up his gears was more important to him. He had loads of coins, after all. The first equipment he leveled up was of course the Sword of Unknown Loss. Now that the guild had a copy of this sword, he was free to use this one as he saw fit. He didn't level it up before letting Genie copy it because an equipment's level would always be at the lowest level at the time the equipment was procured. The level up won't follow the copied item. Penuel had informed them, and Genie had confirmed it by testing on uncommon equipment. So, even if they copied the Sword of Unknown Loss to a higher level, the copied sword would be at level 50, the same level as when Jack received the sword the first time. So, they couldn't save the leveling up ores using the copy feature from Genie's divine ability. Jack leveled the Sword of Unknown Loss up from level 50 to level 72 using a massive number of ores. After level 70, every level up attempt needed 10 iron ores, 5 steel ores, 4 copper ores, 3 silver ores, 1 gold ore, and 1 titanium ore. Titanium ore was a super rare material. It took a lot of common ores to fuse them into this or using his transformation prism. Each failed attempt after level 70 cost him heartache, and the success chance was only 47%, even after using his runestone of probability. When leveling up to level 72, the success chance dropped to 37%. He ended up failing 5 times, consuming 8 titanium ores. He wiped the cold sweat on his brow. He had prepared only 20 titanium ores. These should still be enough to level up his magic staff to level 72 as well. For his armors, he could only be content to level them up to level 70. At level 72, the Sword of Unknown Loss had a physical damage value of 755. As for his mana leech staff, the lightning damage value was 839. The staff had a higher damage value due to the unique grade orb of Raijin attached to it, which increased the staff's damage by 15%. Jack took out his Stormbreaker and fed it the Sword of Unknown Loss without hesitation. The unique grade sword disintegrated and its essence flowed into Stormbreaker. After receiving its newest sustenance, Stormbreaker was wrapped by a soft light. The process lasted only a few seconds and the light dissipated. Jack found Stormbreaker to be slightly longer now, perhaps by an inch? Or maybe it was just his feeling. The golden lines along its dark blade were even more prominent now. Lights that seemed to flow along those lines were now happening in an irregular rhythm, as if they were alive. The hilt now had a small orb at its center. It reminded Jack of the energy orb with the shape of an eye when Stormbreaker's spirit weapon was summoned. Jack looked closely at this small orb. No. He opened the sword stats. The weapon damage had shot up to 852. Even higher than his magic staff, which was installed with a unique grade weapon orb, while his Stormbreaker was only using a rare grade weapon orb. The number of abilities had also increased by 1. The overall power of those abilities also increased. Even the overlimit skill received an increase in damage output. He interfaced with the selection for his Stormbreaker's abilities. All the abilities in the selections had generally received a power-up. He then chose the 4 abilities for the sword, mainly choosing the abilities from the Sword of Unknown Loss. Stormbreaker, level 72, unique one-handed sword, bound weapon, embedded, Orb of Eurus, rare grade weapon orb. Physical damage 852, attack speed 4, cannot be destroyed, bound to storm wind, 30% chance to cause poison status effect on each attack, all sword skills plus 10% damage, all received damage is reduced by 10%, peerless slash, active skill deals 1500% physical damage to a single enemy from a distance. Completely ignores defense. 50% chance to cause weakness status for 30 seconds. Range, 30 meters. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Over limit. Release the weapon's hidden power that adds an additional 250% damage as chaos damage, increases weapon range by 3 feet, and decreases the target's defense by 90%. Duration, 4 minutes. Cooldown, 6 hours, for wind energies constantly swirled around the weapon. Whenever the weapon made a contact, the wind energies will lash out and deal 50% wind damage. For his armor, level 70 Sword Fiend's gear set gave him a total physical defense of 2,281 and a magical defense of 2,101. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough titanium or to spare. Even with his abundance of coins and transformation prism, he still hit a barrier in leveling up equipment. Did he have to go to every accessible city in this world and do a crazed shopping spree for the common ores? Thinking about it already made him feel depressed. Maybe later when he got more free time. After finishing leveling up his equipment, he proceeded to level up John's and Jeannie's ones. He used the ore stock from the guild's warehouse to upgrade their equipment. He leveled their equipment up to their requested levels. John's to level 68 and Jeannie's to level 69. He spent 2 hours doing all the work and paid Grenmer 200 gold coins for the rent. Grenmer still kept on spouting about doing this as a favor to Jack while his eyes were bright and his face was smiling when he accepted the coins. Jack felt like slapping the dwarf. He returned to Heavenly Citadel afterward, thinking about doing the Ancient Battleground or Ice Throne Legacy dungeon. Unfortunately, the medium difficulty of both dungeons was still on cooldown. Another party had conquered the dungeon earlier today. Jack went to the time chamber instead. He was not interested in doing the easy difficulty of those dungeons. John was still busy organizing matters and Jeannie was not back yet. So Jack kept their equipment first. Before going to the time chamber, he came to Tip first, who was in the guild hall. Since he was not free for the week due to Prince Alonso's coronation, he asked Tip to arrange a party to search for Grace. He told them to go to the spot where the door to Greed's sanctum was located, but told them to not do anything to the rune diagram there in case the diagram was still exposed. He didn't tell them it was because that diagram might open a doorway to a god's sanctum. That might fuel their curiosity and cause them to want to go in instead. In a world where death was not permanent, people could become beyond brave to satisfy their curiosity. He knew because he was one of this type. He also told Tip to search the nearby cities around that spot to see if they could find any clue about Grace. The thought of Grace entering Greed's sanctum did flash in his thought, but he dismissed it as soon as it appeared. The fact that Grace didn't come after he had entered Greed's sanctum indicated that the door had closed. The rune diagram should have returned to its original state. He didn't question Grace's intelligence in solving the diagram, but he knew for a fact that Grace's level of mana sense was not enough to solve the diagram. He didn't realize that he had underestimated Grace's persistence and dedication to come to his rescue. After giving his instructions, he went into the time chamber and trained his formless flowing sword style. As his grandfather had pointed out, his control of this third phase was still a mess. He needed more practice to master it. He repeated the trick he used the last time. Every time after he spent 6 hours inside the time chamber, he ran out and went into the first-rate training ground to unleash all his long cooldown skills and spells. At night, Jeannie came into the time chamber. Jeannie had been tireless in her effort to master 7 spears assaulting heaven. After successfully reaching the 5th stage, she had been gunning for the 6th stage. But when she did, Doman told her that she won't be able to reach that stage if she could not yet manipulate mana. After hearing Jack equipping the time chamber with the mana-gathering stone, she had been itching to come here to train. "Will wicked witches take action tomorrow?" Jack asked when she entered. Jeannie gave him a thumbs up. "They will." Jack actually didn't expect them to comply. "What benefit is this for them? Do you promise them a reward?" "No," Jeannie replied. "I told them that they still owe us an apology for attacking us the last time. If they don't want our retaliation, they have to do this as a favor to us." "Oh, Hayuro cool," Jack remarked. "By the way, here." Jeannie threw a book at Jack. "This has been sitting in my vault for a while. I didn't have mana cores to spare, but after the rewards from the war and our members' donations, I can spare to make a copy. I have also copied another one for Jet." Jack looked at the book in his hand. It was a technique book for a Beastmaster skill, Mirage Beast. Beastmaster skill, yes. "Thank you," Jack exclaimed. He had lots of Beastmasters and used free skill points. He immediately learned the skill without further ado. Mirage Beast, level 120 active skill, comma, create a copy of the user's pet with 50% health point and 50% attributes. Comma, duration 10 minutes. Comma, cooldown 2 hours. Comma, stamina 150. Sweet, Jack uttered and immediately poured 19 Beastmasters free skill points to max level the skills. Each level up increased its duration. At level 20, the Mirage Beast lasted 30 minutes. Also, if you check our general warehouse, you should find a few super rare grade pet food, Jeannie said. "We have gotten the recipe and let our master level cooks learn it. It required very rare ingredients, so there were only a few. You can use your guild contribution points to get them if you want." "Wow, I will," Jack said. He had too many guild contribution points anyway. A lot of the non-medium armor he had fused he placed back into the warehouse after fusing them into higher-grade armor. He received lots of guild donation points for that action. Jack gave Jeannie back her equipment. She re-equipped all of them. "Thank you," she said. "You are welcomed," Jack replied. He then thought of something and said, "Hey, how about a spar? Come on. You will just roll over me," Jeannie said with a laugh. "I use only uncommon swords and no armor," Jack said, unequipping everything. "We spar without skills, just martial arts." It had been boring just training alone. Now that a sparring partner appeared, Jack didn't want to waste it. "HM a euro, okay?" Jeannie said and brandished her spear.